radio and television. Welcome. My name is Tony Nias, and today is Decision 2020. Welcome to ElectionSKN, ZIZ's coverage of election results of 2020. Let me also acknowledge all of the media that's joining us locally, regionally, and internationally. Today was election day. This is the evening after. It has been a hard-fought campaign for all sides. A campaign fought under new and different conditions. Now the campaign is over. You, the voter, have spoken. And tonight we are here to bring you the results which represents what you have said today. Throughout the evening, we will, as we await the results, we will try to get between those results some analysis, some historical perspective, and much more, even some predictions, if you allow it. We are hoping that we get some quick results tonight, but as things go, we are prepared for a long night anyway. Therefore, I will have some outstanding help to help me through this night. And let me just quickly introduce those. Here on my left is Mark Lord Taylor, a legal mind. On my right is Dr. Charles Warner. He's going to give us some of the medical perspective based on the type of campaign we had this year. We also have with me this evening Clement Monarch-Ogaro, who says he's a layman. He just gives the regular guy perspective, right? All right. Understand we are close to some results coming up, so stay with us. Today was a polling day, as I said. There's some areas that were quite heavy, and understand I have not heard any major issues coming out of today's elections, but we will go through tonight all of those things. But understand we have some results coming to you quickly, so we're going to head to the supervisor as soon as he's ready to get us those results. Remember, we started officially, as far as candidates are concerned. They became candidates officially on the 27th of May, which was nomination day. We ended up nominating 23 candidates in 11 constituencies. And later on, I'll tell you why. That's 23 instead of 22, which we usually have. There are 23 candidates that were nominated. If you go back, you'll remember some of the sights and scenes from nomination day, which was just a little over a week ago. From nomination day brought us to what we experienced today, election day. Let me go to the guys on the panel here, and let's talk about what you saw today. Any impressions on what you saw today? You had a chance to get out there. Dr. Warner, you had a chance to?
Yes, indeed. I mainly focused in the number 4 area. Mm-hmm. It was basically a casual day, nothing too dramatic, and people were just doing the regular voting, exercising their franchises. You know, I didn't see anything that was so dramatic or tale-telling.
Okay. What about you, Monarch? What was it like for you today?
Well, I concentrated in number 3 and number 1, and I know it's been widely reported of the late start in a couple of the areas in constituency number 1, which the supervisor, of course, I think they extended the time from my information.
Okay. All right. We have to break here and go to the supervisor because he has some results.
10 candidates were Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement and of the Nevis Reformation Party. In polling station 3, Hanley's Road Community Center, there were 327 voters assigned. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 128 votes. Beyond Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 35 votes. There were 2 rejected ballots, and the total number of votes cast was 165. In polling station 5 at the Hard Times Center, 543 voters were assigned. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 219 votes, that's 219. Beyond Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 36 votes. There was 1 spoilt ballot for total validly cast votes of 255. In polling division 6, where 342 voters were allocated to the Gingerland High School, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 124 votes. Beyond Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 42 votes. There were no spoilt ballots and there were no rejected ballots. 166 votes were cast.
There you had our first set of results. I don't know if we missed some of that. Okay. All right. We'll try to get some of that so that we can repeat those for you in just a minute. All right. So, as we await more results, let's talk. We were talking about elections today and how it went. I noticed this morning in some areas was quite heavy. In the Central, for example, it was quite heavy. I know we started out with some showers today as well. So in Sandy Point, I remember seeing some people scampering for shelter, but came back because they were determined to cast their votes and whatever it took. So generally though, there were, seems to be a quiet day. No real issues that I have heard of coming out of polling day today. And I think that may have held throughout all 11 constituencies. I haven't had any reports of anything major. All right. Maclo, have you been out and seen any of the polling?
I have not been out much for today. I passed in Constituency number 1 early in the morning at 5 o'clock. When people starting to gather. But I was away from the polling until I went to in number 3 in the afternoon after 2, about 2 p.m. between 2 and 4 p.m. and it was kind of moderately heavy, not very heavy. And I mean polling division 1, Constituency number 2, but it wasn't exceedingly heavy at that time. But it was okay at that time.
And I noticed on my way here this evening, which was close to 7 o'clock, coming through the Central Street area, Central Street and what was that, Westbourne Gut, near the Skellig. People were still voting at that polling station. So I take it that was quite heavy all day. And like you said, there are people who went out to vote, tried to get into the polling stations at like 5 o'clock this morning. So these were serious people and they seriously wanted to vote. Let's talk a little bit about this particular campaign. because this campaign itself was one that was different in a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, it was different. Even the fact that we are polling on a Friday, which has never happened before. The only times we have had any different day as far as polling, you can go way back to 1957 when we polled on a Wednesday the 6th of November. In 1961, we polled on a Thursday, the 16th of November. And then in 1989, we polled on a Thursday, the 21st. In 1989, we polled on Tuesday, the 21st. Every other time, we polled on a Monday. So, we had even the day for polling was unique and different this time around. As we know, we had COVID in the air, so we didn't have the public meetings physically on the streets, and that could be good, could be bad, depending on your perspective. Let me go to the doctor.
Well, indeed, it's a fact that this has been a rather unusual election in the sense that the COVID-19 virus, placed some very severe restrictions on what we see in elections over the past years. It came out as an element that was non-partisan, non-selective, non-biased, affected every political party. But one of the good things we're going to see from this process is that, it's going to show that democracy can exhibit its very strength in very adverse conditions, adverse and unusual conditions. And, you had to vote, you had to take precautions in terms of your health. You're excited to vote for a political party, but you have to look over your shoulder in terms of the COVID-19 virus and yet protect yourself. And that really would have made these elections a rather interesting one, and it's going to be etched in the history of elections in St. Christopher and Nevis.
Yeah. One of the things we were talking about earlier with respect to these virtual campaigns is that, and Maclo and I were talking about that, where it could very well be a good thing for some people, because in actuality, we were talking about the fact that you can switch between campaigns. You can go to Labour meeting and to Unity meeting, which would not normally be the case if you were in Greenlands Park for Team Unity meeting. You wouldn't likely leave and switch to go to meeting in St. Paul's. But here virtually, Mackie, you were able to go to all the meetings.
As I was saying, if you're home, you're using more than one instrument. You have two phones, a laptop, and a TV. You're on YouTube channel. So you're watching the Unity function. At the same time, tuning into the YouTube channel for the Labour campaign as well. And you'll be doing two things. So you'll be hearing the message from both sides at the same time. Where in a normal campaign, you'll be at one function until 11 o'clock at night. Where you're switching back and forth in a situation as it was then. And so you're able to hear messages from both sides at the same time, simultaneously.
It may turn out to be a good thing for democracy after all.
Well, also it focus. It kind of caused the parties to kind of focus on more issues than a lot of the non-issue stuff. Because if you just have limited time to doing these things, you did less of the heated stuff when you get in the heat of a campaign and on a stage and job. It was most of the things there are people sitting and more reserved, discussing issues and speaking things in a more sober manner, rather than as was done before in a real atmosphere for a real party and a kind of different atmosphere. So it's totally different in this occasion.
Monarch, one of the things too that I observed is that with the fact that we had these virtual campaigns and we didn't have these public meetings out there on the street, it did something for us because a lot of times we like to look at the attendance at these public meetings. We couldn't really see that and kind of judge the strength of the party.
I know.
And we were not able to do that.
Well, this time we were looking at actual views and clicks, you know what I mean? So there was this war of viewers, I mean, on both sides. But as it relates to the virtual campaign, I thought that the creativity of having to switch almost immediately from having your public meetings, going out to St. Paul's and Newton Grung and Keon with town hall meetings. I mean, everything had to be concentrated in one place. And I think that the technicians, the political parties, the people who are doing all the planning and stuff like that, I think that they deserve a lot of credit because of the fact that they were able to switch from the normal mode of campaigning into this virtual world. And in addition to that, I mean, we still had to be mindful of COVID-19 and, you know, the possibilities of what could happen. I mean, we've seen what has happened in Suriname. Since the elections, they've had a couple additional cases as well. But as I said, I mean, you know, I like the creativity of what happened. It shows that we can, here in St. Kitts Nevis, that we can just, you know, move from one element to the next with ease.
Yeah.
And that tells us that, I mean, you know, we're on our way up.
The other thing, too, is, the other question I have is, as it relates to turnout. When I look at how will this whole thing affect the turnout in this election, we will see later on this evening. But what I mean is that I look at the registration roll that's out for today's election, and I'm seeing that it's some 47,786 persons registered to vote. 47,786 registered voters. Now, I think the last census said that we are somewhere close to what, 50,000 or something?
51, 52.
51, okay. But 47,786 persons are registered to vote, and those must be over 18, right? Yeah. So it tells you that there's a lot of these people who are actually overseas on that voters roll. Okay. So I'm interested to see at the end of the night how what kind of turnout we're looking at.
Well, I was able to garner the results from two polling stations from the first results that we got. Polling station 5, a total of 543 registered voters, 219 for Mr. Eric Evelyn, and 36 for Bijan Hanley. So that's what, 255?
Give me those numbers again.
Polling station 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah, 543 total voters. 219 for Eric Evelyn.
Yeah.
And 36 for Bijan Hanley.
Okay. All right.
And then polling station 6 as well, I was able to capture that one. 342 total registered voters. 124 to Eric Evelyn and 42 to Bijan Hanley. 166 out of a total of 342 registered. Okay. So I think we're able to see where the drop-off is, and of course that I think most people would agree that it has to do with our overseas voters.
Well, now that we have gotten those numbers, we could talk a little bit about what's that? Nevis 10. That is Nevis 10.
Nevis 10, yes.
Yes.
I don't know that we are expecting
But did you miss something?
A whole lot out of
Division
Nevis 10 in terms of any
surprise.
surprises. I mean, that constituency has always gone the way of CCM. The retiring Vance Wentworth has carried that constituency.
Actually, you're right. It's been a CCM stronghold.
Yeah.
The only time an NRP candidate ever won that was in 1984 when Uriel Swanston, won.
Did anybody challenge him then? There was There was an election where he was unopposed.
Okay. Not sure if it's this one.
I'm not sure which one,
yes.
but I can look back and see.
It has been in CCM's hands since 1989.
And, there are a number of constituencies tonight that we're going to look at. And when we look at them and analyze what's coming in, some we may get surprises and some we'll get what we expect. And so we could take them one by one. Let's look at, for example, Constituency 1. Constituency 1 had in the last election, it was set up where you had a 5-term candidate in one Asim Martin coming up against a first-timer, a newcomer into the arena in Ian Patches Lightwood. And at the end of the night, he was retired. All right? By 4, but still.
4 votes.
Yeah, but retired anyway. As we look at constituency number 1 tonight, we are seeing almost like a reverse of that situation because the incumbent is now Ian Patches Lightwood, and his challenger is a newcomer. So we're back in that situation, and so we will look to see what happens with number 1 later on tonight.
Well, it's a matter of what strength Mr. Lightwood will have gained over the past term in office, and that will decide whether he holds on to it very firmly or we get some other result. But in many ways, it's pretty much a ground zero sort of situation once again. But the general public would be listening very keenly to see what would be the outcome of it in that area.
Okay. And if we move through the constituencies, let's look at constituency number 2. Constituency number 2 is a rematch, really, because in 2015 we had the same players. But if you look at the 2010 elections, coming out of that election, the candidate that won, Marcella Lightwood, had a huge lead, huge margin. I think it was some 400 plus. We could always check that number. Some 400 plus margin coming out of there. In 2015, the young General Powell came in and cut that lead, significantly. And I think it was less than it was about 98 or something like that.
About less than 100.
So people will be watching to see if Jonel continues that movement in terms of cutting into Marcella Lightwood, or if Marcella Lightwood will once again stretch out the margin. So again, that's a constituency to look at.
It's going to be a very interesting situation. As we said, the newcomer in the form of Mr. Powell was able to cut, quite significantly into the graph that Marcella had on that constituency. And, once again, over a period of 5 years or so, it's left to see that whether Marcella could have readjusted or whether Mr. Powell can actually go beyond the post. It's a constituency that many people are looking at very, very keenly.
Also, we go to number 3. Number 3 has a situation there as well where, number 3 has never changed hands. in terms of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has held on to that seat forever. And there's a newcomer in number 3, in the young lady Akila Byron Nisbet, who is challenging and trying to make history and take that seat. And so again, it will be a seat that people are looking at. And Monarch, you're in number 3, so.
Yeah. Well, one interesting fact about that, as you said, no candidate on the opposition side has ever contested this seat 2 elections in a row. We've had one candidate who contested it twice.
Right.
My Calypso teacher,
Right.
Dr. Irvin Sweeney.
Not back to back.
I know, he was in 1984 and 1995.
Right.
So from 80, you had Anthony Ross Sweeney, 84, Ryden Benjamin, 89, Emil Green, 93, Sweeney again in 95, Sidney Osborne, 2000, our own, my colleague here, Dr. Charles Warner, 2004,
Right.
Bernard Welch in 2010, Sam Conda 2015, and Akila Byron Nisbet this year.
Yeah. So again, that's a constituency that we will be looking at for all those reasons. Let's go down more west. Number 4. Number 4 is, again, we got a newcomer in there. Lindsey Grant, after several elections,
Really began in 2004.
took that seat in 2015, and now he's being challenged by a newcomer, and so we will be looking to see what happens there as well.
It's, what people may term a background constituency. And after 2004 and 2010, Mr. Grant was eventually able to capture the constituency. And it thus means, the outcome would depend very much on how much work has been put into the constituency, which he has been doing, and then again, what the people so desire. So one still has to wait and see what the outcome of that would be.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to number 5. Number 5, but for one time, stayed in the hands of the People's Action Movement. At one time was the Jacinth Henry Martin
In 2000.
who took that seat. And we also have a newcomer in the race there as well. So we will pay attention to that. As I said, it really hasn't changed hands but for that one time. So,
But as you're looking at it, in number 1 in your comma, number 3 in your comma, number 4 in your comma,
number 4 in your comma.
number 6 in your comma,
Number 6 in your comma.
number 7 in your
We
comma.
could move on to number 6. There's a newcomer down there, number 6.
Just,
in your commas,
Bunch of newcomers, number 7.
Just going back to constituency number 4, I know there's a big talk about, women, females involved in politics. And one interesting fact about that, of course, our first female elected representative, Constance Mitchum, came from that constituency in, let's see what the years were, 84 and 89.
1984.
Correct. Yep.
That was a remarkable victory because prior to we had Miss Mary Charles in the 70s, and then with the coming of Miss Mitchum and to be able to capture that seat, it created a sort of revolution in the politics of St. Kitts and Nevis, and in fact sort of paved the way where women now realize that they can contest elections and win. So she was in some way a pathfinder, if you may put it that way.
Yep. Absolutely. I didn't mean to take you back to number 4. But
That's okay. That's all right. We have time. So yeah, we went to number 6, and we were saying that yes, there's a newcomer down there that's challenging a person who was in that seat since what, 1989 or something?
1889.
Yeah.
1989.
No. Number 6. Talking about number 6, Dr. Douglas.
Oh, number 6, oh yeah. That's
Yeah, he's entrenched in there. And so we have a challenger, a newcomer that's challenging him in that constituency. And so we'll be watching to see how that newcomer does.
Well, according to a friend of mine, James McCall, who everybody knows, and on Facebook, he said when he was analyzing that constituency that it's an academic exercise. And the numbers kind of bear that out as well, too, because in 1984, it was won by, with 75% of the votes as the low, and the high was in 2000 when it was 93%. It has gone down a little bit since, and it seems as if that the challenger this year is very popular, so we'll see exactly what the outcome
I think only one person broke the 400 mark in number 6.
Was that Keynes? Yes.
There's a phenomenon in saying these elections, where you look at a sort of a cultural element as opposed to a political element. But number 6, has been a seat held by the Labour Party from time immemorial. Well, once again, we have to wait and see what changes we're going to see in the pattern of voting there in number 6. Because sometimes when your candidates are entrenched for many, many years, what may be seen as a small percentage could be very telling in terms of people's reaction to your performance in so many years. So, we have to see what signals we're going to be getting from number 6 in this election.
Yep.
But I'm thinking that, if you think that, well, let me finish that until you finish all the whole thing, because the general kind of observation. Because I was thinking, the general observation about what factors in someone's mind when you're about to vote. What are the things are the factors that cause the vote how you vote? I like to point that the biggest factor, by far the biggest factor, is the party support, or which party supported. So that is the party that is the driving force of how the vote is going to go. And then you may have the leader of the party, or you have like the personal individual who is voting for, and to a less, the smallest extent is the issues involved. And so it is basically the party, the strength of the party, or your loyalty to the party, and then the leader of the party, the person, and whatever issues for or against, that'll be like less than 10% of what you're thinking of where you go to your vote for. But it's always the party structure. That's how you get results. And I say, I don't like him, but I vote for my party. I can't stand him, but I vote for my party. And you have that element being played out over and over. That it's my party, and I'm just voting for my party. And I have that's the kind of thing that we are strictly loyal to the party structure of the party. So we vote our party people. And in not respect of what the issues are, what the policies are about my party.
I think that's an essential weakness in our elections in St. Christopher Nevis, where, as you've outlined, issues play that very minimal part in people making the decisions. And, it's hoped that over time that our people would overcome that and put some emphasis on issues, because, it's rather, in a country of such literacy, it's rather unbecoming that people so much so little effort.
But when the campaign is ongoing, when things are done to do the campaign, and the institutional structure or the entity is building your party institution, so you build your party, and that is carried on for campaign to campaign. What is going on for people now is the party. From many stories to know the party. The party is going around from many stories to know. And it's the party structure, everything within. So you build the institution of the party. So the way the party is strong, And so the individuals as a candidate will change. But you say, even if you don't want it, you don't like it, but for the party's sake, you want a party to be power. And so you keep on saying the party don't want to get the most emphasis, not the issues. Because the issues about, say, education or healthcare, those are the issues that are spoken of in platforms. Everybody saying, vote for your party, vote for Labour, vote for Unity, vote for PAM, vote for Labour, that kind of stuff. So that's the thing that is built, and the monies are put into strengthening your party. So the stronger your party is, the more successful, because even the individual is failing, the party is failing, you say, in spite of that, you vote for your party. Or you can't start to vote against your party.
I agree with you. All right, what we hope
You have to build that infrastructure. You have to build that infrastructure.
Well, that's a discussion we will continue. I mean, we have the time, so we will go through that discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first result from St. Kitts in the constituency of St. Christopher 4, where the candidates are Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement, independent candidate Jason Thomas, and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate Steve Rensford. In polling station 1A, Challengers Community Center, where 301 voters were allocated, whose surnames begin with A, to those whose surnames begin with L. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 119 votes, that's 119. Independent candidate Thomas received 1 vote, and the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party candidate, Mr. Steve Rensford, received 61 votes. There were no spoilt ballots, there were 6 rejected ballots, and 187 votes were cast. And for the benefit of the persons who missed the first 3 results, they came from Nevis 10, where the candidates are Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement, Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party. In polling division 3, Hanley's Road Community Center, where 327 voters were allocated, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 128 votes, that's 128. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 35 votes, 35. There were 2 rejected ballots, and 165 votes were cast. In the Hard Times Center, polling station 5, where 543 persons were allocated, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 219 votes, 219. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 36 votes. There was 1 spoilt ballot. There were no rejected ballots, and there were 255 votes cast. At the Gingerland High School, where polling division 6 was located, there were 342 voters allocated. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 124 votes, that's 124. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 42 votes, 42. There were no spoilt ballots, there were no rejected ballots, 166 votes were cast. Back now to Master Control.
Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there is no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay-a-Peer. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, the cable, water services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank. Always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called PayAppear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank. Always here.
Okay. Election night coverage here on ZIZ. Okay, we just had some results, so just in case you missed them, and I'm happy that we got those first results repeated. So let's go to the number 4 results that was given. Lindsey Grant of People's Action Movement, 119. Steve Ransford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, 61 votes. Jason Thomas, independent candidate, 1 vote. And we had 6 rejected. Right? Those are the first numbers out of St. Kitts, first numbers out of number 4. And if we can just recap, out of
number 10.
Nevis 10, we had from polling division 3, 35 for Bijan Hanley, 128 for Eric Evelyn, with 2 rejected. And then we had out of polling division 5, 36 for Bijan Hanley, with 219 for Eric Evelyn, with 1 spoiled ballot. And then we had from the Gingerland box at polling division 6, 42 for Bijan Hanley, 124 for Eric Evelyn. No rejected, no spoiled ballots. So, the count continues. And just to go into number 10 again for this, a bit. Bijan Hanley, I don't know if you guys remember, what was her name? Patricia Hanley used to run in that seat.
The nurse.
Nurse Hanley.
Nurse Hanley, who is his mom.
That's his mom.
Yes.
So he has come in and taken on the responsibility to. And
what do you call it? What do you call it? Responsibility?
I don't know. Well, you guys, well, you take one for the team, I guess. You know? But anyway, it seemed to be going the same way. So, but hey, we could still say the night is young, all right? Okay, but that's just to go into number 10. Now, as for the results in number 4, one of the things that we do as people who pay attention to politics and campaigns and elections over the years is we look at how boxes come in. We always talk about this box is the box that usually puts somebody over the top. Or if you don't win this box, then this is that. And you know, we always do that. And so as we look at every constituency, we will all know, because we've been paying attention over the years, that certain boxes are the ones you got to look for. Because it will determine or will give you a good idea of where this race is heading. Either it's time to give up for somebody, or it has a good shot, or things like that. And there's certainly boxes like that in every constituency, all right? So, any comments on the results so far?
Yeah, I think one of the things we're seeing here is that for a number of elections in the past, the PAM candidate would normally leave China with a significant lead. Over the years, I will not discuss the factors influencing the changes. That got a bit narrowed to a significant extent. But this is a sort of revival in the context of the challengers' vote and results in the favor of the People's Action Movement. But it's left to be seen what the progress is going to be down the line, because there are quite a number of boxes there to come in still. So we're still in the very early days.
Yes, yeah. Anybody have numbers 2015 for that challengers box as it came in? Because I think
from my memory, I think it was really slim.
No, it was
a slim lead. I
It
get
could have
that.
been
I think it was around
a three vote margin or
a
something.
very slim margin.
I'll get that later, Bon. But it was slim.
So this one is indeed very significant in the context of what we had in the last elections.
It is something to watch, because Lindsey Grant starting out this way with challengers, and there's another box in challengers as well.
Yeah, there's a 1B box there as well.
But starting out this way holds well for him so far. It's the only box so far. But if you're looking back and using the historical data, this is good information for him. So we will see. Too early to start talking about that, but we will see what happens as we head west.
Well, indeed, it's early days yet, but as I've said before, it's a significant improvement and increase in the context of what we've seen in the past.
Right.
Though we have to consider there's another box as well. So
there is another box. So that first box is 301 registered in that, and the second box, which is the 1B, has 279 registered voters in there. So you're looking at 580 votes.
You know, one of the things we have not looked at this tonight, a simple fact, we began at 9:25. The results began to come at 9:25. So, you know, let's see when it's going to finally end.
Well, I mean,
what is that? A reminder?
So far.
Well, I mean, what I'm hoping that we get an improvement over the past years.
Yeah.
Well, we all hope for that. And
Well, it's just a bit of a recording that we began at 9:25.
Well, I
Okay,
mean,
okay.
maybe I can add a light moment to it. Is it that, I mean, you know, St. Kitts people like to have a good time. So the longer it takes to get the election results, the more they get to drink and wait on the results.
More drinking,
drink and eat.
More excitement, you know, the expectation.
Yeah, that's
well, let's hope we're not going down into the wee hours of the morning and stuff again this time.
But what is in comparison to Dominica? I mean, I followed the Dominica elections last time, and it seems as if that they have a model where, even though the results are not what should I say, confirm
Declared.
declared, that's the right word, declared from the electoral office. Those results are fed into the broadcast. So everybody knows who is the possible winner. 90% of the time prior to 11 or 12 o'clock at night.
Indeed, you're so correct, because I was sent a WhatsApp in the last Dominica elections, and before 11 o'clock you'd seen the map which gave the prediction as to what the results are going to be. So maybe you think, well, we should have something like that, of course.
I think that it would work, and I guess it would all form part of this electoral reform that, we've heard so much about over the past, 10, 15 years maybe?
Well, that leads me to the question as we talk about votes, the number of votes. There's always the debate about turnout. Heavy turnout helps who? Low turnout helps who? What's your take? If it's a heavy turnout, does it help the incumbent or does it help the opposing side?
I think it does help the incumbent if it's a heavy turnout.
Heavy turnout, okay.
Yes.
Mackie,
I think heavy turnout helps the opposition.
Helps the opposition?
Helps the opposition?
Yeah. Well, meaning, the person challenging.
Yeah, the challenger, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Interesting.
I tend to go with that school of thought too.
It's a common feeling, but sometimes you have to stop and reconsider other factors in the process. But
the enthusiasm is usually from the challenger. The enthusiasm, the incumbents, they're the ones who are defending, right? So enthusiasm is usually from the challenger.
But my trend of thought though is that if people are disillusioned with the ruling party, they're not gonna, and they don't want to vote for the opposition, then they stay at home, and that's the reason why I was tending to think that maybe a low turnout probably helps the opposition.
Okay,
well, that's awesome.
That's reasonable. But we will see.
Actually, I go back to my thing before about party structure, where they just say, I'm disappointed about my party. I can't get against my party, or I'll go for my party. And so it's all about the party rather than the personality of the person whose name on the ballot.
Yeah. Another thing is that we like to talk about the strength on the ground. The strength on the ground for party. And one of the things about the COVID-19 and this particular campaign that didn't have the planes and the overseas voters is that there will be, we will get an opportunity at the end of the night to see what's on the ground without the overseas voters. So
or who is on the ground.
Or who is on the ground. So I like that. Or who is on the ground without the overseas voters. And then you get some picture of...
It's going to create a picture.
Yeah.
When we look at the past elections, the tremendous influx of overseas voters. So now we're going to be seeing exactly what are the feelings politically of the people who actually reside here in St. Kitts. And it's going to be a very important picture that's going to be emerging.
But I think it helps
It could actually go on to influence the matter that we've been thinking about, of what part overseas voters should play in elections in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Okay.
And I think it helps us to determine how to move forward with the electoral reform as it relates to the overseas registered voters.
Okay. Well, like I said, it will be one of the interesting takeaways at the end of this night, because for once, I guess the argument will be settled that, well, I don't know, but in some way, we will be able to say, well, who had strength on the ground. Because if you look at the elections over the years, it is true that the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has a lot of voters, and they usually get most of the votes. But since we're not dealing with
No, it's a constituency system.
right, we're not dealing with popular vote. So with the exception of two times, I think it was
84, 89.
84 and 1989 were the two exceptions where the People's Action Movement actually got the majority of the votes on the ground. But like I said, it's a constituency system.
And it's funny
Election
because
saying it's a very, very interesting, because mere statistics do not really tell the tale. And there's where the matter of electoral reform has to be in place. And then with a truly free and fair elections, we can get a strong indication of what percent of people vote for different parties.
But what tail doesn't tell? What tail is there outside the numbers? So it doesn't tell the reality. What other tail is there to be told outside the numbers?
Well, one of the things we're craving for in St. Kitts and Nevis is electoral reform. And there are sound reasons why many persons in St. Kitts and Nevis are so desirous of electoral reform.
Yeah, but
we have to actually be realistic that our elections have been riddled with fraud for many, many years.
But you can as such. But I'm saying, if you said the numbers doesn't tell the tale of the stuff, I mean, what's outside the numbers that's still to be told?
What I'm trying to tell you, big sheer numbers do not reflect the electoral process.
You mean that it doesn't reflect the will of the people? You mean?
It would certainly not truly reflect the will of the people. Okay, I'm going to give you a typical situation.
Yes.
This box we're considering in challenges.
Yes.
In the past, that box has been riddled with voters from number 6. So you cannot really get a true impression based on numbers.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, it's a hard fact that this box was riddled with folks from in number 6. So the sheer numbers do not really tell you the will of the people.
Okay.
Okay. So therefore, on the general landscape,
so you're talking about distribution of the votes. It's still said, usually the aggregate votes gotten, you're saying how it was distributed by constituencies, in more distribution rather than total number of votes. You're saying there should be in 6 rather than in number 4. So
I am trying to tell you,
yes.
If there are 1,000 voters in number 6,
Yeah.
and they vote in number 6, and 500 challenges and they vote in challenges, that will give you a true picture.
Yes.
But if you have an influx from number 6 in the challenges to number 4, how could you truly assess the situation? It's impossible.
One thing I wanted to add to that, though, I know we were talking about the popular vote earlier, and it's interesting that the party that actually has the most overseas votes, as the People's Action Movement did in 84 and 89, and Labour in their winning years, definitely benefited, of course, from the overseas vote coming in. So we see how significant that is again. And of course, I mean, there's always going to be a discussion about it. But I think, as I said, hopefully this election will, help us to find a way forward so that, I mean, as someone who has lived overseas, even though I'm not a renter voter, or I can't consider myself an overseas voter, but because of the mere fact that I live overseas, I think that a reasonable arrangement has to be made to incorporate people who are interested in voting in St. Kitts Nevis.
Just on the question, if we go back to number 4, I'm getting the information here, someone is helpful, and showing that box in Challengers 1A, Lindsay won that box in 2015, won 27 to 98. Right? 127 to 98. And then the second box, he lost the second box, 85 to 119. So the margin on the 1A box is certainly different coming out of Challengers tonight. All right? 127 to 98.
So that was what, 29?
Yeah, back then. Yeah.
Difference of 29.
And tonight we're looking at 119 to 61.
A difference of what, 58?
Some 58.
58 votes.
In
Correct.
terms of
Right?
difference.
So he has picked up. So let's see what he does
What it
in
is, though,
the second box.
You have different kinds. That Steve Bensford is from Middle Island area. The last time the candidate was
That's
from
a
Challenge himself.
important
So,
point, yeah.
Mr. Philip was from Challengers. So he has a different hometown person, home village person as well.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's interesting as well. That's interesting as well. Okay. Well, we were making our rounds as we await some more results. We were making our rounds and we got.
I think we got to number 6.
Number 6. So
Yes.
let's go to number 7. Number 7 is where the Prime Minister sits, and he has taken. He has won in that area since he came into politics in 1993, right? And he has not lost in that box ever. And he too has a new challenger.
Newcomer.
A newcomer.
Yes.
He too has a newcomer.
It seems as if that number 7 is emerging to be a mirror image of number 6,
Well,
where, well, 2 prime ministers,
uh-huh.
a stronghold on the electorate. So there's a lot in common between number 6 and number 7.
Yeah.
And the percentages of the wins bear that out as well.
I think he won last time by
30.
some 700 plus.
Yeah,
Right?
30%.
Yeah, I mean,
He got 64, 65% of the
yeah.
votes.
So,
But if you look at that, I mean, he was getting, Dr. Howe was getting 75% of the vote against,
Correct.
In 2010 and 2004.
2010, he got 73%, yes.
Vote. And so it's been diminishing a bit. And then what he thought the absolute number for the vote was in 2010, I think 1076, 1076 in 2010.
I think that's what it was.
yeah,
yes. Let me
something
check.
like, yeah, that
And then,
sounds
but
about right.
if you said, that's just in 2010 he got 100% of the Labour votes in 2010. But then if you look at 2015, the challenger then, after it was split from Labour, was Vance Gilbert got 600 and something votes. And my estimation is that Vance Gilbert did not get enough PAM votes in 2015. So if you say that the Labour votes from 2010 did all go over to Dr. House in 2015, Vance Gilbert got 600 of that vote that he got in 2010, 2015. So it's like some of the Labour votes were split there between Vance Gilbert and himself in 2015.
Okay.
And so it was the PAM votes who like 500 votes that went like Louis Williams in 2010 that went over to Dr. House in 2015. So to bump him up to that high number.
And then you have to consider 2015 was the emergence of the unity movement.
Yeah, but I'm saying it.
So it
Gilbert still able to meet a high number of the vote, but again 600 votes, and that will be the Labour vote. I'm suggesting he didn't get into the PAM votes. That Vance wasn't getting the PAM votes; he was getting just Labour votes, and we're getting 600 of that 1,000 votes. We're getting 600 of that.
Well, they also, I mean, people will be looking at that constituency, paying attention to it because, again, a newcomer. And
Against a veteran.
Against
so
a veteran.
For several elections, yeah.
Even if it's just to see how well he does. So people will be watching it to see and compare with the candidate of the last election. And then we go to number 8. And number 8 is one of those constituencies that, I mean, it's just so spread out.
very large.
It's a large constituency. And as a matter of fact, you're talking about 6,948 voters in number 8.
And from the numbers, it's second in size only to number 9 in Nevis.
Number 9, right.
Yep.
Number 9, just to give you that information, number 9 has 6,497, right? So it's a huge constituency, and the way it's laid out as well, too. It's, you know,
Geographically
St. Peter's off there and Keon over here. And,
A geographical
and,
challenge.
you know, St. Peter's gone over to Southeast as well. So, yeah.
And
So,
the numbers has changed, just before you move on, Tony, the numbers have changed significantly in that, like in 1984, I'm looking at a total of what, 22,975 voters to over 5,000 right now.
yeah.
And it's one of those constituencies as well that actually kind of flip-flops because it has changed hands about
has
3
changed,
times
yeah.
already.
And that constituency is one of those constituencies where, remember I was talking about earlier how people look at boxes and kind of figure out where this election is going. It is, I remember in 2015 when we talk about Hamilton, if Hamilton is to win, right, that constituency,
Keys box would
you
have to
need
be-
to come out of
Keon.
with a massive lead, which will buffer you going into.
And also win in Keystone.
And what happened the last time is that he ended up winning, coming out of Keon with a sizable lead, and for the first time winning Keys, which meant that he was in good shape heading into St. Peter's.
Yep.
So you saw the win. So again, you look at it like that, and you will be looking to see, just like you do in these other constituencies, you'll be looking to see, you know, well, depending on what boxes come in for us. But you'll be looking to see the margin you're coming out of Keon with, and because the expectation for people is that the People's Action Movement doesn't win in St. Peter's. So if that's the expectation, the bet is that you come out of Keon with enough power to take you up the hill.
Which is quite acceptable. But one of the elements we have to factor in is that in this election, there's going to be the absence of overseas voters.
Well, that's always there.
So,
And it's
yeah.
going to always be there throughout the night.
So,
Right, we always have to come back to
It's going to
that.
be a factor that we have to always stop to consider. Okay.
And like I said, you're going to get a chance
It's
to
going
see,
to it's going to affect the
to
regular
see
model, you know.
what the overseas voters did.
So that probably will significantly impact what we look to when we talk about turnout
Yeah.
as
it
well
will
too.
affect turnout.
Yeah, because I
absolutely.
mean, based on
It's gonna
just based on
affect-
the
It's
Go
going to
ahead.
affect what we accept as regular models.
yep.
Like it's only
There were
6%,
some models established over time,
Yeah.
but with the absence of overseas voters, there's going to be some modification in those models, which you have to always take into consideration. But like we said, the night is still very young, and you know,
We are always, in terms of our elections, we have always had a high turnout. When you have turnouts that are 70% and better, in any jurisdiction, that's good. That's considered good. And we have been hovering around at, 69, 70, 74%, all the way through. I see here in 1952, we had a 95% turnout.
First time you get a vote.
Yeah, right?
How many people did they have voted at that time?
It doesn't matter because that was the point where you got to vote. That's when you say first time you get to
that would
vote.
have been significant. It's like the abolition of slavery in a way. You know, a freedom. Prior to that, you know, it was based on the
Income.
plantocracy.
It was based on income.
On income, yeah.
Income,
real estate,
property.
and
Yeah.
property. But then here comes freedom,
Yeah.
and you've got the right to vote. And remember, you're voting against the aristocracy and colonialism.
Right.
So there has to be some excitement in that vote.
Yeah. So you get up to 95 point something, almost 96%
And you
of the
had
votes.
several independent candidates at that election as well too.
Well, yeah, interestingly, the pattern for independent candidates has changed significantly.
But
In the past, you had a higher proportion of independent candidates, but over time that has been phased out, and it was strictly down the line to parties.
But interestingly, in 2015, the turnout was low. I mean, we were down near around 50%, and we're usually up in the 60s and 70s.
But I think one of the things that happens with the turnout is that, you know, that after this electoral reform thing in 2007, 2007 it was? Or
2005 or something.
Or we had reconfirmation, and so we had the reconfirmation. So that's that. So a lot of names came up, like certain dead person name came up on the list, and so. So I said 2009, 2010 election will have a high turnout level because you have cleaned up the list somewhat.
Yeah.
But then subsequent to that, you still have people who name will be on the list who will be deceased, who will be now overseas, different stuff. So it's not that those who are on the ground in St. Kitts will go to vote.
Okay.
But it's just that those who didn't show up to vote will be because the probably deceased are out of the federation.
All right, let's stand by because we got some more results coming up. So let's stand by to go to the supervisor.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I have some further results to share. In the constituency of St. Christopher 4, where the candidates are Mr. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement, Mr. Jason Thomas, an independent candidate, and Mr. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. In polling station 1B, where 279 voters were assigned, whose surnames began with M, to those whose surnames began with W. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 108 votes, that's 108. Jason Thomas received 1 vote, and Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 49, that's 49 votes. There were no spoilt ballots, and there were 2 rejected ballots. A total votes cast was 160, 160. And we have the first results from constituency number 6, where the candidates were Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party. For Newton Ground polling station 1A, where 325 voters were allotted, whose surnames began with A, to those whose surnames began with J. Denzil Douglas received 141 votes, that's 141 votes. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 71, that's 71 votes. There were no spoiled ballots and there were no rejected ballots. A total of 212, 212 votes were cast. In polling division 1B, again in constituency 6, where 278 voters were allotted, whose surnames began with L, to those whose surnames began with Z. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 128 votes, that's 128. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 38 votes, that's 38. There was 1 spoilt ballot for total votes cast of 166. There were no rejected ballots. For polling division 2 at the St. Paul's Community Center, 459 voters were allotted. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 268 votes. That's 268. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4-1. There were no spoiled ballots. There were no rejected ballots. The total votes cast was 309. And we have the other three results for Nevis 10. At the New River Methodist Church, polling station 1, where 194 voters were allotted, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 86 votes. That's 8-6. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 15 votes. That's 1-5. There were no spoiled ballots. There were no rejected ballots. The total votes cast was 101, 101. At the Gingerland Preschool polling division 2, where 226 voters were allocated, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 87 votes. That's 8-7. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 24 votes. There were no spoiled ballots. There was one rejected ballot. 112 votes were cast. That's 112. And in polling division 4, Hanley's Road Community Center, where 142 voters were allocated, Eric Evelyn received 66, that's 6 votes. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 15 votes. There were no rejected ballots, there were no spoiled ballots, and 81 votes were validly cast. Therefore, for Nevis Constituency 10, where 1,774 voters were allocated, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 710 votes. That's 710. Bjorn Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party received 167 votes. That's 167. There was one spoiled ballot. There were 3 rejected ballots. Total votes cast was therefore 880. Therefore, the member elected for Nevis 10 is Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement. Back now to Master Control.
All right, welcome back. There you had results, some more results, and you had first candidate returned. For the evening, no surprise there. That's Nevis 10. It has gone the way that it has always gone. Congratulations to Eric Evelyn, who is a newcomer as well to the federal team. So he will be coming to the federal parliament, either as opposition or government. But he is coming, so we will see later on how that goes. The numbers.
I guess there goes the Van Same tradition.
Yeah.
And it brings to mind the matter of succession planning. Mr. Nias, the Van Same tradition and the matter of succession planning.
Yeah.
Where you prepare a candidate to take over when you're leaving, and succession planning is indeed a very critical matter in our politics.
Yeah. And you're right. And I always believe when you leave the scene, you should leave gracefully, and and Vance Amory did so. He came in, he did his thing, and he just stepped aside at when it was time to go. He no hassles, just stepped out, put somebody else in place, and there you go.
It's a very good example for politics. Because I think too often that's one of the problems in politics in St. Kitts, where the matter of succession planning is put on the carpet. And you must bring your people into the system to make their contribution. And, which normally, you have younger people come into the system making a contribution.
And leadership, leadership requires that. It's good leadership to have succession planning.
Certainly.
Well, there you have it, consequence. All right? So, Eric Evelyn, let's look at, go through these results. Let's go to number 4. And we were talking about number 4 before with respect to Lindsay and that second box we're talking about. Now we have numbers for that second box. Now, the box 1B. 1B. Was it 1B, right?
Yeah, 1B.
Yeah.
1B.
Okay. 1B, Lindsay at 108 to 49 in 1B. The last time around, Lindsay was at 85 to 119, right? And 1B. So, Lindsay actually has turned around that box. He lost that box in 2015, 119 to 85. Tonight he is winning that box, 108 to 49. And in 1A, we said he did better than in 2015. So all the way around in challenges, that's it for challenges. He's walking out the challenges on top, doing better than he did in 2015.
Well, I mean,
winning all the boxes in challenges.
It's a significant jump start for Mr. Grantley in challenges, and this is more reflective of the pattern of voting in challenges. But like I've said, over the past elections, we have seen some significant changes. And, what we're seeing is the sterilization process, the result of the sterilization process, but this matter of electoral reform still has to go further, because on the very list we have there in challenges still, there are people from number 6 on those lists since 2010. And,
Isn't there a process to get it sterilized that it was in the system? If it's in 2010, isn't there a process annually to get those things?
Of course, there's been a matter of a process of having objection to voters.
All right, guys, we will pick up sometime later on this evening. We will take a break now. We need to be refreshed. We got a long night ahead of us. We'll pick up after the break with my assistant and everybody else. This panel will take a break, and we'll come back later on. So let's go to a break, and we'll see you later on. But the coverage continues. Stay with ZIZ TV and radio, and we'll keep you updated all night long. We are here for the long haul.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay a Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to Pay Your Loan or mortgage, or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay-a-Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay-a-Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay-a-Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay-a-Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called PayAppear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using PayAppear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilec, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account.
Thank you for staying with us. You are tuned into ZIZ's live coverage of St. Kitts and Nevis federal elections. My name is Patrice Harris and I am the moderator for this second half of the panel. With me, I have Mr. Azad Gums. Azad is the Assistant General Secretary of the People's Action Movement, and he's also a lawyer. I also have Mr. Noor G. Mills, who is a business consultant and the Managing Director of SEN Consulting. He's also a PhD student. I also have Ms. Mercia Bosu, a blogger, writer, and journalist. We have been looking at the election results as they have been reported to us by the Supervisor of Elections, and I want to begin this panel by allowing the panelists to perhaps provide some comments as to the results that have already been reported.
I think, Patrice, what is significant is the fact that the elections here in St. Kitts and Nevis 2020 has occurred without the influence of outside voters. I think that is something that is significant and interesting. I think from the results that we've seen though, based on comparing them before in 2015, where we saw that a number of persons were able to vote by coming in from overseas, the numbers are relatively the same, which would suggest to me perhaps there are more persons on the ground who would have voted in this election. And when I say on the ground, persons who normally reside in St. Kitts and Nevis.
I think we've also seen a significant growth in response to the comment that you've just made in the size of the constituencies, the number of registered voters that we have. Just before we go any further as it relates to analyzing the results, I just wanted to give a brief recap that for Nevis 10, for the constituency 10 in Nevis, Mr. Eric Evelyn has been declared the winner of that constituency. He was able to capture 710 votes. His opponent, Mr. Bijan Hanley, was able to capture 167 votes. In constituency number 4, we have received results for box 1A, or polling division 1A and polling division 1B, where we've seen Mr. Lindsey Grant capture 119 votes in 1A, and Mr. Steve Rensford capture 61 votes in 1A. Mr. Lindsey Grant was able to capture 108 votes in polling division 1B, and Mr. Steve Rensford was able to capture 49 votes in box 1B, polling division 1B. We've also received results for constituency number 6, where Mr. Kevin Williams was able to capture 71 votes in polling division 1A, while Dr. the Honorable Denzel L. Douglas captured 141 votes. Mr. Kevin Williams captured 38 votes in polling division 1B, while Dr. Denzel L. Douglas captured 128 votes. In polling division 2, Mr. Kevin Williams captured 41 votes, and Dr. Denzel Douglas captured 268 votes. So just that we have some context as to the results that we're discussing. Are there any other comments from the panelists as it relates to what we feel in terms of predictions? Was it what we anticipated?
Well, Master, Ms. Basu, you want to go?
Well, for me, I admire and I like what I'm seeing from Kevin Ninky Williams, coming up against a seasoned and experienced contender in politics, and in my opinion, he is doing well. He is new. This is the first time we are seeing the People's Labour Party on the scene in constituency number 6. Constituency number 6, as we all know, has for a while was basically nominated by, controlled basically by the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, and we are now seeing a young man who was a part of the party coming on the scene and making a significant difference. And I'm looking at what Kevin Ninky Williams is going to do throughout the night.
Patrice, I also think what is significant is the fact that Mr. Williams is representing the People's Labour Party. Traditionally speaking, a candidate that goes up against the Labour Party, the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, comes from the People's Action Movement. I think this is the first time that someone is contesting that seat under the umbrella of the People's Labour Party. And I must say, when I heard the results in A1A, I heard Dr. Denzel Douglas 141 and Kevin Williams 71, and I was actually on edge at that point in time, because we recognize that in constituency number 6, Dr. Denzel Douglas usually leads by a very large margin. We also have to recognize that Mr. Williams was just recently launched no more than, I say, 2 weeks ago. And so I think his progress thus far speaks volumes. And perhaps we can see where it is that maybe in the future that seat might be occupied by someone other than someone from the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
Interestingly, Azad, I'm looking at the results from 2015, and the contender from the People's Action Movement was able to capture 200 votes. We're seeing Mr. Kevin Ninky Williams capturing over 100 votes, close to over 130 votes so far, close to 140, in constituency number 6, and we still have several other polling divisions to receive reports from.
Indeed,
so that is significant indeed.
If you had to calculate, we have 6 others. So it shows that there's a possibility that he might even double what Mr. Connor would have gotten last election.
And while we're speaking about predictions, we also do have Mr. Don Anderson, a pollster from Jamaica, who has been paying close attention to the elections in St. Kitts and Nevis. He was able to make some predictions as it relates to this June 5th elections today, and we're going to allow Mr. Don Anderson to provide some feedback on the results that have already been reported.
Thank you very much. I see some very interesting early trends, and I think the other panelists have alluded to it already. Thank you very much for having me on your program. If you look at number 10, in which Mr. Evelyn has increased the majority of the victory from 2015 from 446 votes to something like 500 and odd. That's an interesting development. When you look at constituency number 4, in which Mr. Grant, after 2 boxes have been counted, has been able to reverse the outcome from 2015 in one of the 2 of them, and seems to be increasing the overall lead. We're saying it's very early days, and therefore we're not going to make any hard and fast prediction yet. But the trends are very interesting. When you look at Mr. Williams in number 6, coming up against the seasoned former Prime Minister in his very first outing as a candidate for the PL, he has actually gotten already, and you alluded to it, he has already gotten 150 votes after 3 boxes have been counted, whereas in the 2015 election, the opponent for Dr. Douglas actually polled just 200. So that what those 3 constituencies are suggesting is that there could be an important swing towards the TU overall. And I think the early indications are suggesting that this is the pattern for the rest of the elections. But let's not go overboard. It's a very early time, but some very interesting signs are being shown.
It appears as if there was quite a discourse as to whether or not Pam should give up the opportunity for another party to run over there, and if indeed it was a good decision. Preliminary research would have shown that over the past few elections from 1984, and I say 1984 because that is when they would have rezoned, because a long time ago, for example, Sandy Point used to be a part of Newt Ground, and then when they rezoned St. Paul's and Dateby, Newt Ground became a constituency and its own. The average victory was about 924 votes as it relates to the Labour Party winning there over the past 8 elections. And we're talking about 34 years of Labour winning and winning and winning. Now, many persons asked if Pam had been giving up an opportunity. And looking at the numbers initially, even without the returning votes and balances this evening, I felt that it was a wise decision. It's a coalition party comprised of Concerned Citizens Movement, People's Labour Party, and People's Action Movement. And it's only befitting for the entire construct to maximize representation across all eight candidates, 8 constituencies. So I'm not certain if before we got the results tonight, what were your opinions? Do you think it was a good decision for the People's Action Movement to allow a PLP candidate to run there?
For me, it was definitely a good decision because Ninki came out of Labour. He's from St. Paul's. He is a son of St. Paul's. And so he is respected there, and he have grown to really come into a politician. And why I say that, because politics really begins in the street, in the ground. And Ninki is one of those kind of homegrown, homeschool kind of persons, and he would have impacted a lot of the persons in the community. He would be able to influence, and for years we've been seeing, low production in terms of the PAM candidates, and I feel that the choice to incorporate PLP in the whole movement there in constituency number 6 was a good choice.
Well, no, being an executive member of the People's Action Movement, of course, there would have been some concern. Many persons were of the opinion that the People's Action Movement would have lost some sort of strength or identity if they were to give up constituency number 6. We recognize that there were constant discussions between the People's Action Movement and, of course, our partners. The decision was made that looking at the branding, looking at how our party has fared over the years with someone in number 6, of course, you know how persons view the People's Action Movement. Not saying that their view is correct, but as indicated by Mr. Williams and the PLP, it was time to try something new. Try something perhaps at that point in time, other than the People's Action Movement brand, and to see whether or not the people from constituency number 6, the persons from constituency number 6, would have gravitated towards that. And from the results, and again, this is an individual who was launched only 2 weeks ago. In fact, before the virtual meetings and the announcement of elections, no one knew who the candidate was for constituency number 6. So based on that, his result, I think it's very promising, especially as you see such a high turnout of voter support for Mr. Williams at this point in time. Again, almost surpassing the previous candidate for the People's Action Movement in the previous election. And there are about how many boxes left to be counted? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes. I think that is significant.
6 being so close to 7, and Dr. Timothy Harris being so strong in 7. PLP right next to each other. Do you think there was some spin-off positivity in that area?
Well, I think one has to look at the location. I think that for the years, past years, and as a person growing up, as a young man, the notion was that the People's Action Movement would have forsaken persons in St. Paul's, which isn't a true statement, but that was a statement that was being fed by many persons in that area, or fed to many persons in that area. So it's all about, to me, branding. Whether or not there's a PLP in number 7, I wouldn't say so, because look at it, we have a PAM candidate in number 5, and and number 5 is close to number 6. So I think for over the years, because even as a young man growing up, you hear certain things about the People's Action Movement, and then there's always the notion of Bradshaw, and there's a strong opposition just for the name of the People's Action Movement in that constituency. And so I think, you feel it now, Noah, because persons who would have experienced the Bradshaw time, they're still there. You understand? A younger generation is coming up who would not have had that kind of connection. And so we can therefore see that breaking away right now.
To pick up on what you said, Azad, in the past we have seen persons from Central Bastia, Sandy Point, being the PAM candidate in constituency number 6.
Yes.
And I feel for some reason constituency number 6 over time felt neglected. They didn't feel that they had enough representation from home. And Kevin Ninky Williams to me was the perfect person to choose for this.
I think for me, I'm actually, this is going to be my first elections in St. Kitts and Nevis since I've attained voting age. And I'm taking it upon myself to actually go through the different constituencies on a regular basis. And in constituency 6, you have seen support from Mr. Williams. I think there was a whistle stop even yesterday evening, and you have seen young people in particular. I was able to have a conversation with a man in Deer Bay, and he was actually from St. Paul, speaking about how historic this will be for Mr. Kevin Williams. And as we have mentioned already, he has been able to capture a significant amount of votes so far, especially in relation to the candidate that would have ran in the previous election for the People's Action Movement. So we've spent a considerable amount of time discussing constituency number 6. Let's look at constituency number 4. We've gotten some results there as well. What does the historical data say to us about that constituency? And what predictions, might be a bit too early to make predictions, but what do we feel comfortable saying about constituency number 4?
Well, I hold constituency number 4 as a constituency very dear to my heart. I am from constituency number 4, and I would have worked with the incumbent on his campaign, and so I want to say constituency number 4 is something that's dear to me.
All right, Azad, we're going to stick a pin right there for you. We do have some results, and we're going to turn now to the Supervisor of Elections for those results.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I have some further results to share. In constituency of St. Christopher 4, in polling station 5A at the Halfway Community Center, where 369 voters were assigned, whose surnames began with A, to those whose surnames began with J. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 155 votes, that's 155. Jason Thomas, the independent candidate, received 2 votes. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 95 votes, that's 95. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 3 rejected ballots for a total of 255 votes cast. At Station 5B, again at the Halfway Community Center, where 384 voters were assigned whose last names began with L, to those whose last names began with Z. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 162 votes, that's 162. Jason Thomas, the independent candidate, received 4 votes. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 98 votes. There were no spoiled ballots. There was 1 rejected ballot. Votes cast, 265. That's 265. We have our first results from constituencies of St. Christopher 7, where the candidates are Dr. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party and Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. At the Tabernacle Community Center, polling station 1, 520 voters were allocated. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 262 votes, that's 262. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 70 votes, that's 70. There was no spoilt ballot, and there was one rejected ballot for a total of 333 votes cast. At the Edgar Morris Primary School, polling division 2, 497 voters were assigned. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 302 votes, that's 302. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 45 votes, that's 45. There were no spoilt ballots. There was one rejected ballot for a total of 348 votes cast. For Constituency of Nevis 11, we have 4 results to share. The candidates there were Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement and Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party. At the Nevis Performing Arts Center, NEPAC, polling station 1, 303 voters were allocated. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 85 votes, that's 85. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 81 votes, that's 81. There were no spoilt ballots, there were no rejected ballots. Total votes cast 166. In polling station 2A at the Jessops Community Center, where 332 voters were assigned whose last names begin with A to those whose last names began with K, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 88, that's 88 votes. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 113 votes, that's 113. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 4 rejected ballots for a total of 205. At the Jessops Community Center, 2B, where 342 voters were assigned whose last names began with L to those whose last names began with Z. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 78 votes, 78. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 120, 120. There were 2 spoiled ballots and 2 rejected ballots for total votes cast of 200. At the Cotton Ground Community Center, where 587 voters were assigned, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 169, that's 169 votes. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 186 votes, that's 186. There were no spoiled ballots, and there were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 357 votes cast. And in the constituency of St. Christopher 5, where the candidates are Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement, at the Sandy Point Preschool polling station 2, 373 voters were assigned. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 71, that's 71 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 166 votes, that's 166. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 239 votes cast. At Station 3A, the Apostolic Faith Church, 279 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with I. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 81 votes. That's 8-1. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 108 votes. That's 108. There were no spoiled ballots. There was one rejected ballot for a total votes cast of 190. 190. In polling station 3B at the Apostolic House of Glory, 296 voters were assigned whose last names began with J to those whose last names began with Z. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 69 votes. That's 6-9. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 120 votes. That's 120. There were no spoiled, no rejected ballots. 189 votes were cast. At polling division station 6, Wesleyan Holiness Church, 261 voters were assigned. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 54 votes. That's 5-4. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 117 votes. That's 117. For total votes cast of 171. That's 171. Over now to Master Control.
Go ahead.
We want to thank the Supervisor of Elections. We received results from Constituency 5. We've also received results from Constituency 7 and Constituency 11. I'm just going to open it up to the panelists if there is any particular constituency that they want to provide comments on for the results that have been reported so far.
Okay, Patrice, before we had the Supervisor of Election updating us on the results, you asked a question about constituency number 4. And if you look at it, there has been a swing of 9% in 1A for the Honorable Lindsay Grant and a swing of 26.7% in 1B for the Honorable Lindsay Grant. And that is when we're talking about the challengers area. In Hertfordshire, the Honorable Lindsay Grant has always been very strong. So I think from looking at the predictions, it is my prediction from looking at the results already that the Honorable Lindsay Grant has gone clear. The only
From two boxes.
From 2 boxes. Why I say this? One has to look at the 2A and the 2B box. Those boxes are located in Old Road, and usually the Honorable Lindsay Grant does not succeed in those boxes. But by the lead that he has by the lead that he has from challengers and Hertfordshire, one could say that Old Road, he should be interested. Old Road is still to be announced, but the lead that he has just based on challengers and Hertfordshire should take him to the end of the finish line, even if Old Road were to come back negative.
That's an interesting perspective, and I know that you would have worked intimately with that campaign, and you probably have your reasons why you have made that declaration so prematurely. I just wanted to know if there's anyone else on the panel who wanted to chime in, whether to confirm or deny, just to add if there are any radical opinions out there, because Azad has declared constituency number 4.
And I totally agree, because when you look at it, Mr. Lindsay Grant has been there. He's been on the ground. You pass Old Road, Hertfordshire, Virtuals, Challengers, and he's always there. I see Azad at times, you know, just liming, and I'm not just speaking about during the campaign period. They have always been in the community interacting with the constituents, and that's where you win. And I would like to agree with Azad that we can call constituency number 4 safe.
Mr. Mills, you're chuckling on the end there.
I would prefer to talk about Nevis.
Okay, you can speak about Nevis, Mr. Mills.
Constituency 4 for a little bit.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you, having done some work and lived over in Nevis a little bit, you would know that at the local level, which they recently had the elections, there are 5 seats, but at the federal level, there are 3. And there is some overlap that leads to very tricky interpretations, especially in the area of Jeffords and Nisbet. From the St. Thomas's, that would have been traditionally and very, very supportive of the ex-premier Parry. A part of that is linked as you go that way in the Cotton Ground and the Jessops. So it's very much expected that in that area of St. Thomas, NRP has had a stronghold, so to speak. Now, as you go further around, or farther around, as the case might be, to the Newcastle, the Bricklin, that's where the war becomes a little bit more fierce. And that is why, at the local level, Jeffers has been able to edge Nisbet out. But what I have done thus far, with the 4 boxes that have been called to date, Jeffers 420 total, Nisbet 500. And those are the 4 boxes. But if we were to look at the same boxes for last year, Jeffords would have been 280. Nisbet would have been 609 with a deficit of 329. So I repeat, the deficit from this year is 80. A differential of 80 votes in favor of Patrice Nisbet from the 4 boxes that would have been called thus far. If we were to compare that to last election in 2015, the deficit would have been 329. So it appears as if the figures are telling us that not only is Alexis Jeffords catching up, but he's doing so by a total of 249 votes thus far over those 4 boxes. I'm not calling anything, I'm just analyzing the data.
And we appreciate that, Mr. Mills. And we also have Mr. Don Anderson, who would have provided some feedback on the results that we've received so far. And we wanted to hear what his take is on the results announced by the Supervisor of Elections. One of our panelists has confidently said that we can call Mr. Lindsey Grant, in Honorable Lindsey Grant, that is in number 4. Mr. Anderson, let's hear your take.
I'm going to make 2 quick comments. I certainly agree with Hazard in terms of number 4. So we may want to say that's a little early because we only have 4 boxes. But most importantly, when we pollsters look at polling data, we look at the trend, because that's really what helps you to shape and form your opinion. So after these 4 boxes, what we're seeing is something which is probably part of a national swing. And I'm making that point because when you look at number 11 as well, and the point that was just made by the previous speaker was that Jeffers is doing much better in number 11 than he normally does. When you look at number 4, when you look at number 6, where Ninky Williams is doing so very well, having accumulated 150 votes as against 200 in the entire constituency last time, previous opponent to Dr. Douglas. I think what we're seeing is a pattern of a national swing towards I'm going to call it team unity. And that to me is suggestive that when we get some information from the other constituencies, we may very well see either a narrowing of the gap in those cases where they lost those seats or an increase in the gap where they won. And I think that's a pattern that has been emerging and is very, very instructive that in these that we've looked at so far, all of the TU candidates have done better than they did last time. That's very indicative and very kind of suggestive of a prediction. I would certainly go along with Hazard's view that we can declare number 4. No question about that.
Do you have any other comments on any of the other constituencies?
I will probably hold my speech so far up to now on the others for the simple reason that already for the year we have done 2 major polls in all the constituencies, and I do have an opinion on them, but I would like to see some data coming first before I can speak authoritatively in terms of it, because elections are won on election day, and pollsters can have data that looks good, I think so far the indications are very important and very instructive for the TU consortium. But I don't want to comment on any other constituency until I see some numbers coming in. Even if I have 2 boxes coming in from some, based on the polling data that I have, I would be able to speak more positively about them.
And at a later time when we do have more results. Azad, I know you wanted to chime in here.
Yes, I thank Mr. Anderson for agreeing with me that 4 has gone clear for the Honorable Lindsay Grant.
Azad?
I look at the Sandy Point results now. And as Mr. Anderson has indicated, there seems to be an increase. We see that in the Sandy Point preschool, there has been a 3.1% swing to the People's Action Movement. The People's Action Movement picked up 6 votes. If you were to compare it to 2015, at the apostolic faith, there has been a 3.2% swing towards PAM. 6 votes increase. Labour has lost 6 votes in that box as well. Looking at the House of Glory, it shows a swing for the People's Action Movement by 7.1%. PAM increased by 10 votes, whereas Labour has lost by 16 votes. And for the Wesleyan, I think the Wesleyan Holiness, I could be correct.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a 3.6% increase for PAM, where PAM has increased by 3 votes. And so overall in that constituency, you see that there has been an increase in the number of votes secured by the People's Action Movement, where there has been a decline in support for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
And I can add to that because I'm from the constituency of number 5, and I have recognized a trend and something that may have influenced these results. Now, in the past, we had the influence of persons from constituency number 6 being on our voters list. And even today, there was that issue, there was that influence. Persons from St. Paul's were still on the voters list in constituency number 5. They never lived in constituency number 5, but yet they showed up to vote today. And of course, they were allowed to vote. And this may have been one of the reasons. I mean, Sean would have, the minister there would have cleaned the list and, you know, get some sanitization done there. But, you know, we still have that factor, and that may have been one of the reasons why, Mr. Rich, you can see the increase for the PAM candidate.
Let me just follow up there, being from Sandy Point as well. A few things, the data show us that Richards would have won these 3 boxes. Might I inform everyone that, of course, the candidate for Labour at that time would have been Dr. Nigel Wilson, and he was replaced by Douglas. It appears as if that the data would suggest that the overall voting population, so to speak, registered population, would have sort of decreased. Because if you were to comment, and perhaps we could do it a little bit later, Sandy Point in terms of 2015 versus 2020, total registered would have only increased by 70. I have done the math here again for the 4 boxes that have been called for Sandy Point, which is 5. We have 615, Sean getting 394 versus 221, a difference of 173. But the difference, of course, would have been 229. So although the margin may have gotten a little bit smaller, the 3 boxes have still maintained the same.
And what I find very interesting, again, that this is an election where it is that it's, and to use the local language, it's the persons on the ground, so to speak. There has not been the influence of the overseas vote, as we like to call it. Of course, there's no category of voters, but it is normally termed the overseas vote. And in this election, we saw persons who normally reside in St. Kitts and Nevis voting in the election, and we see, as a result of that, an increase in the support for the team unity candidates, or whether it be PLP, whether it be PAM, in the various constituencies. Again, that could be a result of the fact maybe by the programs and the policies that the team unity administration would have implemented and which would have directly benefited those living here in St. Kitts and Nevis.
One of the things I wanted to point out, as I've been looking at the data from the constituencies, in constituency number 1 from the 2015 general elections, we saw that there were 5,036 registered voters. In 2020, this time around, we're seeing that there are 6,002 registered voters, which suggests that there has been a variance, not suggests, there has been a variance of 966 registered voters. 966 newly registered voters. We've seen that difference between last election and this elections. In constituency number 2, there were 4,740 registered voters. In 2020, now this time around, we're seeing 5,418, a variance of 678. For constituency number 3, 3,265 registered voters in 2020, a total of 4,078, a variance of 813. And the list goes on, and these are significant numbers. What can we say to the increase at this rate as well for registered voters from election cycle 2015 to 2020?
You know what it indicates to me, Patrice? Because when I see an increase in the number of voters, I think about the persons who are first-time voters. I would imagine that the largest percentage come from first-time voters, persons who maybe are now 18 years who would not have voted in the previous election. And so, as you look at the increase as it goes along the constituencies, I am particularly interested in hearing the results from constituency number 8. Because if we are to look at the number of new voters, constituency number 8 has increased by 1,195, which would suggest to me that we have young persons who are going to influence the vote this year. If we look at the margin of victory for the People's Action Movement candidate, the incumbent, the Honorable Eugene Hamilton, he would have won by 237 in 2015. So he wins in 2015 by 237, but there now is an increase of 1,195 voters. So that result coming from constituency 8 should be very interesting.
I think constituency 8, and the panelists can chime in to assist me with some of these constituencies that might be, I don't want to say difficult to call, but voters have updated their preferences. And so constituency 8 can very well be one of those constituencies. I know one of the constituencies that we are looking for very closely is constituency number 1, constituency number 2 as well. So I don't know if there are any other of the panelists who want to chime in on one, the variance in terms of registered voters from 2015 to 2020, as well as some of these constituencies which might be, for lack of a better term, upsets or battlegrounds.
Yes.
They're not easy to call.
If you are to look at the increase, as you have indicated earlier, Patrice, in constituency number 1, we see an increase of 966 voters.
And that constituency, the candidate who was successful won by 4 votes.
4 votes.
So what can we say of constituency number 1 this time around?
I think it should be a very interesting, I don't want to say playground, battlefield, but it's almost up to anyone at this point in time to capture. The reason being, there has been such an increase in new voter registration that it would now depend on the work of the candidates and the work of the party machinery behind that candidate.
The 2 candidates in constituency number 1, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley, and Honorable Ian Patches Liebert. Is it fair to say that both of these candidates are men of the community, members of Newtown, members of Bird Rock, voters rather of Newtown, of Bird Rock, of Taylors, we'd also have voters in Lozat Road, might find some liking to because of their involvement in the constituency? Well, is it fair to say that?
One of Mr. Leibert's catchphrase is that, you know me, I know you, which would show that community connection.
And Dr. Jeffrey Hanley's I am with you.
Yes, and I know Dr. Jeffrey Hanley as one of the founding members of SKN Youth Parliament, someone who has been very active. And you look at his performance while he was a head teacher at the Brantebridge Primary School. So all of these things put into consideration, because he was also a former director of youth where he will have interacted with a number of young people. And so when we see an increase of 966, and the assumption is that these are young people, and when we look at the data that the incumbent won by 4 votes last election, then it should be a very interesting results. The results should be very interesting, because at this point in time, I think it's perhaps any player's ball field.
Any other panelists want to jump in?
I would like to stray a little bit about community involvement. I would like to ask, what do you think are some of the other attributes that make an electable candidate? Yes, the involvement, being on the ground, the interaction, but do traditional virtues like honesty and integrity, how do we define ethics? We know these days, across many other countries, there are different levels of truthiness, and you have to sometimes round up things that presidents say to the next level of truth. So what would you say are the top 6, if I may say, attributes that make up a suitable candidate for us in St. Kitts and Nevis?
And Mr. Mills, feel free as well to answer some of your own questions, because
actually I have 217 attributes.
Well, you know, feel free to give us 6 of that 217.
Well, for me, I think what is going to play a big factor, or what would have played a big factor today, would have been the qualities of honesty and integrity. And I think that in terms of Ian Patches Liebert, you see this. And there has been some questions in terms of his opponent. And these may be the factors that would edge out, determine who wins, who loses.
I think also too, what one has to look at is the message coming from the various political parties. And being a member, executive member of the People's Action Movement, branch of the Team Unity coalition government, the message from Team Unity was safer, stronger, well, a stronger, safer future. And so looking at the policies, one would look at what the party is saying and what the candidate is saying. And I think that would be the determining factor here. Because as I said before, if you have won a seat by merely 4 votes and it has increased its voter registration by 966, then the outcome, in my view, is heavily determined by the candidate and the message behind the political party.
Okay, that brings us to another question. Political theory suggests that persons oftentimes vote for candidates. Some would vote for the political parties themselves. Some would vote because of an inherited mandate from their grandparents or whatever. Some could even be influenced by friends. What do you think of the dynamic? And by the way, I'm still waiting for you to give. You said the communication, the message. So is the person a good communicator? Yes. Honesty and integrity. We've discussed those 3 of the 6. But how do you think that's weighted here in St. Kitts? Do you think as a populace, the majority of us vote for candidate, vote for party, vote for what our family would have influenced us, or by association, peer pressure?
I think there's a number of different things, Mr. Mills. I think that there are some persons who vote on the character of the candidate, and I think there are some persons who vote on the party in which they support. There are some persons where there are some instances where we have both candidates are good, but you make your decision based on the party. Whereas there are independent voters who go based on which candidate they think is the better candidate. So I think it's a mixture of both. It goes to the candidate and it goes to the political party in which they support.
For me, I have crafted a different model as to how and why people vote. I've looked at the fact that people vote based on interests. There's a personal and individual interest. So for example, you might feel obligated to vote for a particular party or candidate because you have benefited personally. It might be in the form of a scholarship, it might be the fact that you have gotten an opportunity to own a home, or you've gotten an opportunity to purchase a piece of land. It might be for what would have happened to your grandparents under a former administration. That's an individual interest. There's also a community interest. And this comes into play when we look at some of the constituencies that we call strongholds. So we might say this is a Labour stronghold, or this is a Team Unity PAM stronghold. And these persons vote based on what they see being done in their community. They vote based on community empowerment. They vote based on, do I have floodlights on my basketball court? We also see constituents who vote based on a national interest. Their personal interests and their community interests are on the back burner. They vote for the party or the candidate that they feel is the best for the country. These voters, for example, might look at policies. And it's really what we should be doing as voters. We should be paying attention to policies. We should be looking at the quality of the candidates that are presented before us. It should not be, and I'm very much aware that this is the case, but it should not be based on party only. So for me, I've come up with that theory. I've called it the interest model, the personal interest, the community interest, and the national interest. Mr. Mills, how does that align or differ from what you would have outlined earlier?
Actually, I like it. There are other models that look at the politicians themselves. Okay, you describe why you think people vote. There are other models that run across two of them, why politicians run. There's a catch-all model, meaning I'm going to go out there and who votes for me, I'm going to do everything. There's one where they're specifically going after voters, trying to understand the needs, the preferences, desires, to get as many votes as possible. There's some just want it for the office, perhaps to put it on the resume, while others would like to see what they can do for your community. And there's some who believe in policy, making a positive change. If we were to look at, for example, United States as we speak, with the riots and all of the, sad to say, the looting and everything else, out of this, I could very well see certain persons deciding to seek political office because they would like to effect positive change. So perhaps a little bit of research after elections, you and I can sit down and do some survey to find out exactly, instead of issues, and that's another topic we're going to talk about, what were the driving issues for this election? Why persons vote? Is it your interest model? Or is it because of the political reasons why the candidates run and they influence them? So there's a lot of room for learning here.
And if we tie this back into constituency number 1, where we were looking at Dr. Jeffrey Hanley and we're looking at Honorable Ian Patches Liburd, how does a candidate who has not served in a government come up against an elected representative, the incumbent? What are some of the factors that would influence rather an individual's vote?
I think that it will come down to the performance of that elected representative, the way in which he or she has performed within his or her ministry. And I also think it comes down to likability, because there are some persons who might perform average, but their character, their personality is someone that is something that persons gravitate towards. And because you gravitate towards that individual's personality, you are likely to forgive them for an average performance. And then there are some persons, perhaps, where they are workaholics, but maybe their personality might not be one that is likable. So again, I think it's a mixture of both. The performance within the ministry and the likability of the candidate.
Yes, I agree. I realize that many of our young persons in particular, they're looking for relationship. And even though a candidate may have performed well over the 5 years, the term that they would have been serving for, I find a lot of them in, recent interviews, discussions, I would hear them say things like, I don't see my candidate, or I would like to see more of my candidate. I have never spoken to my candidate. These are things that you would hear. And so I think that this would play a big influence.
And Ms. Basu, what I've realized throughout the campaign as well, is that there are some persons, some constituents who might be disgruntled. They're frustrated for whatever reason. And when you approach them, it appears as though they might not vote. Perhaps they might have been traditionally supportive of a particular party, but maybe they might not have felt that their candidate came around now and again for whatever reason. But when that candidate speaks to that individual, it appears as though that individual just wants an opportunity to blow off steam, so to speak. And so, as you said, as you have stated, I think that relationship is important. Having that relationship with your candidate, because there are some persons who just want to know that they have a relationship with the candidate who represents them.
Yeah. But I have a question, because we're not in an average election period. We had an elections under a state of emergency with COVID-19. How does that impact the average relationship that would have been built between a candidate and between a constituent? Well, because I'm aware we could have knocked on doors when we did not have any lockdowns. Well, but how did that impact the relationship, so to speak, or the reconfirmation of this candidate for the constituent?
Well, Ms. Harris, you'd realize that in 2015 we had the last general elections before this one. And so that individual had 5 years.
Yes.
COVID-19 came about just recently. So if you are on the ground meeting with your constituents, then a few months where you cannot meet because of circumstances which are understandable, then the constituents would understand that at this point in time we are in isolation, I cannot meet the candidate. The problem comes when the candidate has not been doing the groundwork from the start. And so coming down to crunch time, there's very much there's great difficulty, so to speak.
Do you believe sometimes there's a bit of an incongruence as to what the camps might be thinking and feeling? They might think that they're on the ground, they might think that they have established these relationships with their constituents, but you still hear constituents who say, I don't see my candidate, he or she has not done anything for my constituency. And that's why I had to ask this question, because I know that the weeks leading up to a general election, they are crucial for relationship building and relationship maintenance. You could have constructed a cruise pier, you could have constructed a ferry terminal, but if it didn't put floodlights on a basketball court, that might impact your vote.
Well, I understand you, Patrice, and well said. I mean, there are some instances where the representative might have visited a particular constituency, well, his constituency, a particular community, a particular village, a particular street, but that individual might not have been home at the time. Because we recognize that there are persons who are going back and forth their community. So the representative may have been there at 9 o'clock and then leaves the community at 10. The constituent now comes home at 10:30 and then says that he or she has not met the representative.
As we've heard a lot from you. And Ms. Basu wanted to chime in with some very strong...
Yes.
No problem at all. Ms. Basu, go ahead.
Well, I think that there were a few candidates who were able to capitalize on this relationship building. There were some who just didn't, tap into that. And I mean, there have been one-on-one consultations throughout in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018 for some candidates. And then there were those candidates, and we all know them, who may not have reached out as much. And so I think that for this election, the pressure would have been put on them because of the whole COVID-19 situation, the lockdowns, the curfews, and so they would have had limited opportunities to meet with their constituents in the short period. And you know, sometimes even in a relationship, it's where your lover said just before they leave that impacts you most. And so, and even in politics, your constituents are your lovers, if you look at it that way. And how you deal with them throughout. You know, sometimes you hear a man get up and just leave his wife after so many years. Why? Because he was sticking with the no attention, abandonment, and that sort of thing. And so today, in today's politics, we have to go deeper. And our society is not that big. Our communities are not that big. Everybody knows everybody. And if I'm going to go down, you know, I'm going to spend a week or two, I'm going to go out of my way to go into my constituencies and meet my constituents. My constituency meet my constituents. I must be able to build a relationship.
I want to build on what she said, Patrice.
Madam Moderator, may I?
Sure, you may.
I realize Mr. Gums has spoken strictly about an incumbent candidate. What does a new candidate need to do to put up an effective challenge? And we were looking at Constituency 1, where Dr. Jeffrey Handley is indeed, what, as a consultant, what would you have advised? Because I think it's important that we remain objective and talk political science. What would you have advised? And it's not only him. It's Kenny Douglas in Sandy Point. It is Natta in 7. What's the advice that you give to a candidate fresh on the scene, challenging not only an incumbent, but an incumbent with 2 or 3 terms? How does he influence voters, or how does she influence voters to give him or her a chance?
I think one of the things that we need to realize is that not because an individual has been doing a job for a significant period of time means that the job has been done well. And newcomers, new candidates in constituency should not be fearful of the fact that a candidate or the incumbent is their opponent. The same values hold true of relationship building. That would be my response. You would have to build relationships because people will vote for you if they can see the vision within you, if they can see that you can be a good representative for their constituency.
A lot of it is economic, and I'm still on the same point, where the incumbent is privy to the accounts at the Treasury, to Social Security, to National Bank, to financial plans and provisioning, whereas many persons feel that newcomers speculate. We will build this, and we will build that, and we will increase by 10% and 15%, with absolutely no grasp of the financial feasibility of the offerings. How do you measure credibility when I come out as a new candidate making promises when I have no data, no empirical data to say, yes, it can be done, and it can be done in my 5-year term?
I think that as a new candidate, coming up against an incumbent, I think one has to be grounded firmly in that constituency. They must have proven themselves to be someone of the community and the constituency. They will have had to do their groundwork. And also I think it plays a lot on likability again. I think that as a new candidate, if you're going up against an incumbent, if it is that you're going up against an incumbent who has performed very well, then you must have a personality that could persuade an individual to give you a chance. I think it's like going up against someone who has won over and over, you have to win them based on your personality and perhaps even your very own performance in whatever field you were in.
Yes. But if we were to look at what Mr. Mills would have mentioned, how does that work for a candidate in what we might consider to be a stronghold constituency?
That is when the party politics comes into play.
Yes, and you have to come with a platform. And I feel that as long as the new candidates on the scene come with something new, something different, something realistic, because you cannot bring all sort of fantasies and give to people. You have to bring something real to the table, real to the plate.
But how do we determine what's realistic and what's a fantasy? Because I might realistically be able to get this done. Someone might say being paid a double salary for 5 years as a campaign strategy is not realistic, but it was done. So how do we determine what's realistic and what's a fantasy?
And to follow up on what you're saying, how do we dissociate ourselves as a fresh candidate from an entity or party who would have made some promises that were not realized? So now you're being accused of aligning yourself with an entity that does not make realistic promises.
I think the onus is on the candidate to, as Ms. Basso was saying, develop a platform, but also one must also establish his or herself as someone the constituency can relate to. For example, what I'm trying to say, you are supported by a political party, but within the constituency, persons must know what you stand for. Persons must know who you are. And so even with the support of your political party, persons can say, well, Sheila is an individual who does this. Sheila is an individual who does that. We can depend on Sheila. And so Sheila stands on her own merit as well as the back of her political party.
I like that. Sheila, let's go ahead with Sheila, stands on her own merit. Is there any room in our political environs for independent candidates? And we have one this time around.
With the backing of her political party.
I understand. I'm asking a different question.
Okay, no problem.
Is there any room, you think, for an independent candidate in our political environment to ever be successful without that backing?
That is...
Are we entrenched so deeply in party politics that an individual who can differentiate him or herself and sufficiently provide realistic promises, as Ms. Harris said, and has all of the other things, relationships and canvases for the entire 5 years, why is it we have not seen any success?
Well, I think it's very difficult for an individual to be successful as an independent candidate. One will have to look at the population size of St. Kitts and Nevis. We're rather small when it comes to the population. And also party politics plays a very important role when it comes to party loyalty. There are some persons who are going to support a candidate just because that candidate supports or belongs to a particular party, the party in which they belong to. And so if you have a constituency where the total is 3,000 voters, and a party normally gets 1,000, 1,000 each, then you're not only, as an independent candidate, you're not only going up against the individual, you're going up against a party machinery where the party machinery has its own supporters. And those supporters aren't easily swayed once the candidate that represents their party is doing an average, okay, or even good job.
Well, for me, it's even beyond supporters, because you must understand that a party machinery finances campaigns. And while I do understand that it will be difficult, because in St. Kitts and Nevis, from what I am observing, we do vote based on parties. We do that. We have a very I don't want to say barbaric, but we have a culture in St. Kitts and Nevis is very divisive of party versus party. And that lends itself to a lot of difficulties if we were to see any independent candidates arising and being successful. But I will say this, I don't think it's impossible. I've seen a lot of things happen in my very short space of time, as 27 years old, that could have been impossible, but has been possible. Yeah. And one of that might very well be a Team Unity coalition as well.
Okay.
So we have Mr. Don Anderson from Jamaica, the Jamaican pollster, who is going to provide us with some feedback perhaps on the result, or maybe he just wants to chime in on the conversation that we've been having. Mr. Anderson?
There's so much that I wanted to comment on, but the conversation has gone ahead of me, quite frankly. But I want to repeat something. Somebody just sent me a question, WhatsApp. Does this mean a TU wipe out? And I said, no, that's too early to make any kind of comment like that. But I make the point that I made earlier that the indications are that there is a substantial, and we talk about maybe somewhere in the region of a 9% swing towards the Team Unity coalition, which could in fact make for upset victories in one or two of the constituencies that normally go to Labour. But I think we need to see some more of the results before I can really say so. And I'm going on the basis also of the fact that we just completed a poll in St. Kitts within the last week. And we did one in February as well. So we're going on the basis of a lot of empirical data that we have. So I'm very anxious to see the results coming out, because once I see a couple polling divisions and what the numbers are looking like, I can virtually, say how the results are going to go, the election is going to go, if I had more. But I'm not seeing some in a number of constituencies. I'm not quite sure why. I know there's a lot of diligence, a lot of very important dots and such to be gone through in order to arrive at a final decision. What impresses me, quite frankly, is the fact that there's so very few spoiled ballots. And a number of the constituencies and polling divisions so far, there are a number of cases where there are just zero spoiled ballots and zero rejection, which is fantastic, and I think that's highly commendable. But a point was made earlier, I think, by Hazard about the new voters. The total number of new voters on the roll 2015 compared to now is almost 6,000, which is significant. So one question that one would need to ask would be, and that really would help you to determine how the election could go from here. Both parties, of course, would have gone out to register new voters, and therefore one of the key things that one would need to bear in mind if we could have established this is which of the parties was able to register more of the voters than the other. But the point that Hazard made about young people coming on, there's no definitive way in which we can really assess it until after the election. But it does seem that the older person, and if I use Jamaica as an example, the older voters tend to go to vote regardless. The younger voters are the ones that tend to flip-flop a little bit. And I do want to agree with Hazard that perhaps the focus has been on new voters coming into the picture in this particular election. And if that is the case, I think that they could very well be swinging towards Team Unity based on data that I have, which I'm obviously not privy to release right here, but based on data that I have, because when we poll, we look at the age composition of the persons who are saying they're going to vote for a particular party and so on. And the indications are that a lot of the young people are in fact gravitating towards Team Unity. So that's a very important thing to bear in mind in looking down the road. And obviously, my important remit tonight is to look at how the eventual, and I'm sure it is for everybody, how the eventual results are going to go in the 11 constituencies. I'm seeing a trend building, which is very, very, very instructive. I would love to see maybe 2 more constituencies. I'd love to see 1, and I'd love to see 3. And if I can see a pattern building in those, I could tell you within a short space of time how the election is going to pan out. I'd love to see some more of the data. But it's interesting that I'm agreeing with that. I quite like the points that you were making.
For your feedback. I think that your wish, your command is going to be responded to very, very shortly because we do have some more results that are coming in.
I love that.
So we'll now turn over to the Supervisor of Elections and he will provide us with the latest updates on the results.
Good morning. We have some further results to share with the viewing and listening audience. In the constituency of St. Christopher 5, Station 1B at the new Sandy Point Recreation Ground, where 378 voters were assigned whose last names began with H to those whose last names began with Q. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 87 votes, 8-7. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 170 votes, that's 170. No spoilt ballots, 3 rejected ballots for a total of 260 votes cast. At Station 4, the Emmanuel Methodist Schoolroom, where 357 voters were assigned, Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 59 votes, that's 5-9. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 167 votes. There were no spoilt and no rejected ballots for a total of 266 votes cast. In Constituency 6, we have 3 results to share. At the St. Paul's Primary School, Station 3A, where 348 voters were assigned, whose last names began with A, to those whose last names began with F. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 213 votes. That's 213. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2. No spoilt, no rejects. 245 votes cast. At Station 3B, again at the St. Paul's Primary School, where 300 voters were assigned, whose last names began with G, to those whose last names began with W, Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 169 votes. That's 169. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 29, 2-9. There were no spoilt and no rejected ballots. 198 votes were cast. Station 4, the Diet Bay Primary School, where 389 voters were assigned. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 152 votes. That's 152. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 67 votes. There were no spoiled, no rejected ballots. 219 persons cast their vote. In constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling division 4A at the Gospel Hall in Middle Island, 298 voters were assigned whose last name began with H to those whose last name began with H. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 112 votes. That's 112. Independent candidate Jason Thomas received 1 vote. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 89 votes. There was 1 spoilt ballot and 1 rejected ballot. 203 votes, 203 were cast. And at the Gospel Hall Middle Island 4B, where 290 persons were assigned whose last names began with I to those whose last names began with Z. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 94 votes, 94 votes. Independent candidate Jason Thomas received 1 vote. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, and there was 1 rejected ballot for 180 votes cast. And we have 2 results from Constituency 7, where the candidates are Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party and Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. In Station 3 at Estridge Primary School, where 342 voters were assigned, Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 136 votes. That's 136. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 80 votes. That's 80. There were no spoilt and 2 rejected ballots for a total of 218 votes cast. At the Covenant Outreach Church, Station 4, where 377 voters were assigned, Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 208 votes. That's 208. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 74 votes. That's 74. There were no spoilt ballots and there were no rejected ballots for a total votes cast of 282 votes. And now it's back over to Master Control.
Recently received results for Constituency 7 as well as Constituency 4. We have not actually had much of a conversation about Constituency 7. So I'm going to ask the panelists to provide some feedback as to the results that we've seen come out of Constituency 7. And it sort of lends to the conversation that we were having earlier about a new candidate entering into the arena, coming up against an incumbent, and this incumbent happens to be the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis.
I think as relates to constituency number 7, we recognize that the Labour Party candidate is coming up against the current representative, the incumbent, but not only the incumbent, but the Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis. And I must say that it would be of great difficulty recognizing the history that the representative has. The representative would have entered, I think, politics in 1993, and since 1993 has been successful. Even after leaving the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party in 2015, for the 2015 general elections, we saw that the incumbent was still able to capture majority of the votes, even leaving the party in which he supported previously. So I think Mr. Nelson would have been up against a very, very, very difficult candidate to beat. And I cannot say that the results from number 7 surprised me in the least.
But it's interesting, Azar, that you were hasty to call constituency number 4 for a particular candidate, but we haven't seen that call, more or less, or declaration for constituency 6 or 7. So what can you say to that?
Well, I think that from the results that we've had, it is clear that in constituency number 6, that would go to the Honorable, well, that would go to Dr. Denzel Douglas. And in constituency number 7, it will go to the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris, the incumbent, and also the leader of the Team Unity Coalition government.
And we've also spoken about the performance of Mr. Kevin Williams, but we have not somewhat spoken about the performance of Mr. Leon Natter Nelson. Is it that it is, Mr. Mills, you're nodding, so you have an input?
Data. I'm very empirical. And let me just report here that last election, he's no longer Prime Minister until things happen, but Dr. Harris would have won all of the polling divisions over there, a clean sweep, including the early voters. So 10 entities or 10 spaces, he won all. In the 2015, albeit a different candidate, Mr. Gilbert would have challenged him then, the 4 boxes that have been called thus far, I repeat, the 4 boxes that have been called thus far, Dr. Harris would have garnered 810 votes compared to Mr. Gilbert, Dr. Gilbert, 379 for a margin of 431. I repeat, a margin of 431. If we were to look at the valid votes, however, for this time around, the same 4 boxes being called, Dr. Harris has gleaned 908, whereas Natter Nelson has only gleaned 269, a difference of 639. So where he would have won those 4 boxes by 431, he has actually increased that to a margin of 639.
Looking at constituency number 7 yet again, and just going at box 3, we see that the Labour Party is down 20 votes, the PLP up 2 votes, and a swing to PLP of a percentage of 6.3. In box 4, we see that the Labour Party is down by 15 votes, and the PLP up by 33 votes, a swing to the PLP of 7.5%. So we have seen where there has been a swing or increase in the PLP from those 2 boxes, boxes 3 and 4. And for the election, we have seen generally an increase in support for the current party, ruling party. Well, when I say the coalition party being the Team Unity, I think if we were to put all the boxes together, it is clear that there has been an increased support for the incumbent party, coalition, whatever you call it.
The pollster, our co-host, would have mentioned that his data, be it February or a week and a half ago, seemed to be telling a story where the unity construct, comprised of course of the Concerned Citizens Movement, the People's Action Movement, and PLP, it appears as if there seems to be a pendulum, a swing in terms of greater support by the percentages. So only the rest of the data will prove that true.
I look forward to looking at the results in Nevis 9, because from the ground, of course, I'm from St. Kitts, although well, from the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, but I reside in St. Kitts. I know the politics in St. Kitts. But there were some persons who were of the opinion that not having the overseas vote in Nevis might have influenced the vote in Nevis 9. So I look forward to Nevis 9 to see if that opinion, which I heard from various persons who live in Nevis, is indeed correct.
All right, Azad, and we are going to turn it over to our co-host my co-host rather, in Jamaica, Mr. Don Anderson, who has been conducting polls in St. Kitts and Nevis for quite some time. Anderson, what input would you like to make to this conversation at the moment?
I'm looking at the end of the line, quite frankly. I don't see any results so far from some very important constituencies such as 1 and 2 and 3. But I'm going to say that I've declared 5 pretty obvious seats already. And those are in 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10, which has already been officially declared. And therefore, of the 5 which I'm declaring at this point in time, TU has 4 of that 5. So we can see the pattern. And in a couple of the others, we can see, again, as Hazard has been saying, and I think the point has been generally made, that Team Unity seems to have picked up a very important and significant swing. I'm calculating at this point in time that it could be as much as 8 percentage points, which is really substantial. And therefore, we await 1 and 3 in particular to see how those are going to pan out. 1, of course, we all recognize is too close to call. It was so in the last election in 2015, and based on all the data that we have had over the years since 2015, and we have done a substantial number of polls in all the constituencies since then, including 2 already, as we mentioned, in 2020. It is too close to call. So I'd like to see, I'm really anxious to see some data in 1, because if it is following the same pattern, then even if I've looked at 3 boxes in 1, regardless of where they come from, I would be able to say precisely how the election is going to go once I see what is happening in 1 and 3. So I'm really kind of sitting on tenterhooks, hoping that when the commissioner comes on back to talk about some results, that they get some from number 1. But to make the point again, there are 5 seats that you can say comfortably have already been declared unofficially. And that's in 4, in 5, in 6, in 7, and in 10. And of that 5, 4 are TU's seats. So we can see where the pattern is shaping up. So again, in terms of the national swing, which we seem to be seeing, it would be highly unusual in that national pattern for a change in that pattern to take place in the other 6 constituencies that we haven't yet been able to draw any conclusions on. So 1 and 3, hopefully when the commissioner comes back on, we can have some data on that. But let me ask a question though, again in the context of our Jamaican experience, and forgive me if I mentioned that, but we have over 1 million people on the voters roll, and in the last election we had close to 1 million people turning out to vote, which was lower than we expected. Actually, only 40% turned out, which is really a very low percentage. Now, there is a maxim that pollsters tend to go by, and it tends to be pretty true generally, that a high voter turnout really favors the opposition, because people tend to come out to vote, turn out an elected and incumbent government. It is difficult to make that point in the St. Kitts situation, because as the point has been made before, the voter turnout generally has been pretty high, and therefore averaging probably about 72%. And therefore, it's difficult to make that kind of point in the St. Kitts environment, because you have such a traditionally high voter turnout anyway. So I wouldn't really want to go there, but I think based on the numbers that are showing up so far, against the background of an increase of some 6,000 persons on this register, it would appear that the new voters are definitely going towards Team Unity, which augurs well for them. That to me is a very important point to make going down the road.
Very much, Mr. Anderson. We greatly appreciate the input and the empirical data that you have provided us with. I know we've had a conversation before about constituency number 1, but we have not had much of a conversation about constituency number 2, of which Mr. Anderson has stated will be one of the constituency number 2 and 3 in particular will be 2 of the deciding factors as it relates to the outcome of the elections. Let's look at constituency number 2. But we have, yes, Azad.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment on something Mr. Anderson would have stated. He has said that the TU has already, secured 4 seats and the Labour Party 1. We recognize that there are 11 constituencies, and for TU to be successful, or for the Labour Party to be successful, they must secure the majority of the seats. A majority of the seats coming from a pool of 11 is 6. So it would mean that the TU has to now secure 2 more seats, whereas the Labour Party and NRP would have to secure 5 more seats.
Thank you very much, Azad. And I wanted us to have a conversation about constituency number 2. Because in the last election, the 2015 election, we would have seen that the difference between votes would have been 98 votes. So the Honorable Marcella Liebert would have been victorious over Ambassador Jonelle Powell by 98 votes. What can we say of constituency number 2 as it relates to the elections? What have they done historically? What prediction can we make? Not a prediction, but any comment we'd like to make about constituency number 2?
Well, constituency number 2, in the past, I'm going as far back as our first Prime Minister. He would have won that seat in 1980, 1989, 1993, and so that would have been 3 times for the People's Action Movement. I'm going from memory, I could be incorrect. And then we had the Labour Party being successful in 1995, 2000, 2004, 2010, and 2015. So for the past, let's say, 3 elections, it has gone to the Labour Party. Again, the Honorable Marcella Liebert would have won that seat by 98 votes the last time. Looking at the voter increase, you look at it at 678. And again, because the number of new voters outweigh the number that she would have won by in the last election, again, it seemed to be anyone's ball game. And again, as Mr. Anderson would have indicated, perhaps whether it might boil down to when you look at how many persons did this party register, how many persons did this individual register, and is there any party loyalty among the 678?
Did you want to chime in on that, Ms. Basu?
Yes. For me, what I think, and I would speak more on a social level. For me, I see that the social issues have been addressed in that community, in that constituency, and issues such as housing. We see Jonelle Powell addressing this matter, and this is a significant matter. And if you have to go through Irish Town and McKnight, you would recognize that there is a real housing issue, and there needs to be a solution. And Jonelle would have presented a platform that would address some of these issues. There's also the issue of the peace initiative. And this peace initiative, we can see, would have curbed the crime problem that we would have seen growing, the drug culture, the gang culture in the McKnight area, in Irish Town area, and Jonelle was able to address these matters. And because of this, I think that it is possible that he might very well edge out Minister Liebert.
I know Mr. Mills has stated that he is a scientist. He looks at the empirical data.
Yeah.
What's the data telling us, Mr. Mills?
Well, actually, I am going to soften Ms. Basu's comment, because I don't wish for anyone to think that we are branding Newtown McKnight in any way, saying that it's a gang culture related or crime or drug our countries across the Caribbean would prove that irrespective of the location, it seems to be at times a widespread across many communities. So we're not singling them out at all. What I would like to chime in on is the importance of women in politics. Of course, earlier we would have had someone make mention of Constance Mitchum with all of her accolades and everything else. Then we would have had Jacinth Henry Martin winning a term in Sandy Point. You would have spoken, of course, about Marcella Liebert, who is challenging Janelle Powell. And of course, we have Akila Bayo Nisbet. And although the name escapes me, I know you're going to tell me what it is. Allow me to send congratulations to the young lady who would have won in Nevis.
Stapleton Simmons.
Yes, at the local level.
Party.
So, and allow me again to add a sense of levity to the conversation here. As I did my research, I realized Honorable back then Constance Mitchum, Jacinth Henry Martin, Marcella Liebert, and Akila, all of them have short haircuts. So I'm wondering if that's one of the attributes that women need to have to participate in politics.
Maybe it's just more manageable.
Okay, then I understand. I think I've heard a lot of cleansing would have been done across all of the constituencies, and some mention was made of, I can't remember the exact number of voters being relocated based on the principle that an individual should register where he or she lives, and it would have been stated that in 1, 2, and 3, it appears as if that the numbers were skewed. What I can tell you as it relates to empirical figures like you asked, I would have done some analyses as to the increase over the few election periods as to growth in the number of registered personnel in each of the constituencies. And what was very, very unique is whereas the average, and I'm looking for the page right here, whereas the average increase was above 25 across all 8, and also above 25 for 7, with the exception of the constituency number 6. When you look at the growth of registered voters, it was hovering around 15+%. So one begs the question, if the census is suggesting that we are receiving gradual growth, and of course we have migration within, persons are moving from Bastia going elsewhere for housing, it seems a little bit peculiar that where the averages would have shown 25% plus. In constituency 6, the growth rate was kept rather dormant at 15. So the question that one has to ask, where were those persons going? Or if indeed no one was being born during those times and tipping the scale to make 18, that would have been one fantastic, birth rate control method that was executed over there. So we've also heard about the regularization of voters coming in from Dominican Republic, for example, and ensuring that the lists was sanitized to have them register where they should be voting. So having lost by 90+ last year, I think it's going to be a rather intense battle for 2.
All right, Mr. Mills, I want to thank you for that contribution, and I'm always intrigued by the data that you provide us with. I'm told that we do have some results from the Supervisor of Elections, so we're going to turn over to the results.
Good morning once again, listeners and viewers. We have our first result from constituency of St. Christopher 1, where the candidates are Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Ian Patches-Liburd of the People's Action Movement. For polling station 1 at the Parish Centre on East Independence Square Street, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 126 votes. That's 126. Ian Patches-Liburd of the People's Action Movement received 147 votes. That's 147. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 7 rejected ballots, and 280 votes were cast. For constituency 5, polling division 1C, recreation ground in Sandy Point, where 401 voters were assigned whose last names began with R to those whose last names began with Z. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 86 votes. That's 8-6. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 183 votes. That's 183. There were no spoilt ballots and there were no rejected ballots. I'm sorry, there were 2 rejected ballots. 2 rejected ballots. 271 votes were cast. In constituency of St. Christopher 2, we have our first 2 results. The candidates are Marcella Liburd of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement. In polling station 1A at the Anglican Church Hall, where 307 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with I. Marcella Liburd of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes. That's 9-2. Jonelle Powell received 85 votes. That's 8-5. There were no rejected ballots and no spoilt ballots. And the total number of votes cast was 177. And in station 1B, again at the Anglican Church Hall, where 333 voters were assigned whose last names began with J to those whose last names began with Y. Marcella Liburd of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 91 votes. That's 9-1. Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 96 votes. That's 9-6. There were no spoilt and no rejected ballots. Total votes cast was 187. We go now to constituency 4, where we have 2 other results to share. Constituency 4, polling division 2A, Methodist Schoolroom, Old Road, where 391 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with J. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 130 votes, 130. Independent candidate Jason Thomas received no vote, and Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes. That's 123 votes. There were no spoilt ballots, but there were 2 rejected ballots. 265 votes were cast. Station 2B, Methodist Old Road Church. 328 persons were assigned whose last names began with K to those whose last names began with W. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 127 votes, 127. Independent candidate Jason Thomas received no vote. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 96 votes. 2 rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots, 225 votes were cast. We go now to the constituency of Nevis 11. At the VOJN Center, VOJN School, Station 4A, where 347 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with K. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 111 votes, that's 111. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 44 votes, that's 4-4. There were no spoiled ballots and 2 rejected ballots for 157 votes cast. 4B, VOJN School, 383 persons assigned whose last names began with L to those whose last names began with W. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 114 votes, that's 114. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 65 votes, that's 6-5. There were 2 spoiled ballots, no rejected ballots, 179 votes cast. At Station 5 Trinity Methodist Church, where 453 voters were assigned, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 106 votes, 106. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 101 votes, that's 101. There were no spoiled ballots, there were 2 rejected ballots. Total votes cast, 209. We have several results for you for Nevis 9, constituency of Nevis 9, where the candidates were Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement and Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party. At the Church of God of Prophecy in Cox, where 466 voters were assigned, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 105 votes, 105. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 98 votes. There were no spoiled ballots and there were 4 rejected ballots. Total votes cast, 207. At the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, Station 2A, where 338 voters were assigned, pardon me, whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with K. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 79 votes, that's 79 votes. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 56 votes, that's 5-6 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, there were 3 rejected ballots. Total votes cast, 138. Station 2B, St. John's Primary School Annex, where 327 voters were assigned whose last name began with L to those whose last names began with W. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 85 votes, that's 85 votes. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 51, that's 5-1 votes. There were no spoiled, but there were 2 rejected ballots for 138 votes cast. Station 3A, at the Ivor Walters Primary School, where 391 voters were assigned, whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with D. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 132 votes, 132. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 70 votes, 70. No spoiled, no rejected ballots. 202 votes cast. At Station 3B, also at the Ivor Walters Primary School, 321 voters assigned, whose last names began with E, to those whose last names began with L. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 96 votes, 9-6, whereas Kelvin Daly, Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 50 votes, 5-0. There were no spoiled, no rejected ballots for 146 votes cast. At the Methodist Conference Center 6A, where 378 voters were assigned whose last names began with A, to those whose last names began with L, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 66 votes, that's 6-6, whereas Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes, that's 7-9. There were no spoiled ballots and one rejected ballot for 146 votes cast. At the Methodist Conference Center 6B, where 344 persons were assigned whose last names began with M to those whose last names began with Z, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 62 votes, that's 6-2. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 89 votes. There were no spoiled, no rejected ballots, 151 votes were cast. At the courthouse in Charlestown, where 139 persons were assigned, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 27, that's 27 votes, and Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 24 votes. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 53 cast. For Constituency of St. Christopher's 7, we have one result, additional result. Station 6, the Molineux Health Center, where 445 voters were assigned. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 220 votes. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 73 votes. There were no spoiled and no rejected ballots for a total of 293 votes cast. Over to Master Control.
Cable, water services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank. Always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay-a-Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilec, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here.
Thank you for staying with us. My name is Patrice Harris, and I'm the moderator for this ZIZ Broadcasting Corporation's live coverage of the St. Kitts and Nevis 2020 elections results. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Noah Mills, who's going to give us some brief comments about the results we have received coming out of Nevis. Then we're going to turn over to Mr. Don Anderson, pollster in Jamaica. Mr. Mills?
Thank you very much, Ms. Harris. And again, I would have given you guys a cross-sectional view of 11, Constituency 11. And I would have told you normally if the NRP candidate comes out of that area, the St. Thomas's area, with a very, very big lead, that individual would be in good standing. There have been 6 boxes called in today, 2467, forgive me, and it appears as if what is happening, the good gentleman from NRP is actually decreasing his margin, or it is being eroded by Alexis. I would have done some summations here for 2467, and in 2015, the data tell us that Jeffers would have received 677, I repeat, 677 in 2015 after those 7 boxes, vis-a-vis 930 from Nisbet, difference of 253. And when we look at what's happening this time around, although the voting totals are a little bit lower, what's important would be the variance or the difference. He would have garnered 751 compared to 710, which means that he's ahead by 41. So after being behind by about 259 in the last election, the data reported thus far shows us that there's a swing and he's ahead. It's a little tricky still to call for the Dr. Daly and Mark Brantley, because again, if you know the geography of Nevis as it relates to politics, the Charlestown area over the years, over the past elections, have been predominantly NRP. So if he comes out with a not too much of a large gap between him and the NRP, he might still stand a chance. I might venture to say that Alexis is very, very close to bringing it home, but we will have to wait and get a few more boxes for the Honorable Mark Brantley before we can make a call.
I appreciate your cautious language, Mr. Mills. And while we're on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Don Anderson, the pollster from Jamaica, who has been providing feedback on the results and who has also given some predictions for St. Kitts and Nevis's federal elections. Mr.
Thank you very much again, Patrice. Now, I'm going to go on the side of caution, very much like Noah did a while ago, because I can tell you that based on what we have done so far in terms of actual polling, number 11 is beginning to surprise me a bit. It wasn't one of those I was looking at as a possible swing enough to give Team Unity the victory. But again, after looking at something like what, 6, 7 of the boxes, it does look to be a very interesting fight with a lead of 41, which of course has erased the deficit coming from the last election of some 91 votes. So I don't have sufficient local knowledge to say where the other boxes are going to come in from. But what is important to note, and I keep hammering on this swing, that there is such a definite swing towards the Team Unity candidates that it would not surprise me if this particular pattern, which is set in over 7 different divisions, holds through to the end. It may be very close, but again, I'm not going to say right now because there's still a few boxes to come in. But the pattern is very consistent with the overall situation, which really is reflective of a very strong swing towards the TU coalition government. The one in number 9 is actually very interesting because Mark Brantley seems to be under a little pressure here. And again, local knowledge would better advise me where the rest of the boxes are coming in. But this is very interesting, and therefore I don't think one can say much more at this time about either 11 or 9. But it would surprise me, given the national swing, if there was a turn to the situation where Brantley could lose. I would be very surprised based on the overall national swing. There would have to be a definite dissonance there. And I'm not seeing it, but I think we need to wait a little bit more before we can say how 9 in particular will go. But 11 is very interesting. It's very, very interesting how that is shaping up. Because that's a definite swing from a deficit of 91 to a lead of 41 now, with only, a couple of divisions still to come in. Very interesting data.
Mr. Anderson, and for those of our viewers and listeners who may have joined late, we've already had one declared winner from Nevis Constituency 10, that is Mr. Eric Evelyn. We have received results from Constituency 1, just one polling division there. We've received results from Constituency 2, nothing from Constituency 3 as yet. We've received results from Constituency 4 with the pollster, Mr. Anderson, declaring unofficially Mr. Lindsey Grant as the winner of that constituency. We've seen results from Constituency 5 with Mr. Anderson declaring Mr. Sean Richards as the winner of that constituency as well. Results from Constituency 6, where Dr. Denzel Douglas has unofficially been declared as the winner of that constituency as well as constituency number 7. Mr. Anderson has declared constituency number 7 for Dr. Timothy Harris. We haven't seen anything from constituency 8 either. That's also another interesting constituency. Nothing from 8 or 3. We've gotten results from constituency 9. According to Mr. Anderson, he's still waiting, too close for him. And we've gotten results from constituency 11. Noah is very cautious with constituency 11. He doesn't want to make any declarations. I'm mindful that Azad has some input that he would like to contribute.
Yes, I just want to say, looking at constituency number 4, 2A and 2B, traditionally speaking, it has been a box that usually goes to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. It's a box that the Honorable Lindsey Grant has never won in before. And tonight we have seen history where he has won 2A, 2B, and he has won thus far every box thus far, again making history here in St. Kitts and Nevis. We look at constituency number 2, where we have the Honorable Marcelo Leibel leading by 2 votes. But what is significant that it's in box 1A, we have Labour down by 30 votes, while PAM is down by 13 votes. Which gives a swing to PAM of 3.7%. In box 1B, we see Labour down by 21 votes and Pam down by 9 votes, a swing to Pam of 2.97%. So we've seen where in these two boxes, the Pam candidate and Labour Party candidate is actually down if you are going to, by votes, if you're going to compare them to 2017, but a swing to Pam has increased.
But it's still very, very early.
Still very early.
Very, very early in the game, and anything can happen, and we have seen that in elections so far. We are going to pause for a commercial break, and we'll continue to bring you, as we continue to bring you live coverage of the St. Kitts and Nevis federal elections 2020.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay Appear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay-a-Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay-a-Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilec, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here.
Well, good morning. Welcome back to Decision 2020, ElectionSKN, here on ZIZ as we cover the election results of 2020. I'm Tony Nias. Good morning to you again. All right, let us recap so far the results we have had so far from the Supervisor. And we're going to go from Constituency 1 all the way through, in case you missed any of it. Constituency 1, Polling Division 1, that's the parish center. The St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, Jeffrey Hanley, sorry. Not there yet. 126. Ian Patches Liburd for the People's Action Movement, 147. And that's the only count for Constituency 1. For Constituency number 2, Marcella Liburd for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, 92, that's in 1A, box 1A, 92. To Jonel Powell of the People's Action Movement, 85. In 1B, Marcella Liburd, 91. Jonel Powell, 96. And those are the only two results for constituency number 2. We have no results for constituency number 3. So we go to constituency number 4, where Lindsey Grant is coming up against Ransford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. In 1A, Steve Ransford, 61. Lindsey Grant, 119, 119. In 1B, Steve Ransford is at 49. Lindsey Grant, 108. And Jason Thomas is the independent, has 1 vote. In 2A, Steve Ransford, 123. Lindsey Grant, 130, 130. In 2B, Steve Ransford, 96. Lindsey Grant, 127. In 4A, Steve Rensford, 89. Lindsey Grant, 112. 112. 4B, Steve Rensford, 84. Lindsey Grant, 94. In 5A, Steve Rensford is 95. Lindsey Grant, 155. In 5B, Steve Rensford, 98. Lindsey Grant, 162. Gives us a total to date. Rensford is at 695. Lindsey Grant at 1,007. Steve, we still have 2 open boxes for number 4. Number 5, in 1B, Labour Party's Kenny Douglas is at 87, Sean Richards at 170. In 1C, Kenny Douglas is at 86, Sean Richards at 183. Polling Division 2, Steve Rensford, 71. Sean Richards, 166.
Kenny Douglas.
Kenny Douglas at 71.
Kenny Douglas at 71. Sean Richards at 166, correct. Then we have 3A, where Kenny Douglas is at 81. Sean Richards at 108. In 3B, Kenny Douglas at 69. Sean Richards, 120. Polling Division 4, Kenny Douglas at 59, Sean Richards, 167. In Polling Division 6, Kenny Douglas is at 54, Sean Richards, 117. Total to date, Kenny Douglas is at 507, Sean Richards, 1,031. Let's go to Constituency 6, 1A. Denzel Douglas, the Labour Party, 141. Kevin Williams, the People's Labour Party, at 71. 1B, Denzel Douglas at 128. Kevin Williams at 138. I'm sorry, at 38. In Polling Division 2, Denzel Douglas at 268, Kevin Williams at 41. In 3A, Denzel Douglas at 213, 213, Kevin Williams at 32. In 3B, Denzel Douglas at 169, Kevin Williams at 29. In Division 4, Denzel Douglas at 152, Kevin Williams at 67. The totals for to date for Constituency 6, Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, 1,071, Kevin Williams at 278. In Constituency number 7, Polling Division 1, Leon Nata Nelson of the St. Kitts Labour Party, St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party at 70. Timothy Harris of the PLP, 262. In Division 2, Leon Nelson is at 45. Timothy Harris at 302. In Division 3, Leon Nelson at 80, while Timothy Harris at 136, 136. Division 4, Nelson at 74, Timothy Harris at 208. In Polling Division 6, Leon Nelson at 73, and Timothy Harris at 220. We still have 4 boxes out on that, but to date the total, Leon Nelson of the Labour Party is at 342, and Timothy Harris at 1,128. We have no results for constituency number 8 at this point, so we go to constituency number 9. In number 9, Kevin Daly is up against Mark Brantley, and so far in Division 1, Kevin Daly is at 98, Mark Brantley at 105. In 2A, 56 to Kevin Daly, 79 to Brantley. In 2B, 51 to Daly, 85 to Mark Brantley. In 3A, 70 to Kevin Daly, 132 to Mark Brantley. In 3B, Kevin Daly at 50, or Mark Brantley at 96. And we go to 6A in that constituency, where Daly is at 79, Mark Brantley at 66. In 6B, Daly is at 89, Mark Brantley at 62. In Division 9, Daly at 24, Mark Brantley at 27. We still have a number of boxes open still in Nevis 9, but the totals there to date, Daly at 493, while Mark Brantley is at 625. In 10, Nevis 10, polling Division 1, Bijan Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party is at 15, Evelyn 86. In Division 2, Hanley is at 25, Evelyn 87. In 3, Hanley at 35, Evelyn at 128. In 4, Hanley at 15, Bijan at 66. In 5, Hanley at 36, Evelyn at 219. And in 6, Hanley 42, and Evelyn at 124. All boxes have been completed there, reported. Hanley 168 to Evelyn 710, making Evelyn the returned candidate for, and the only one declared officially, well, not officially, but by the numbers, declared as a winner. Still to be declared by the officials, right? But those are the numbers. And in 11, polling Division 1, the Nevis Reformation Party, Nisbet 81, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens 85. In 2A, 113 for Nisbet, 88 for Jeffers. In 2B, 120 for Nisbet, 78 for Jeffers. In 3, 186 for Nisbet, 169 for Jeffers. In 4A, 44 for Nisbet, and 111 for Jeffers. In 4A, 44 for Nisbet, that's 111 for Jeffers. In 4B, Nisbet 65, Jeffers 114. And in Division 5, Nisbet at 101, Jeffers at 106. We still have 2 outstanding boxes there in 11, but to date, the totals are Nisbet at 710, Jeffers at 751. So those are the results to date, and we await more results from the supervisor. But gentlemen, any thoughts on where we are so far?
Well, good. Well, I was about to say good evening, but
Good
I
morning
guess it
again.
is morning. But just before I talk about the numbers, I mean, I can't imagine it's 122, and we've had only one officially declared seat. I know we gotta get this better.
Yeah.
I mean, we keep saying it over and over again, and every year we're at the same place. Because we'll be here again till morning, so you know, guys, get your coffee.
We're already here.
Get your coffee. But yeah, a lot of predictable numbers so far. But I think where the interest is gonna lie, and that's based on the pollster is in those 1, 2, 3.
Bastia seats.
The Bastia seats, yeah, it's gonna be and nothing at all from number 8 as yet.
Right.
So that's very interesting as well too. Nevis looks like they're bringing 3 seats to Bastia so far, based on the numbers. We're awaiting. You said we have what, two final boxes
On
That's number 11.
on Jeffers and Nisbet 11.
Two boxes for 11.
2 boxes for 11.
What was Jefford's score in polling division 1?
Jeffers in polling division 1, 85.
85. Okay,
It's
good.
85 to 81.
Okay. Yeah, as I said, Nevis looks like they, possibly can
Yeah,
take the 3 seats. The CCM. CCM, yes, that's right.
CCM Jeffers is currently in the lead.
By 41.
Yeah, by, what is that, 41 points, with 2 boxes left to go. And, well, we will see what happens there, but he is in better shape than he was in 2015.
Correct.
So
Certainly.
wherever he is tonight, he must be feeling good so far with himself and his team.
With 2 boxes there.
The 2 boxes that's left, one out in Brick Hill, the Baptist Church, and the Butlers Community Center.
It's in St. James.
Yeah? And those
in St. James, right?
right, and those are tough, but we will see. Those boxes, we expect those will be in shortly. And there's already one from Nevis, and the Premier of Nevis, we have several boxes out there. He is leading at the moment, 625 to 493. And so all eyes are on Nevis to see what happens. But if we can go back to number 4. And number 4 is giving us some exciting news, really, because I would say that when you came out of the last election with a win by 32, 34, 34.
Yeah.
As he sits now, he is up 300 and something points, right? 300 and something. It is 695 to 1,007. And he has, well, we got 2 boxes left, which are both are the Tyrrell Williams Primary School. And so that's a significant lead. And depends on what happens in, that's 3A and 3B to come, so.
Well, in number 4, you're seeing a clear trend, a clear evolution towards a grand victory. And the probability is that at the end of the night, there would be such a victory.
Oh, yeah.
And that's quite commendable. But on the whole, if you look at the election pattern, we're seeing a swing, and in fact, Pollster Anderson mentioned it sometime a while ago. But the question is going around in my mind. What could have been those factors to engineer or cause this swing towards the immunity? And it's a question that I might very well answer myself. I think the performance of the government in terms of the handling of the COVID-19 situation is or was highly commendable. I don't think in the history as we know it that this country has faced such a crisis any time in the past. And the management of the problem, the performance of the government has to be a critical factor in influencing some people's decision in swinging towards the immunity. Of course, there are other factors too. The housing program, a very, very important one. That $500 subvention to poor families is also a very critical factor. And in general, some people have some criticism about the crime control, but that too is a very, very critical factor, which I think is causing the swing toward the community movement.
Yeah. As it stands right now, based on what we have here so far, well, we know number 5 is pretty much done. We have a couple of boxes out, but if you, that's it. Number 4 looks in good shape. Well, number 7, that's number 7 is over. You could pretty much say that.
Well, if we're looking at trends too, we may as well say that number 6 is also pretty much in the state of conclusion.
Yeah.
And there's some very evident trends.
Number 6 is,
okay.
Can't do anything about number 6 right now. So all eyes are on what's to come. With
number 1, of course. Number 2.
Number 3.
3 hasn't sent us anything as yet.
Right.
And also 8 hasn't sent anything as yet.
Right.
So.
Well,
Don
Anderson is on the phone.
Oh, he's on the line.
Let's hear his take on what we're seeing so far. Good morning.
Hey, how are you doing? Sorry. So far, I think we're looking at a fairly strong victory for Team Unity. When we look at there's only one official seat declared so far, and that's number 10. That's official. Evelyn has won that. But I've already declared seats 4, 5, 7, and 11 for Team Unity, which makes 4 out of the 5 that have been declared so far. When we look at the indications for 9 and 11, which is a bit of a surprise, all the polls that we have done didn't suggest that Jeffers would be making such a strong showing in 11. But when we look at number 9, which would probably go towards Brantley clearly, that would be number 5 out of 6 that you need. And when you look at the fact that Jeffers is actually leading by 40 with 2 boxes to come in, now those could go either way. So I'm not going to say much more on that one. But if we look at it from here, then Team Unity really only needs 1 more seat to win the election and retain office. That could come from 1, 2, 3. So, the possibility exists that they could get as many as 8 out of the 11 seats that are up for grabs. So I think where we're looking at right now is a definite swing nationally towards Team Unity, which is now manifesting itself in terms of the numbers of seats that they could possibly win. There's a clear national trend. And I think, Doc, that you hit the nail on the head when you talk in terms of the reasons that could account for that swing, because all the polls that we have done speak to things like not the performance of the government on the COVID, because we never covered that in the last election, but things like the housing program, the contribution for poverty alleviation, in terms of how they fight in crime, and in terms of how, there are a number of factors that people specifically point to when you ask them, well, why would you say you're going to vote for Team Unity again? And I think that's very, very important to note. Another very interesting thing is that in the last poll that we did, fieldwork for which we completed only on Sunday gone, when we asked people in all the constituencies that we polled, who do you think will win the election? It is very instructive that in a number of those constituencies that are held by Labour, and I'm talking about 2 and 3 specifically, more persons, the majority, said they expected Team Unity to win. How they were going to vote was a little different, but it is very instructive that there is a sort of expectation that Team Unity would take home this particular election. And there is a lot of empirical data which substantiates what we're seeing taking place now. There is a very strong national swing in every single one of the constituencies that we have looked at so far and where votes have come in. And that is important to note, because when you have such a significant national swing, you definitely expect the seat count to move from what it was before to a larger number. It was 7-4 before. It could at minimum be 8-3 at this point in time.
Before you go, anecdotally, we could say that most people were concerned about the safe streets, crime, and they were looking for a safer future. But that's for me, anecdotally. What did your numbers show where crime was on the minds of the people you spoke to?
Very, 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 very. Because when we asked persons what were some of the reasons why you would vote for Team Unity, or why would you give them another chance in office, the whole question of how they dealt with crime was something that came up significantly every time we did it. And I would think that we did probably about 5 polls over the last 12 months, 14 months in St. Kitts on this. And crime does come up. Their crime fighting strategies, whatever those were, they felt that the Team Unity government was in fact putting a lot of emphasis on fighting crime, and that they were very successful in reducing the number of incidents of crime and violence in the society. And I think that definitely was one of the important factors. Housing, putting roofs on people's housing, helping them to reconstruct were other important factors. So it is playing out very much in terms of what I'm seeing tonight in the votes coming out, that people were identifying some very critical issues behind which they felt they could back Team Unity again. It's not over. It's not over. We still have a number of boxes to come in a number of constituencies, and we really haven't seen anything from 8 yet, which is a seat which is held by Team Unity again. So if the pattern continues, we would expect to see number 8 increasing the numbers from 200 and plus, which it is at the moment, to more than that, which would be another seat for Team Unity. So it does look that Team Unity will increase their seat count from 7 to 4 at this point in time. Again, we
relates to the reasons for the swing towards Team Unity as it shows so far. I noticed no one has mentioned infrastructure. So I wanted to know if that was something that came up as well in any of the polls as it relates to things like the roads, the resurfacing of the roads, the 2 terminals and the Old Road Bay project and stuff like that.
It did come up, you see, but it wasn't one of the strongly important factors that people identified and pinned down. It did come up. In other words, it was an open-ended question, and we asked them, well, why would you vote for Team Unity again? And we're talking about crime, we're talking about housing, we're talking about the poverty alleviation program. Earlier, we talked about the refunds to the sugar workers and stuff like that. Infrastructure did come up, wasn't mentioned, but it wasn't one of the top 5 factors that they identified.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, we're approaching that time when at the last election the count was stopped, so we're hoping that the count progresses in this very same manner, you know.
It is.
Thank you very much. we are approaching that time when the count was halted in the last election.
Yeah, it was around 2 o'clock or so?
We are approaching that time, so let's hope the results keep flowing.
Well, they will flow. I think they will flow tonight. Not only, speaking of flow, if the trend continues like we're seeing here tonight, it's a good thing there's no curfew, because people will be flowing on the streets here shortly. Any minute now, people will be flowing on the streets. And as a matter of fact, in some areas, well, I noticed there's some rain outside that might dampen a little bit, keep them in a little bit. But
you know, some people's interpretation of that.
You know, I mean, people.
You know, some people's interpretation of that.
Of what, rain?
It's a blessing.
Okay, okay.
So it varies quite considerably.
Yeah, but it certainly does look good at this point for Team Unity, and I guess it's playing out from Anderson's polls, and he's seeing some of that come back because, as he says rightly, the only true poll is the one that was on Friday. And some of those things are bearing out so far. It's not over yet. Of 11 seats, you need 6 to form the government. And none of the units, neither the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party nor the Team Unity grouping have 6 clear yet. But the trend looks good for Team Unity. That's the best we can say at this moment. Certain constituencies are just foregone conclusions, right? I mean, I would say that outright. So they don't have, as far as Team Unity is concerned, if you're looking to get 6 seats, they don't have as much of a hill to climb from this point as the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party does from where we sit at this moment.
The Team Unity government is much closer to that milestone than the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. But as Yogi Bear said, it's not over until it's over.
Ain't over till it's over.
So we just have to wait until we get those results in.
Right, and hopefully we will get some of those soon. Everybody has their eyes on constituencies like 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9.
And 11 as well, too.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. Because 11 is a constituency that has evaded federally evaded the concerned citizen movement for quite some time. Has a right, have a NRP has a whole grasp on that is tight, and we will see whether or not they can loosen. CCM can manage to loosen the grip
and actually take over.
And take over.
Yeah.
And I believe that once they take over, then I think they'll be holding on to it for a while, but we still got our eyes open and our ears to see what actually comes out of 11. Number 9, because that is the sheriff, the premier, people are watching to see what comes out of that. So quite naturally, that would be of interest to a lot of people. Number 2 is a rematch, if you will, and so people have always been looking to see what that rematch would be like between John L. Powell
and Liburd
and Marcella Liburd, who has been holding on to that seat now for 2 terms.
Since 2000.
And as I said, he managed to, close the gap in the last election, and let's see if he could, keep going in that direction. And hey, we still have a long way to go in terms
it was
of boxes for number 2.
quite a big achievement for Paul in that last election to narrow that gap down to less than 100 votes. So the matter now is for him to get beyond that and get to that post before it's liable. But it's early days yet in number 2, and we still have to wait on that one.
And as we spoke earlier about when you look at constituencies, we look at certain boxes, and if you go back to the Sir Kennedy Simmons' time, there are certain boxes in there that the People's Action Movement always did well in, as in the church there on Central Street.
That's the Pilgrim Church.
Pilgrim Church. It was one of the strong boxes for the People's Action Movement. Sorry. No. Pilgrim Holiness, that's right. So it has always been one of those strong spots for the People's Action Movement candidates. And usually you look at that and you look at the results that you've gotten before. And if you're anywhere close, then you know the Pilgrim Holiness, the church will bring you home.
Will take you over the hurdle.
As it should be, right? So
well, of course.
The church will bring you home if you're close. So like many other constituencies, if you've been following these things, you see certain patterns. And if those patterns go away, you have a problem.
And
if they hold, then you're good.
The political dynamics in number 2 would have changed quite a bit with the influx of the Hispanic voters. And both, candidates would have had a job to go out there and convince them to vote for them in this election. So we have to see what the numbers say, and that may give us an indication how convincing either candidate would have been in trying to convince that section of the population.
The other thing that, as I sit here, I'm saying to myself, what is it about constituency number 8 that every election cycle, it seems to be the last count that happens.
The last one to fall.
I know it's a big constituency, but it's like we at this point we haven't even had one box out of it.
So
Exactly.
are we to determine that they're still counting these boxes?
Well, it would have to be. Yeah. Either counting or recounting.
Oh, okay. The recounting I can understand.
Last election, that constituency came in broad daylight.
Yes.
About 10, 30, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Same thing in 2010.
And the one before.
Same
yeah,
thing
exactly.
in 2010, yes.
Exactly. So, I mean, there's something about constituency number 8 that just had me thinking, and I don't know, we're going to figure out what it is someday. But
I don't know, maybe something hangs over the very number, Is it? We have 8 constituencies, so maybe something hangs over. This is the last number, of course.
the last one to come in. All right. So that's number 8. The other one that we haven't had any numbers from as yet is number 3. And number 3, all eyes are on number 3, because number 3 is where PLP has sent in a brand new candidate, female candidate,
Killer Byron Nisbet.
right, and up against Congress Maynard, the incumbent. And so people are anxiously looking to see what happens within that constituency. Not only because she is a newcomer, but she is in a constituency that has never changed.
It has been traditionally Labour
So
stronghold.
if she comes in and is able to change this constituency, that's a historic night.
It will be a tremendous
That's a
political
historic
feat.
night. And I guarantee you, if it changes hands tonight, that's it. I believe that would be it
For a long time.
Constituency 3 for long.
Well, I mean, I ran in number 3, and if I were to be lucky to win that seat at that point, it would have been in my hand up to this very day. Because if you win a seat in number 3 from Labour, you should grab it. And really grab it, And in fact, historically, there have been so many things to do in number 3, which have gone undone. It's amazing. You go down to Palmetto Point, that little fishing village, I mean, it has been basically a forgotten village. Okay? There's no footprint of the Labour Party in number 3 to talk about. The politics of St. Kitts has some patterns in a way. Politicians, lucky to get a seat, and it's basically nice to run with it. And sometimes what you find is that, as would have happened in some corners, I think, that when a real challenge came to him, he was not able to stand up to it. Though I think there were other factors, of course, which you have to acknowledge. But, I think any candidate in government who gets a hand on number 3 should never lose it for another 20 years.
Okay, well, speaking of number 8, I believe any minute now we'll be getting some numbers out of number 8. I just have a feeling that any minute now we're going to get some numbers coming out of number 8 the next time the supervisor comes on. I am in strong belief that number 8.
In terms of,
some numbers out to number 8.
I'm just looking to see if your phone went off.
No, but by a mere matter of,
I believe.
A mere matter of the probability, by now we should have a count from number 8,
Yeah.
So.
Well, just believe with me, okay? We're gonna get some numbers
How do we get these counts? I mean, not to keep us until all night for the elections? I mean, we've been talking about this for the last 3-4 election cycles. Nothing has changed. Is it that we don't have the will to do it? Or we just accept it?
You know, that's a rather interesting question, because in my mind, it's a simple matter of counting votes, and what should be taking you that long?
Yeah.
You know, and you're counting in various stations, so it's not one group of person who counting all the votes.
Exactly.
So it should be done, you know, much faster and much more efficiently. But, you know, some things kind of run deep in St. Kitts and Nevis, and they're so hard to eradicate.
Let's look very carefully at what happens in number 8, specifically Keon. Remember, we spoke earlier about the numbers coming out of Keon are going to be key.
And those special boxes,
and
the tale-telling boxes.
Yes. So we need to see some heavy-hitting numbers coming out of number 8 for the incumbent, because that is what will carry forward into places like St. Peter's.
Yeah, it's that important springboard for the incumbent candidate to get out of Keon with a good margin. But as we've been saying all the while, we're still waiting for results to come from that constituency.
Okay. All right. What else we're looking at? Well, one, we only had one, one box coming out of there, which is the East Independence Street. That's the polling division 1. Generally, again, when you look at boxes, the Kim Collins Stadium is usually one of those heavy boxes coming out of constituency number 1. So when we begin to think about predictions and so on, we're going to have to look at boxes like the Kim Collins and Public Works. They're going to be very telling as the morning go by as to what's happening in number 1 with respect to the incumbent there as well. So far, the one result is that Ian Patches Leibert is leading in the one box that came out. Yeah. 147 to 126, but it's only one box. And
that's pretty marginal to say.
Yeah, it's not. It
doesn't really give a strong indication.
We had a discussion, McClure, I think we did, about the seats in Bastia. There is the argument that no party can form government without a Bastia seat. You buy into that?
Before I start buying, how many seats are you counting in Bastia?
There are 3 seats in Bastia. If you don't win any of them, then the claim is that you can't form government.
I mean, it's mathematical. In terms of mathematics, it's pretty practical and pretty true, because there are only 8 seats, and if you can get those 3.
Yeah, but if you're getting 3 seats out of Nevis.
No. I'm speaking purely in the context of saying it's a Nevis.
Oh, okay.
Our 8 seats. You're speaking of 3 seats in Bastia.
There's 11 seats.
No. I know.
Okay.
Wait, no. I'm speaking before we start adding Nevis.
Okay.
The saying is picture we're looking at.
Right.
So there's 3 seats in Bastia. If you lose those 3, you've got to get the other 8. 5, sorry.
The other 5?
5. So in fact, you almost have lost 50% of the seats by losing those 3 Bastia seats. So it's an uphill task to win in St. Kitts itself.
In St. Kitts itself, right. You won't be able to form the government in St. Kitts itself, but you could form the government.
You can form the government. Right. We're not, contesting that. But to lose 3 out of 8 seats in St. Kitts, that's almost 50% you're talking about.
And if you're
so you don't have an uphill task.
Yeah, true. And if you're
and therefore it makes you much more dependent now in going to Nevis to get your
if
full
you're not the
content.
St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, you're probably not going to win number 6, right?
Exactly.
So you're down
So
again.
it's now 3.
You're now left with 4.
Exactly.
Right. So, right, it's an uphill battle without those 3.
So,
but it's just something that people,
people make these observations and certain calculations, of course. But
has it ever happened though?
No.
I think the ruling party has always had
the ruling party,
at least 2 seats
every
in
party that has
Bastia.
formed government
But at least 2 seats in Bastia.
has to have had it.
Because in the 80s, Pam had East Bastia and also
one and two.
Central.
Yeah.
So
Right.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
And Labour has always held
Always had
3.
number 3.
I've always had number
So-
3.
All right. Pam has won number 2 since 1979.
By election.
It's
Correct.
by
Won by election in 1979.
that was the
Against
Simmons
Anthony
Rivera
Rivera.
election.
Correct. Which went to the
had,
court.
went to the court, and there was a recount, and
Right.
Dr. Simmons emerged.
And then in 1980,
Well, he basically
After-
confirmed it, you know.
after the Labour premier then decided to finally go to a general.
Yeah, because remember that when Dr. Simmons won that seat, Limbo decided he wasn't going to go into the
Going to
House.
go into the House.
But come 1980, Dr. Simmons made his entry into the House as the premier.
Right, right.
so-
With Nevis at that time.
Of course,
Yeah, right,
yeah.
right. Different configuration then to what it is now. Right?
You see, I always think, the dynamics of politics in St. Kitts and Nevis will be different to other unions, where the Nevis input is much more significant, in my view, compared to in other unions, if you were to stop to look at it. Yeah. And, it's a matter of maybe Pam and a party in Nevis, or Labour and a party in Nevis, but it comes out to be a matter of unifying, both peoples and both parties.
But what's interesting though is that if it's not the election prior, could be the 1975 or 80 election, where the Nevis stance was basically our manifesto is one word.
Oh, that was
Secession at all costs.
1975, yeah.
Correct. And 5 years later they
Well, you see,
were in the
that's very significant, because to go from 1975 with a one-word manifesto saying secession to go to unity in 1980 on the People's Action Movement and the NRP, that was a very significant step in the history of the country. But you see, when you look at that, 1967, just a few years from 1980, and Anguilla had already gone, one of the union, the triad, leaving, and Nevis was on the verge of leaving. But come 1980, the two countries were gelled and, progressed tremendously well from 1980.
correct. And that takes us back to constituency number 11, which has been held by the NRP since its current configuration in 1984 after independence. He won that seat by 96%, 960 votes in 1984. And I guess that was his last year because Parry took over in 1989.
Yeah, I always felt that was an interesting constituency there, that Nevis 11, because it's different. It's different in their local election. As a matter of fact, you notice that Patrice don't win. I mean, he never won. Don't run there now, but. In the local elections, it's a different result. Well, it's cut up different, right?
Yeah.
But when you put in the rest of it, and things change for the federal. But we are up.
Let's see if your prediction is right about number 8.
We're up against we got some results coming in, and I am looking forward to getting more numbers on the board, especially from number 8. So let's go to the supervisor.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I have for you the final two results for the constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling division 3A at the Tyrrell Williams School, where 366 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with J. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 127, that's 127 votes. Jason Thomas, the independent candidate, received 1 vote. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 122 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, and there was 1 rejected ballot for 251 votes. In Tyrrell Williams School 3B, where 394 persons were assigned whose last names began with K to those whose last names began with W, Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 150 votes, that's 150. Jason Thomas, the independent candidate, received no vote. And Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 116 votes. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 268 votes cast. For that constituency, therefore, 3,400 voters were assigned. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 1,284 votes. That's 1,284. Jason Thomas, the independent candidate, received 11 votes. Steve Rensford of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 933 votes, 933 votes. There was 1 spoilt ballot. There were 21 rejected ballots for a total of 2,249 votes. Therefore, I can declare that the member elected for St. Christopher 4 is Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement. For the constituency of St. Christopher 5, polling division 5A, Nazareth Gospel Hall, where 204 voters were assigned whose last names begin with A to those whose last names began with W. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 68 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 45 votes. There were no spoiled ballots and 2 rejected ballots. 115 ballots were cast. At the Sandy Point Community Center, 5B, where 174 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with W. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 41, that's 41 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 64, that's 64 votes, for a total of 105 votes cast. At the Clubhouse Sandy Point Recreation Ground, where 401 voters were assigned, that's polling division 1A, those whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with G. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 105 votes, 105. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 156 votes, 156 votes. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 263 votes cast. Therefore, of the 3,124 voters allocated to constituency of St. Christopher 5, Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 721 votes, 721. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 1,296 votes, that's 1,296. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 12 rejected ballots for a total of 2,069. Therefore, of the 3,124 voters allocated, I can say that the member elected for St. Christopher 5 is Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement. For the constituency of St. Christopher 6, the Parsons Community Center, where 296 voters were assigned, Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 150 votes, that's 150. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 97 votes. There was one spoilt ballot. There was no rejected ballot for 281 votes cast. And at the Sadler's Primary School, where 339 voters were assigned, Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 148 votes, 148. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 47 votes. There were 2 spoilt ballots and 1 rejected ballot for 198 votes cast. Therefore, of the 3,205 voters assigned, Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,563 votes. That's 1,563, 1563. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 476 votes, 476. There were 5 spoiled ballots and there was 1 rejected ballot for a total of 2,035 votes cast. Therefore, the member elected for constituency 6, St. Christopher 6, is Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And in constituency 11, Nevis 11, at the Franklin Brown Community Center, polling division 6, 387 candidates, 387 voters, were allocated. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 102 votes, 102. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 57 votes, 57. There were no spoilt ballots, no rejected ballots, 159 votes cast. At the Church of God in Brooklyn, where 460 voters were assigned, last names began with A to those whose last names began with Y. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 134 votes, 134. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 78 votes, 78. There were no spoiled ballots, and there were 3 rejected ballots. Thus, of the 4,005 voters assigned to constituency of Nevis 11, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,107 votes, that's 1,107. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 910 votes, 910. There were 4 spoiled ballots and 15 rejected ballots for a total, therefore, of 20 and 32, 20, 32 votes validly cast. Therefore, the member elected for Nevis 11 is Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement. And now, back to Master Control.
Come back. Decisions.
Cap 11, brother.
Huh?
Cap 11.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We got the numbers for 11. Monarch. I want to recap those.
Number 11,
The total.
the totals, or do you want me to go through all of them?
You could go through yeah.
Okay. Well, I have polling division 1, 81 to Patrice Nisbet, 85 to Alexis Jeffers. 2A, 113 to Patrice Nisbet, 88 to Alexis Jeffers. 2B, 120 to Patrice Nisbet, 78 to Alexis Jeffers. Polling Division 3, 186 to Nisbet, that's Patrice Nisbet. 169 to Alexis Jeffers. 4A, 44 to Nisbet, 111 to Jeffers. 4B, 65 to Nisbet, 114 to Jeffers. Polling Division number 5, 101 to Nisbet, 106 to Jeffers. And I didn't get this polling number, but this is the second to last one. It's 57 to Nisbet and 102 to Alexis Jeffers. Then the Church of God, which was the final polling division, 78 to Nisbet, 134 to Alexis Jeffers. The total for Patrice Nisbet, 910, and 1107 to Alexis Jeffers, declared the winner for the first time.
Okay. So there you have it. Congratulations to Alexis Nisbet. Sorry, I'm putting the two together. Jeffers pulling off an upset. We have talked about this seat for quite some time. Talked about it in the 2015 election, and he did it. So Nevis is already off with 2. We had Alexis winning his seat, and we had Eric Evelyn winning his seat. We're waiting for the third one. So, thoughts?
There was one saying things about all 8. You think whenever all 3 Nevis?
All three Nevis.
But interestingly,
Yeah.
as we look at the candidates and the rewards in terms of the electorate giving them their support, 3 candidates seeing who revoked the U.S. passports have come in successfully. It's rather significant in my view that 3 men who have shown their dedication to St. Kitts and Nevis by relinquishing U.S. passports have come out successfully in this election. Sean in number 5, Lindsey Grant in number 4, and now Mr. Jeffers is there in Nevis 11. And we congratulate all the winners so far.
Right. And we had those 2 declarations in Nevis for Team Unity via the CCM. We also had 2 declarations in St. Kitts. The People's Action Movement leader, Sean Richards, and Lindsey Grant in number 4. So there are 4 seats declared already, and the numbers out of number 4, Ransford at 933, and Lindsey Grant at 1284. Now, that to me is significant because Lindsey Grant in 2015 won that seat by 34 votes, right? Something like that.
Votes.
Yeah, 34, 32, something like that. Today, or this morning, we're looking at Lindsey Grant, who came back after having served, and I guess the people of number 4 saw what he was made up of, saw what he can do, and came back to the people in 2020, and they rewarded him with this kind of number, this kind of win. I mean, that's a 300 and something win. I mean, that's significant.
A tremendous victory.
Congratulations to Lindsey. I can imagine.
You think he's trying to dance?
I can imagine number 4 at this moment. It's a good thing there's no curfew, as I say, because I mean, number 4 is on the move.
In the context of Grant's victory in number 4, one has to pay a lot of attention and congratulate him for a very socialist and welfare program he runs in number 4. In that at the Taylor Williams School, every day of the week, the children are getting a breakfast. And in fact, that breakfast has extended over to the Vernals High School. So from a humanitarian point of view, and in terms of, you know, some philanthropy, you know, it's a kind of program that people would respond to, you know, in terms of a minister in government or any candidate. So, you know, I think that could have been one of those factors in number 4 that really appealed to reasonable persons. Because that program, of course, it doesn't discriminate. The kids of labor parents, the kids of PAM parents, and anybody in between. So, but like I said, one of those 3 men who relinquished their US passports, and quite significant in terms of showing their commitment to country, you know.
Yeah, and he has been through some struggles in number 4.
It has been a struggle in number 4, you
know. There are personalities in number 4 that would have liked to see him fall. But,
and you know,
he has come out strong.
The hard facts are in number 4. The very hard facts are that in the past elections he lost because of rampant electoral fraud. There's no question about that.
And Doc, that brings me back to I'm looking at results here, and with these results, I am seeing improvements on the 2015 election for the winners, right? Lindsey Grant from 34, whatever it was, to 300 and something of a win. And we're looking at an election this year that has no overseas voters.
Exactly.
So what you're seeing tonight is that the people on the ground in St. Kitts and Nevis are coming out in support of Team Unity.
I mean, you speak of, you know, going from, let's say, 34, 33 in 2015 to over 300. The results have basically been decoupled, tenfold.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, it's one of those interesting things that the people on the ground, especially for candidates in government at whatever time in the electoral cycle, they actually experience, be it negatives or positives, in St. Kitts and Nevis, and thus they make a decision. Folks from overseas, they're not in a direct position to experience what goes on in St. Kitts and Nevis. And in fact, you could say for both parties, they're rather gullible in what message they get outside. Okay? But
when a candidate for office goes out to the electorate and they give him this kind of victory, I mean, that is significant. That is really significant. It means they have put a lot of trust and confidence in your representation.
And of course,
to come back and give you that kind of victory, it speaks well for Lindsey.
It speaks well for any candidate, whatever party we're talking about or whatever administration. And thus, when candidates are given this kind of support, it should be reciprocated.
Yes, agreed. All right, we got more results, so we are going to take them because we need to get more on the board. So
I think I'm going to bet you this time on number 8.
Is that me?
Yeah, they just held that off because of you, you know. But anyway, let's go. We're going back to the supervisor for more election results.
It's helpful to know that the public is paying such close attention to have brought to my attention that I neglected to announce the box in the Butlers Community Center for Constituency of Nevis 11. So I will do so now. In that box, there were 411 voters assigned. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes, 120. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 65 votes. There were no spoilt ballots, and there were 3 rejected ballots, for a total of 188 votes cast. Therefore, of the 4,005 voters assigned, Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,107 votes, that's 1107. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party received 910 votes. There were 4 spoilt ballots and 15 rejected ballots. 2,032 votes were therefore cast. Therefore, the member elected for Nevis 11 is Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement. Back over to Master Control.
All right, welcome back. Well, all we had there was a clarification. They're still holding out on me for,
Yes.
you know.
And just to let the folks know,
keep it for last, you know?
just to let the folks know that it was, you know, found out in this room as well.
Yeah.
Too, right after I read the numbers.
Yeah,
I didn't
right,
intend to
right.
mislead the public. I was just reading the numbers as the supervisor did. But we've corrected ourselves now,
Right.
thanks to my good partner from SP.
All right. Okay. Results the same.
Yes. Final numbers are still the
numbers,
same.
you know.
We just need to do our,
Yeah.
do our math a little better.
There you go. All right. So Alexis Jeffers still the winner in number 11.
Nevis 11.
Sorry, Nevis 11. And Eric Evelyn, one of the first to be declared earlier this evening. And we still await number 9 in Nevis. We are still awaiting number 8 in St. Kitts. We want to finish up number 7 in St. Kitts.
Ice cubes.
Number 7 is way out there, so but we have to finish it up, right? Number 6 also out there.
No, number 6 is done.
Number 6
been concluded.
Number 6 is concluded. So number 6, number 5 is concluded. Number 4 concluded, and nothing at all from number 3.
Or number
Nothing
8.
at all from number 8.
We had nothing from 8. Number 1, we just had one box result there. So they want to keep us here till broad daylight, I guess. As long as they continue counting, though, that's fine. As long as they don't stop the counting, we'll be here. We're going to bring you the results whenever they come in, because that's what we're here for. And as it stands at the moment, the indications are that the incumbent, or Team Unity, is on a good path.
Well,
and we will see what happens.
the trajectory as we see it now, come with a high probability that Team Unity has a good chance of being returned to government. But that is yet to come to fruition. It's just a matter of the trajectory we're seeing at this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What in number 4, I heard a lot of talk. You see, and this whole idea, when I look at number 4, this independent candidacy this doesn't work at all, does it?
Well, I think most people think that here in St. Kitts and Nevis, the independent candidate doesn't really pose much of a threat or challenge in terms of regular party candidates. But it's good to see someone coming out and, being engaged in the process of democracy in St. Kitts and Nevis. That is what our democracy is all about, and it makes provision.
But isn't it an insult, though, to the general public that you would run a candidacy and you don't campaign, or did I miss something?
Well, I must say Mr. Thorne was doing some campaigning, so I can't say he didn't do any campaigning.
Oh, okay.
But...
well, the thing is, too, that in our democracy, it is, entering a race is pretty cheap. I mean, you don't have to do all the spending, because the nomination is what, $150, right?
And
deliberately.
It's two nominators plus $150.
Yeah, two people to nominate you plus $150.
So he's not getting back his money.
Well, you're not getting it back. But that's the point. You're only losing $150.
Okay.
You see, so it's not prohibitive.
Yeah, and in talking about...
you see, we're glad that there's no financial impediment towards engaging in the democratic process.
Perhaps it should be a higher threshold than 2 persons. You say 20 persons, 100 persons to petition to get you on the ballot, rather than just saying 2 persons. So you can the fringe person will be even more eliminated. So you have 100 persons sign up for you, you should get like 25 votes.
Yes, but physically and politically you might be eliminating the fringe person. But aren't you careful that you might be eliminating that person's message too?
But that you're fringe. You don't have a message. You're fringe.
But then,
no.
But then you get into
no.
You get into all the discussions about suppression.
Is a message.
No, but then if you say then so everybody can get on the ballot then. So if you have a threshold, I mean, it's $150.
No, Marky, we don't have to go into extremes. What we're saying, we're catering for many more persons. We don't have to go into the extreme. But it's a democracy, and every voice should be heard. And money should not, exclude a person from taking part in the democratic process.
And it's not the money. I'm saying you should say that it's having more
sometimes
than 2 persons.
Sometimes you have to go back through history.
Having more than 2
the majority has not been right in many times in
having
history.
More than 2 persons is not about the money. It's saying that you need to have more than just your opinion and you alone think you should run. He said, someone else can say, yes, I concur with you. You have 10 persons concurring with you to say, yes, you can be on the ballot.
But that fringe person can introduce a very critical idea into the democratic process.
It doesn't have to be on the ballot, though.
Yeah, but even if you, the thing, the good thing about the democracy,
we're getting from the old plantation days in the market.
The good thing about the democracy
is that escape those days.
We will take care of it.
Good.
Right? On election day, we take care of it.
Exactly.
If we think it is frivolous or whatever, the voters take care of it on election day. So let them run. And you put another $150 in the coffers. They don't get it back, so right. So that's how I look at it.
Remember, the person who's going to get 400 votes is not getting back $150 either.
True.
And he gets 476 votes.
What is it? 1/8.
1/8.
1/8 of the.
You must get 1/8
of the votes.
Threshold, absolutely. Sorry for that.
In order to get back.
So is it 1/8 of the votes cast? Okay, not the registered votes.
Right, 1/8 of the votes cast to get back that 150. So depending on the size, I guess. And, So that is true in number 6 usually.
Yes. That's
usually true in number 6 for a long time. People in number 6 don't get back that deposit. And that is true here.
In fact, I doubt if winners go back for their deposit. I doubt that.
Oh, if they go?
I doubt that.
Oh.
They send it to you.
They send it to you. Okay. All right.
We have to check it out to the treasury then.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do, we will take a break at this time, and we will get our refreshing on. Time for some refreshments, because we still have a long way to go based on all of the numbers that we're seeing here, all of the empty spots that we're seeing here. that have not shown up as yet. So we will go to the break, and then we, seems like we will be here. We will be here till, I guess, whenever that is. All right, so are we ready to go to the break? We're going to take a break right now and come back with more coverage from ZIZ.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skillet, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage, or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay Appear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skillet, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage, or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay Appear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay a Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our Mo Banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here.
Good morning. Thank you for staying tuned to ZIZ's live coverage of the results of the St. Kitts and Nevis Federal Elections 2020. I'm your moderator, Patrice Harris. We have received results for several constituencies. Important to note that we have not received any results for constituency 8, nor have we received any results for constituency 3. So hopefully we'll be able to get some results for these two constituencies. However, we've been able to declare winners in constituency 4. We're seeing that Mr. Lindsey Grant has been returned as the elected representative for constituency number 4. In constituency number 5, Mr. Sean Richards has been returned as well as the elected representative for constituency 5. For constituency 6 as well, we're seeing that Dr. Denzel L. Douglas will be the elected representative for that constituency. We are still awaiting for the final results from all of the boxes from constituency 7. However, Dr. Timothy Harris will more than likely be the elected representative for that constituency. We're also awaiting results for constituency 9 in Nevis, and we have already declared a winner for constituency 10, and that is in the person of Mr. Eric Evelyn. We've also seen results, received results rather, for constituency 11 in the person of Mr. Alexis Jeffers. I'm going to allow the panelists to weigh in on, okay, I've just been informed that we have results from the Supervisor of Elections, and now we'll turn over to him.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I have some further announcements of results in Constituency 7, where the candidates are Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party and Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. The results for the Joshua O. Williams School polling station 5, where 537 voters were assigned. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 252 votes. That's 252. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 97 votes, 9-7. There were no spoilt ballots and 2 rejected ballots for a total of 351 ballots cast. At the Mount Carmel Community Center, Constituency 7, Polling Division 7, 307 voters were assigned. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 152 votes, 152. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 59 votes, 5-9. There were 2 spoilt ballots and there were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 213 votes cast. At the Violet O. Petty Primary School, Station 8A, where 387 voters were assigned whose last names begin with A to those whose last names begin with M, Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 180 votes, 180. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 54 votes, that's 5-4. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 236 votes cast. And in Station 8B, again at the Violet Petty Primary School, where 310 voters were assigned whose last names begin with N to those whose last names begin with Y. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 158 votes, 158. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 55 votes. There were no spoilt ballots, and there were no rejected ballots. 213 votes were cast. Therefore, of the 37 and 22 voters allocated to constituency of St. Christopher 7, Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 1,870 votes, 1,870 votes. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 607 votes. There were 2 spoilt ballots and there were 10 rejected ballots for a total of 2,486 ballots cast. Therefore, the member declared for St. Christopher 7 is Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party. I will go over the last 2 boxes in constituency number 6, St. Christopher 6. The Sadler's Primary School, polling division 6, where 471 voters were assigned. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 184 votes. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 97 votes. There was 1 spoilt ballot and no rejected ballot for 281 votes cast. Number 7, polling division 7 of constituency of St. Christopher 6, again at the Sadler's Primary School, 339 voters were assigned. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 148 votes. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 47 votes. There were 2 spoilt ballots 1 rejected ballot for 198 votes cast. Therefore, of the 3,205 voters assigned, Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,563 votes, 1563. Kevin Williams of the People's Labour Party received 476 votes. There were 5 spoiled ballots and 1 rejected ballot. 2,035 votes cast. Therefore, the member elected for Constituency 6 is Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. And in constituency of St. Christopher 1, polling division 2A, where the candidates are Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Ian Patches-Liebert of the People's Action Movement. There were 392 voters assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with F. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 122 votes. Ian Patches-Liebert of the People's Action Movement received 109 votes, 109. There were no spoilt ballots, 3 rejected ballots. 234 votes were cast. In polling station 2B, there was 415 persons assigned whose last names began with G to those whose last names began with M. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 124 votes, 124. Ian Patches-Liebert of the People's Action Movement received 117 votes, 117. There were no spoiled ballots and 1 rejected ballot. Total of 242 votes were cast. In constituency 2, polling division 3A, at the Wesleyan Holiness Church, where 536 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with D. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 140 votes, 140. Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 160 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, and 1 rejected ballot. Let me go over that again. Wesleyan Holiness 3A, 140 votes cast for Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. 167 votes cast for Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement. No spoiled ballots, no rejected ballots. 307 votes were cast. In constituency of St. Christopher 3, I have information for polling division 1 at the St. Johnson's Community Center, where 543 voters were assigned, and the candidates were Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Akila Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party. Of the votes cast, Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 182 votes, 182. Akila Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 175 votes. There were no spoilt votes. There were 3 rejected ballots. 360 votes were cast. At the Antioch Baptist Church, polling station 2 at Infirmary Road, where 271 voters were assigned, Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 103 votes. Akila Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 57 votes. 57. There were no spoiled ballots, 4 rejected ballots. 164 votes were cast. At polling station 3, the Methodist Schoolroom on Cardin Avenue, 379 voters were assigned. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes, 107. Akela Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 106 votes. There was 1 rejected ballot, but there was no spoiled ballots. 214 votes were cast. At Station 4A, the Apostolic Faith Church on St. Johnson's Avenue, 449 voters were assigned, whose last names began with A, to those whose last names began with I. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes, 165. Akela Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 137. Let me go over that again. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes. Akela Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 137 votes. There were no spoiled ballots and 2 rejected ballots for 304 votes cast. Station 5, 4B, which again is the Apostolic Faith Church on St. Johnson's Avenue, where 482 voters were assigned, whose last names began with J, to those whose last names began with Y. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 153 votes, 153. Akela Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 158 votes. There were no rejected ballots and no spoiled ballots. 311 votes were cast. Polling station 5A at the Antioch Baptist Church, where 365 voters were assigned, whose last names began with A, to those whose last names began with G. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 97 votes, 97. Akela Nisbet Byron of the People's Labour Party received 106 votes. There were no spoiled ballots and 2 rejected ballots for a total of 205 votes cast. For Constituency of St. Christopher 8, at the Keon Daycare Center, polling station 1A, where 355 voters were assigned, whose last names began with A, to those whose last names began with J. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 76 votes, 76. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 147 votes. There were no rejected ballots and there were no spoiled ballots for a total votes cast of 76 for Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, 147 votes for Eugene Hamilton, 0 spoiled ballots, 0 rejected ballots. I have to add the total, so I will get back to you and go back over to Master Control. I'll be right back.
of elections for the announcement of these results. We've finally begun to see some results coming in for constituency number 8 as well as constituency number 3. I know that these are the constituencies that in local parlance we'll call the battlegrounds.
Yes.
We do have Mr. Don Anderson with us, and I'm going to allow Don to provide some input as it relates to the results that we've received so far. Don?
Which I'm very happy to look at. And again, Hamilton is out of the gate very quickly. That is a very interesting constituency. In all the polls that we have done, he's been lagging a little bit behind. So that is very interesting to see from the very first division that we have looked at, that he has a pretty commanding lead. Of course, too early in the day to see what's going to happen. 3 is proven to be very interesting, as well as, well, 1 and 2 and 3 are all very interesting constituencies. And at the moment, they all look very, very competitive. It looks like Maynard may continue to hold onto that seat, but it's too early to tell because we saw in one division where the opponent actually closed the gap and actually got more votes than Maynard did. So, you know, it's too early to go to bed. We have to see what's going on.
Thank you so much, Don. And I know that these are the constituencies that you yourself said that you've been paying very close attention to, and you wanted to be able to hear what the results were from specific boxes to be able to make your prediction. But now you're telling us it's too early to tell. And we understand, we understand. Are there any panelists I would like to join in the conversation at this point in time as it relates to the results that we have received? We've gotten results from constituency 1. We've also gotten results for our first set of results for constituency 3. And we've also gotten results for constituency 8. Who wants to start first?
Well, Patrice, I think let us look at constituency number 3. In constituency number 3, we see that it's a very tight race. My prediction is that it's very close to call so far. The incumbents, you see, as expected, I think the expectation was for him to lead the village area, but considering that the margin of the lead is not great, I think it is left to see what happens in 5B, 5C, 6A, 6B, because this is where I think perhaps Akila Nisbet may capitalize.
All right, Azad, we're going to pause on the conversation for a bit. I'm told that there are... Okay. So, Azad, if we look at some of the results from the 2015 election, the candidate for the People's Labour Party was able to capture 1,076 votes, while the candidate for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party was able to capture 1,348 votes, a variance of 272 votes. Is it the case that we are seeing that the candidate for the People's Labour Party this election cycle has done a better job than the candidate from before?
It seems so to me, based on the results, because if you look at the 2015 election results, you'll have seen the Honorable Congress Maynard leading in Box 1, 207, compared to Sam Conda, 126. And you'll have seen Congress Maynard leading Box 2, 127, to Sam Conda's 42. If you were to compare those with Akila Nisbet, it is a much closer race than it was with Sam Conda. And so I think it's left to be seen in the other boxes. Box 5A, 5B, 5C, 6A, 6B, because those boxes will be out of the village area. And we know that the village area has been, over time, a traditional, strong labor area. And so if, looking at the results, I haven't added them up as yet, but looking at them as it is, I would assume that the Honorable Congressman is still leading in the village, but not leading by such a large margin so that Akila Nisbet, Byron Nisbet cannot capitalize on it if she does well in 5B, 5C, 6A, 6B.
Are there any other panelists who might want to join the conversation as to what some of the initial thoughts would have been about Constituency 3? All right, so we're going to pause. We do have some elections that we are going to announce, and I'm going to turn it over now to the Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Elvin Bailey.
And we're back. We're going to announce 3 stations for Constituency 1, polling station 2A, police station, where 392 voters were assigned whose last names begin with A, to those whose last names begin with F. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 122 votes. Ian Patches Liebert of the People's Action Movement received 109 votes. There were no spoiled ballots and 3 rejected ballots. 234 votes were cast. In polling station 2B, police station, 415 persons were assigned whose last names began with G, to those whose last names begin with M. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 124 votes, 124. Ian Patches Liebert of the People's Action Movement received 117 votes, 117. There was no spoilt ballot, and there was 1 rejected ballot. 242 votes were therefore cast. 2C, Warner Park, where 380 persons were assigned whose last names begin with N, to those whose last names begin with Y. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 126 votes, 126. Ian Patches Liebert of the People's Action Movement received 117 votes, 117. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 5 rejected ballots, for a total of 248 votes cast. In Constituency 8, Keon Daycare Center, where 355 voters were assigned, whose last names began with A, to those whose last names begin with J. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 76 votes, 76. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 147 votes, 147. There were no spoilt and no rejected ballots. 223 votes were cast. In Station 1B at the Keon Daycare Center, where 350 voters were assigned whose last names begin with K, to those whose last names begin with Y. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 60 votes, 60. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 165 votes. There were 2 spoiled ballots and no rejected ballots. 225 votes were therefore cast. At the Keon Church of God, polling station 2A, 462 voters were assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with H. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 74 votes. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 212 votes. That's 212. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 2 rejected ballots. 288 votes were cast. In Constituency St. Christopher 2, 3A, Wesleyan Holiness Church. The candidates were Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement. There were 356 voters assigned whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with D. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 140 votes, 140. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 167 votes. No spoiled ballots, no rejected ballots, 307 votes cast. Polling station 3B, Wesleyan Holiness Church, where 471 voters were assigned whose last names began with E to those whose last names began with I. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes, 135. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 160 votes, 160. There were no spoilt ballots and 1 rejected ballot. 296 votes were cast. At the St. Barnabas Church, where 456 persons were assigned to Station 4A, those whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with J. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 124 votes, 124. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 143 votes, 143. There were no spoiled ballots, and there was 1 rejected ballot. 268 votes were cast. For Constituency 9, Nevis 9, polling station 3B, Ivor Walters Primary School, where 321 voters were assigned, those whose last names began with E to those whose last names began with L. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 96 votes, 96. Kelvin Daly, Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 50 votes, 50. There were no spoilt, no rejected ballots. 146 votes were cast. Polling station 3C, Ivor Walters Primary School, where 352 voters were assigned, whose last names begin with M, to those whose last names begin with R. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 83 votes, 83. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 84 votes, 84. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 3 rejected ballots for a total of 170 votes cast. At the Cicely Brown Integrated School, Station 3D, where 295 voters were assigned, whose last names began with S, to those whose last names began with Z. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 75 votes, 75. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 55 votes, 55. There were no spoilt, no rejected ballots. 130 votes were cast. Polling station 8A, the Charlestown Primary School, where 433 voters were assigned, whose last names begin with A, to those whose last names began with K. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 128 votes, 128. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 68 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, and there were 4 rejected ballots for 196 votes cast. That's all we have for you for now. Back over to Master Control.
Thank you for the update of the election results. We would have just received results for constituency 2, and I believe before we left for the result updates, we would have also been having a conversation about constituency 3. We have also received results for constituency 9 and a few more results for constituency 8. We're getting into the constituencies, or we are in the constituencies where it is very, very close to call. I'm sure before coming here we would have understood how close the elections is in constituency 1 as well as in constituency 2, but I think some of the upset that we are witnessing currently is actually in constituency 3. Did any of us think about this? Did this cross our minds that this is the upset that we were going to be witnessing for this elections 2020 cycle? Panelists?
Well, I expected this. Akila came across with a certain appeal to the youth, especially young women, and I feel that this would have made a difference in the impact she would have had. And we see a lot, even throughout her campaign, we saw a lot of young people rallying behind young women. And in the past, although the constituency has been seen as a Labour constituency, you know, Akila came out of Labour. She came out of the backbone of Labour. And so we would appreciate that this sort of thing.
Okay, so Ms. Basu is saying that she anticipated this. What about you, Azad?
Well, looking at Congress, his performance over the years, and looking at how he competed against Sam Conda, I must say that at first I thought it would have been an uphill battle, because we know that constituency number 3 has always been a Labour stronghold, so to speak. But I think coming on to the election, especially in the last couple of months, I saw the growth in Miss Akila Byron Nisbet, and I think the people of the constituency number 3 saw that growth. I think she began to set that fire at her town hall. She was on fire that night, and I think from that night she kept blazing, and so and she got better and better, and so I think she led that, or she gave that heat, so to speak.
So what are we to make of the performance so far of Congress Maynard?
I've been adding up based on last election, and I know it's almost minutes to, well, it's over 3 o'clock now in the morning. It's past 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to work my math, and based on the last election, just looking at the boxes here that have already been announced, last election, Congress Maynard would have had 948, I think I counted. Well, Sam Conda would have had 670 something. Looking at it now, Congress Maynard presently has 807, whereas Akila has 739. So it's a margin that has been decreased significantly. So if those boxes, as I said before, 5B, 5C, 6A, 6B, come back strong, at this point in time, I believe it's Ellie Molly's ball game. And the winner of this box, it would be a very narrow victory. But at this point in time, I don't think we can count out any candidate because it's really close. And I think Mr. Maynard, Congressman Maynard, would have been safe had he been leading in the village at a greater margin. But the margin is not as great as it ought to have been, or as great as it has been in the past for the other candidates.
I think for constituency that we see two very young and vibrant candidates, and we've seen some growth in the number of registered voters as well in that constituency. And I'm going to leave that conversation there for just a minute, and we're going to listen to the feedback, the predictions, the input that Mr. Don Anderson is going to add to our conversation.
Thank you very much again. We're coming down to the wire, eh? I can tell you that when we polled last week, number 4 was a surprise for me because we had Maynard actually losing that seat. So what is happening right now is not a surprise to me tonight. It was a surprise because he was a pretty comfortable winner in 2015. But when we looked at the results last week, we said, this is a very interesting seat. And, you know, with good work during the week, leading up to yesterday, TU could actually pull this off. So I'm not surprised at the performance here. And I can't go into as what's his name is doing, Hazard, to look at the division by division. I'm not all that au fait with them. I take his point that they could be Labour strongholds, but based on the trend and the kind of shift which is taking place towards TU, I would not be surprised if that gap is closed further. I'm not sure whether, based on those 4, it could be closed sufficiently to give her a win. But this is not a surprise to me because it is very consistent with the national trend. We're looking at a very, very interesting battle in number 2. Because quite the opposite, we had looked at number 2 and we said number 2 should be retained by Labour. It's looking like that might not be the case. So 1, 2, and 3 are, as I indicated earlier, very, very competitive, and it could go either way. If we look at the situation in number 1, I believe, if my maths is right, Hanley has a lead of 8 at this moment, but that lead has been shifting because prior to that, I believe that Liburd Patches had a lead of 1. So this is as close as you can ever get. We need to look at it very carefully. 1, 2, and 3, I believe Hamilton clearly will be retaining his seat. He has already a lead of nearly 300, and I don't see, regardless of where the other box is coming from, that lead being erased to give his opponent a win. So I'm pretty comfortable that at this moment, TU already has 7 seats.
Thank you. We want to thank you for confirming the predictions that you would have made earlier with the empirical data from the polls. I know before we handed over the conversation to you, we were speaking about the growth of the number of new registered voters in constituency 3, and we saw that there were 813 registered voters, new voters. That's how much the constituency grew by, and that is telling. That is telling.
And what it shows to me is the interest of young people. I mean, it's new voters, 813, and we cannot say unless we get the results of the age group of those persons who register. But we can, as far as I think, we can safely assume that with such a great number, it has to be first-time voters in the sense of being young people, just reaching the age of 18 and voting, or just passing the age of 18, you know, by a couple of years. I think that is significant, and I think that in this election, therefore, perhaps the young people played a very important role in deciding who the leaders are today.
And if we even go on to look at constituency 2, because that constituency grew by 678 voters, but in the last elections 2015, Miss Marcella Liebert, Honorable Marcella Liebert, she captured that box by 98 votes.
Yes, she did.
And I am getting the impression that it might not be as small of an amount this time around.
I think it is very competitive in constituencies 1, constituency 2, and constituency 3 at this point in time. I mean, it seemed like it's very early in the game, and it could be anyone's victory at this point in time. I think looking at number 3, I think has been quite, I think would be an upset base if we were to look at maybe 3 years ago or even 4 years ago. I think 4 years ago, persons would have thought that it would never get this close in such a short time. And to see the results here this evening, I think it speaks volume to the work and commitment that had to be on the ground for Ms. Byron Nisbet, because we are facing an incumbent who would have defeated the former Deputy Prime Minister.
Yes.
So it wasn't a challenger it wasn't an incumbent who didn't face the odds himself and succeeded. So I think, 4 years ago, they probably would have said that the Labour Party would have retained this seat. But looking at it today, I think it's quite impressive, the work that would have gone into this seat.
But let's look at constituency 8, because we see some strong numbers coming out of constituency 8. The results that we have received so far have been from boxes that are in the Keon region. If you were to pull up the results from the last elections, let's have a conversation there.
Well,
Mr. Eugene Hamilton was able to capture 147 votes in box 1A. Dr. Terence Drew, 77 votes. What happened in 2015?
Well, in 2015, looking at box A, Hamilton was able to capture 161, whereas Dr. Terence Drew 63. So it seems as though Dr. Terence Drew has increased actually in that box, whereas Hamilton has actually decreased if you look at the number of votes in that box.
Well, let's look at 1B. What's happening in 1B? I have 165 for this election cycle for Mr. Honorable Eugene Hamilton and 60 for Dr. Terence Drew.
Well, I'm seeing here 1B, yes. 1B here, I'm seeing 168 he will have received. So it's again a decrease, whereas Dr. Drew would have gotten 54. So again, Dr. Drew has increased.
But the numbers are still more or less close enough and consistent enough with what we would have seen in the last election. But what about in 2A?
2A, we're seeing that Dr. Drew would have received 74, whereas Eugene Hamilton would have received 232. So if we are going...
Dr. Drew got 74 in the last election?
Yes.
And he got 74 again this time around?
Yes.
So the persons, they remained loyal. We can say that. Okay. And just for a little chuckle. But how about, you're saying that Honorable Eugene Hamilton, how many votes did he capture in?
232. So it means that he decreased.
So for the 3 boxes so far, we've seen slight decreases. But it's still...
relatively the same for Dr. Drew, which speaks... it shows that he perhaps still has a fight. And we know that these would have been the boxes that, so the results are pretty much the same, showing a greater decrease in Eugene Hamilton.
But let's have a conversation about those 2 candidates. This is not their first time in the bullpen against each other. It's not their first time.
It's actually their second time.
Their second time.
And the thing about it, well, Eugene Hamilton, the Honorable Eugene Hamilton, would have been the incumbent at the time, and Dr. Terence Drew would have been the new candidate. At this point in time, the difference between last year and this year is that actually Dr. Drew had a full 5 years to campaign, whereas in the last election, he would have, I don't know when he came in, but he wouldn't have been the full 5. And so he should have an advantage, a greater advantage when he look at campaigning on the ground, because now he has 5 full years to campaign, as opposed to a shorter amount of time in the last election. So we should see how that plays out in these results. Again, it's pretty early. Mr. Hamilton is leading, but based on the results last election, they're pretty much
Relatively consistent.
Relatively consistent. So we have to see how he performs now in the other boxes. Would he be consistent? Would there be an increase? Because many persons are aware that Dr. Drew's strength actually comes in St. Peter's. So it determines how much of a force Dr. Drew has in St. Peter's and how much of a force the Honorable Eugene Hamilton has in St. Peter's.
But we saw in the last, still very early, and we saw in the last election that Mr. Eugene Hamilton, Honorable Eugene Hamilton, actually was victorious when in relation to Dr. Drew by 236 votes.
Yes, 236 votes, and now we have an increase registration of 1,195, which goes to show that
anything can happen.
Anything could happen at this point in time.
I don't want it to be that Azad and I are hogging the panel. I know we do have 2 other panelists, and they're free to chime in at any point in time of the conversation, or even as it relates to any of the other constituencies that we have seen.
Allow Mr. Mills to, because he has the more analytical data.
So, Mr. Mills, we're asking for the stats. What does the historical data suggest for us?
Well, I was crunching some numbers for 3. And by the way, there are rumors abounding that there are recounts out there in the market.
Yes, there are rumors about many things.
Yes. So just putting that out there for everyone. And I was looking at 3 as it relates to the margins for the boxes already called. And it's rather insightful because the boxes already called will show a difference of about 68 in 2020, when in 2015 said boxes would have shown a difference of 270 votes, 72 votes with Congress ahead. I repeat, in 2020, with the 4 vote boxes confirmed thus far, Congress Maynard is leading by 68 votes. And in 2015, same 4, he would have been leading by 272. So she is indeed covering some ground.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mills, and we do have more results. We're going to turn over to the Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Alvin Bailey.
Good morning once again. We have a final result to share in the constituency of Nevis 9. Constituency Nevis 9, polling division 4A, where 282 voters were assigned. Those whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with G. Honorable Mark Brantley, of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 92 votes, 9-2. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 46 votes. There were no spoilt and 4 rejected ballots for a total of 142 votes cast. Station 4B, Marion Heights Education Department, where 292 voters were assigned, those whose last names began with H to those whose last names began with M. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 101 votes, 101. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 44 votes, 4-4. There were no spoiled ballots, and there were 2 rejected ballots. 147 ballots were cast. Station 4C at the United Pentecostal Church, where 456 persons were assigned whose last names began with N to those whose last names began with X. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 105 votes, 105. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 45 votes, 4-5. There were no spoiled ballots and no rejected ballots. 150 votes were cast. At Station 5A, the Albertha Payne Community Center, where 394 voters were assigned, those whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with J. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 116 votes, 116. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 80 votes, 80. There were 3 rejected ballots. 199 ballots were cast. Station 5B at the Albertha Payne Community Center, where 407 voters were assigned whose last names began with K to those whose last names began with W. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 128 votes, 128. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 55 votes. There were no spoilt, 3 rejected, for 196 votes cast. At the Magistrates Court, polling station 7, there were 423 voters assigned. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 102 of the votes cast. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 71 votes, 7-1. There were no spoilt, no rejected. 173 votes were cast. And finally, at Station 8B, Charlestown Primary School, where 463 voters were assigned whose last names began with L to those whose last names began with Y, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 111 votes. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90. There were 3 rejected ballots for 204 votes cast. Therefore, of the 6,497 voters allocated in constituency of Nevis 9, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens received 1,689 votes. Dr. Kelvin Daly of the Nevis Reformation Party received 1,155 votes. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 34 rejected ballots. And therefore, Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement is declared the winner of Nevis Constituency Nevis 9. Back over to Master Control.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. We have received the final results for Constituency 9, and allow me to congratulate Honorable Mark Brantley, who will be returned as a Member of Parliament, as a member of the Federal Parliament of St. Kitts and Nevis, in addition to being the Premier of St. Kitts and Nevis. So congratulations to the Honorable Mark Brantley. Any comments from the panel?
Well, well, well.
What does that mean?
Nevis, the CCM, has brought three seats to the Federal Parliament. I think I first thought it possible when they won 4 out of the 5 seats in the 2017 election, because if you were to look at it, traditionally, CCM would have won. CCM would win 3, and NRP 2 over the last couple of years. But when that shift came from 3 to an increase of 4, I said, well, for 2020, it would be possible for CCM to bring home all 3. Again, this vote is the result of the persons who live ordinarily in St. Kitts and not the overseas voters. And so we have seen something very interesting, because they had 6,497 registered voters, but I don't even think that 2/3 of those persons voted. Is it that a lot of those persons were overseas, or is it that in that constituency most persons didn't turn out? Because if you were to add the figures, I mean, it's getting very late now. I think the brain
So you're suggesting that you can't add any more?
I'm suggesting maybe someone can add those.
I think there are different
together.
factors that could have contributed to this turnout, so to speak. I think one of the reasons is that Nevis is often in election mode quite regularly, and some persons might choose to vote in the local elections as opposed to an overwhelming turnout in the federal elections, because maybe from their vantage point, and I'm just speculating here, it might not have much of an impact on their day-to-day life. Maybe. But I don't know. Obviously, the overseas voters will play a significant role as well, but I do agree that that is a very small turnout, relatively.
But congratulations to the CCM party. I mean, they have, for the past, I don't like to say this has been the first time it's ever been done. I would say over the past 10 years, I haven't seen a party in Nevis win all 3 federal seats over the last 10 years. So, well done.
All right, I'm mindful that we also have Don Anderson with us, my co-host as well, and he made some interesting comments about what would have happened in Constituency 9. Mr. Mills?
Before we go there, let me just jump the gun and say technically we can congratulate the unity government for going back in. Because if you look at what has already happened, we have Grant, we have Sean, and we have Dr. Timothy Harris, 3 called, and we have 3 from Nevis, thus mathematically 6 of the 11 seats. So if one were to assume that the unity construct will still hold going forward, we can make the claim that unity has been returned to government based on the seats that have been won thus far.
Oh, I thought you were basing it on the horns you might have been hearing. I don't know. But I'm seeing videos of some celebrations taking place.
I look at numbers.
Okay, that's okay. So that's okay for you to look at numbers.
Well, I would agree. Based on what has been declared, we have Mark Brantley, the Honorable Mark Brantley, the Honorable Eric Evelyn, the Honorable Alexis Jeffords, we have the Honorable Lindsey Grant, the Honorable Dr. Timothy Harris, and the Honorable Sean Richards being declared as winners. So the Team Unity so far has 6 out of the 11 seats and the majority. So far we have the Labour Party with one seat.
Declared seat.
One
so far,
declared seat.
And everything else too close to call.
Yes. I mean, everything else is a battle, neck to neck, to see where that would be headed.
All right. We'll now go over to Mr. Anderson and allow him to provide some feedback on the results that we would have just received and the declarations that we would have made. Are we on point?
We are very much on point. Honorable Brantley clearly was one of those that we had winning his seat. And I think, as pollsters, we have to be a little bit conservative. We now have 6 declared. So the victory is Team Unity's. We still have a couple battleground seats. I think Mr. Hamilton is going to pull through based on data that we have and based on the early running so far. So that is what led me to my 7. And then we have 1, 2, and 3, which are all battleground seats. So we could be looking at more than 7. But I think Team Unity is assured of 7 confirmed seats at this moment. I don't see, and I mean, when you have a situation where one party is already declared 6-1, that talks to you in terms of what the rest of them ought to look like. And I believe they are definitely trending in a direction that says that Team Unity could pick up at least 1 more of those 3 which are left for grabs.
Anderson. And so we're really down to the battleground constituencies. I don't think I would have imagined that constituency number 3 would have been a battleground constituency. We usually hear of 1 and 8.
Yes. And I mean, number 3 now has become a battleground constituency. And for the love of democracy, I really love when they're a battleground constituency, because I believe that any government should not be too comfortable, and I believe that there should be a viable opposition. So when we have battles, it's good to see the battles going on, and good to see that there is, everyone is kept on their P's and Q's, so to speak. But so far we see that Team Unity has 6 seats, Labour Party 1, and we have 3 now up for battle, and which is 2, 1, and 3, 1 to 3.
If we were in the position as an advisor to the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, what types of advice really would we be giving the party? Yeah. Or any party? Well, you know what, well, maybe that question was not, okay, let me rephrase the question. What type of advice would we be giving to any political party who might have really reduced their performance? The performance would have declined over the election cycles.
I would look at the message, because basically it would mean that the message that that party was sending was not well received by the electorate. Also, maybe the structure, and if we are to talk about, the party, a lot of persons on the ground, and when you're on the ground, you hear things. A lot of persons say maybe it is time that the Labour Party had changed its leader. Not saying that the current leader, in the past, he did good things for St. Kitts and Nevis. I mean, he would have accomplished much for St. Kitts and Nevis, but at the end of the day, I think that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis would have been of the opinion that it was time for a new leadership. So maybe if it were that the Labour Party had changed leadership and perhaps had someone different, maybe the outcome might have been different, because there would have been a new face.
Okay, that's an interesting comment, considering that Dr. Douglas is actually the one declared elected representative so far.
We know that number 6 has always been a Labour stronghold, and that Labour stronghold...
we may have said that about constituency number 3 as well.
Yeah, but not as strong as number 6. That takes some time to continue.
Ms. Vasu?
I would like to add that over the past years, we have evolved as a country in terms of politics, the way we do politics, and I don't see the Labour Party changing and evolving per se, and maybe that is something that they can look at, even in terms of the message, the way they go about presenting themselves. at times I feel like it is more conflict oriented rather than, you know, peace and going forward and changing and adapting to the new trends. And maybe they have outgrown the space and something, they need to try something new, try something else. I don't know, but...
Okay, well, if we're looking at elections in a 2020 cycle, really, what are some of the issues that matter most to voters and some of the concerns that political parties in general need to pay attention to? Because one of the conversations that I have heard has been about transitioning. That has been a major conversation about transitioning, because we do have a few candidates this evening who have contested their seats on several occasions. So is there real transitioning happening in the political parties and grooming and molding of the young Jonelles and Akilas and Conrises and Dr. Drews and Mr. Leon Nelson?
Well, I would think that, I think as you said, I think persons want to see a succession plan. I think that over the past years when it came to the Labour Party, there might not have been a clear succession plan. And I think that would have been to the party's downfall.
Is it only for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party? Can we see clear succession plans in other parties?
Well, just in the Team Unity government administration, it was said that the Honourable Timothy Harris, that this is his last term. You have heard Ian Patches Liebert state on more than one occasion that Sean is next. And this has been said on the platform, that Sean is the next Prime Minister, the next leader after the Honourable Timothy Harris. So,
but does that speak to real transitioning, considering that Honourable Sean Richards would have been involved in several election cycles? We're speaking about the transitioning. What happens when these candidates are no longer going to be running?
But then you have younger candidates. You have younger persons like Janelle Powell. You have younger persons like Akila Byron Nisbet who have stepped up to the plate. And we are yet to see whether or not they have been elected. But you do see younger candidates coming on board. And you have seen younger candidates coming on board with the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party too. Just last election, you saw the Honourable Conris Maynard, you saw Dr. Drew. This year you saw, well, this election you saw Leon Natter. So you've seen persons transitioning. But I think what played a significant role this election, and like the last election, is leadership.
Is it easy to find candidates?
I would say in some constituencies for some parties, yes. And perhaps for some parties in other constituencies, no.
What does that really mean? Let's break it down. Is it that persons are not stepping up to the plate to become candidates, or is it that they're not interested in being aligned with parties, but we're still also not seeing a great rise of independent candidates, and we're not seeing them, when they do come out, do very well? So what's the issue really when it comes to candidates, finding candidates and grooming young persons to be candidates?
Well, I think that it all depends, firstly, whether or not the candidate who, I mean, look at it, they might have an older candidate, but that older candidate is successful, and chances are you hardly ever want to change a successful candidate to bring on someone new. So it all depends on the environment. It all depends on whether or not that candidate loses a seat. Hardly you ever see a candidate who is the incumbent and has retained a seat shift over. Usually in St. Kitts and Nevis, it's when that candidate has lost that you see someone comes up to replace that candidate. And I'm not saying that that example is the only example, but more likely than not, that has been the example, that only when a candidate loses that he or she is replaced. Hardly ever a candidate who has been winning is replaced.
I feel that in terms of a succession plan, it should be in place even beyond the candidates that are currently running and the younger ones. We have different political organizations and different groups coming out of these organizations, and young people could be trained, could be groomed into politicians. Persons can look at areas in which they can send persons associated with the political parties off to study politics, etc. And just develop them on a personal level even before they go on the scene, because what we're seeing happening is that a lot of politicians, a lot of young persons are coming up and we hear of the money being offered to them. And so we have to look more at the motive as to why they're into politics. Is it really about money? Is it really about, you know, being all successful financially? Do they really care? What is the motive behind going into this politics? And until we really recognize this, it would be difficult to incorporate a succession plan if the persons within the political organization really do not understand that it's about the people, more so about self.
But that's an interesting conversation, because I'm aware that the political parties, they do have youth arms.
Are they active? That is one of the problems. A lot of these arms are not really active.
Okay.
I can speak for at least the People's Action Movement. Then it's not really an active youth arm of the People's Action Movement.
Okay, Mr. Mills, you've been awfully quiet. I know you look at the data, so maybe you have a different conversation you might want to engage in.
Not at all.
Okay. So we're having the conversation about candidates and political parties and succession planning and transitioning. So we understand that this is one of the areas that the electorate might be looking at, especially, and some of the advice that we can offer to political parties. One of the other conversations that I've seen and heard rather around this time is that of good governance. And that ties into integrity in public life and campaign financing and Freedom of Information Act. How best can political parties, we're seeing the happy dance. So we do have some results that are in. I'm going to pause momentarily and allow the Supervisor of Elections, Mr. Elvin Bailey, to report on the updates of results.
Good morning once again. We have additional results to share with you. From constituency of St. Christopher 1, we have 2 additional results. For the Tucker Clark Primary School, polling station 3A, where 517 voters were assigned, those whose last names began with A to those whose last names began with W. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 209 votes, 209. Ian Patches Liberd of the People's Action Movement received 107 votes. There were no spoiled, no rejected. Total of 316 votes were cast. At Kim Collins Stadium, polling station 3B, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 103 votes, 103. Ian Patches Liberd of the People's Action Movement received 111 votes, 111. There was 1 spoiled ballot and no rejected ballot, for a total of 225 votes cast. In the constituency of St. Christopher 3, polling station 5B, where 407 voters were assigned, those whose last names began with H to those whose last names began with N. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 129 votes, 129. Akila Byron Nisbet received 140. That's Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 140 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, and there were 3 rejected ballots for a total of 372. And in polling division 5C, Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 105 votes, 105. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 104 votes. There were no spoilt ballots. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were 210 votes cast. We have a result from constituency of St. Christopher 2A, where 385 voters were assigned, those whose last names begin with A to those whose last names begin with I. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 108 votes, 108. Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 115 votes. There were no spoilt ballots, and there were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 225 votes cast. And in constituency of St. Christopher 8, polling station 2B, Anglican Church Hall, where 454 voters were assigned, those whose last names began with I to those whose last names began with Y. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 88 votes, 88. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 187 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, and there was 1 rejected ballot for a total of 276 votes cast. And now back to Master Control.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. We have received additional results for constituency number 3, as well as additional results for constituency number 2. And I think constituency number 3 is holding up to being a fierce battleground. If you're speaking about in box 5C, many boxes were closed by 1 vote. In box 5C, Akila Nisbet Byron, 104 votes. In the same box 5C, Conris G. Maynard, 105 votes, and a spoiled ballot. So we might consider that a draw. But in any case, very, 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 very close results. What can we make of that?
Well, looking at the former results and looking at the boxes, here it seems in the last, well, we have the 2 boxes remaining. I still think, based on the last 2 boxes, it could be anybody's ball game, because last election, in the last 2 boxes, we had Sam Condor winning 1 and Conris winning another. So those are up for grabs. But what I found interesting is constituency number 8. If we are to look at constituency number 8, 2B, which you see Dr. Drew with 88. Here again in 2B, last election, Dr. Drew had 88. And the Honorable Eugene Hamilton had 202. So you see again a decline in the number of votes for Eugene Hamilton in that box. And again, it could be as a result of perhaps overseas voters. But you're seeing a decline, although a win, a decline for Eugene Hamilton in those boxes.
Okay. So it's been a very interesting night, and we're now into the wee hours of the morning. It's about 4 a.m. and we want to thank the listeners and viewers for staying with us. That is ZIZ's live coverage of St. Kitts and Nevis 2020 federal elections. We're going to pause for a commercial break and we're going to be right back. So stay tuned for more.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay a Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our Mo Banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay a Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay a Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our Mo Banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay a Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay. Has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more.
More of ZIZ's coverage of ElectionSKN, election results for 2020. Well, it has been a night and a morning. Results are just piling in, and they seem to be piling in one direction. So far, let me share with you what we have so far. We have in Nevis, the 3 seats in Nevis, 9, 10, and 11, have been declared for the CCM and, well, by extension, Team Unity. In St. Kitts, we have number 4 declared, number 5 declared, and number 7 declared. So by that math, that's 6 of 11 constituencies. 6 have been already declared for Team Unity, which means Team Unity really is back at the helm. The rest of it that comes in, if Unity is to pull off more seats, then, as we say in local parlance, that's gravy. That's gravy, right? So,
the show Don knows about that.
It's all academic. I mean, right now, Team Unity has retained the government as we stand right now, but we are awaiting the results to see how it will all line up at the end of the night. We are looking at a tough battle in number 3. In number 3, I myself, I'm from number 3, so I can tell you a couple of things about number 3. In number 3, the Trafalgar box, right? Apostolic Faith Church, St. Johnson Avenue. That's a tough box for anybody other than Labour. Has always been. The Trafalgar box has always been a tough box. I see what amounted to be a close battle. So basically, what you had to do is stay close in those areas that are normally tough for anybody competing against the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. Also, the box number 1, which is in Lagweed, the community center, St. Johnson Community Center, that has, which also brings in voters out of Shadwell, right? Lagweed and Shadwell, that's polling division 1. That has always been a box that sways heavily to the Labour Party. I mean, sometimes you have to give up on that box. But we're looking here at numbers coming out of polling division 1, which is the St. Johnson Community Center, 182 to 175. That's the closest I've ever seen that box for anybody. So, with all the numbers that have come in, let's talk to Don Anderson.
I'm not sure you're hearing me clearly. I couldn't hear you at all just now. Can you hear me all right? I'm not hearing you. Hello, can you hear me all right?
So what happened there is that if you can stay close in those boxes, and that is close, that a traditionally stronghold for the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, then you move into areas that are more friendly. And right now we have 2 boxes that's left. And those boxes coming out of the Bronte Welsh Primary School. The Bronte Welsh Primary School, Boyd's West Farm, in the last election, Sam Conda for the PLP won those boxes, won Boyd's. So Akila Byron Nisbet is heading into an area that is friendly. Let's put it that way. Not as hostile as, say, number 1 and Trafalgar, the Trafalgar box, Apostolic Faith. So we're looking at, what is it, 1041 to Convis right now, 983 to Aquila, okay, which means that's a close fight as it is. So it's going to be dependent on how well they do in boxes 6A and 6B, which are both inside the Bronte Welsh School. All right, so we will await that, and if that changes hands tonight, then history is made. And Doc, wouldn't you be happy to be part of history?
Certainly. But, you know, there's something about those 2 boxes down there in the Boyd's area that in the era of Sam Conda and Royd and Benjamin, it was that area which I think really took Sam Conda over the hump. He was in for a very tough fight until he got down there to Boyd's and Palmetto Point area. And that actually took Sam Conda over the hump. Now it's going to be very interesting to see, well, this morning or tonight, that if on going down there, what direction those 2 boxes will take this election once again.
We're looking at a similar kind of fight in number 2.
Yes, it's...
Look at number 2. John L. Powell is in good shape as he sits at this moment. I think we're looking at 690 to 700. He's actually leading in number 2 at the moment. And so there is another fight. And as I said, as we said earlier, that's a rematch. So we're looking at that closely.
Yeah, rematch, and in terms of American football, they should probably go for that extra 2 points to secure, to make sure it goes beyond the touchdown.
Go beyond the touchdown, right?
But it's
box is coming for number 2.
Yeah, we have the Wesleyan Holiness. We got
There's several boxes in there.
we have some more boxes coming out of the Wesleyan Holiness, which is normally good stuff for the People's Action Movement.
Mr. Moderator, something has crossed my mind a while ago. I don't think anyone would have had any reason to slip into government headquarters at this hour of the morning, this occasion, would you? I don't.
Okay. All right. Okay. Monarch, what's your take on what we're seeing here, unfolding here this morning?
Well, as you say, I mean, number 3 would be history in the making.
You're from Boyd's, right? So, you can say something, tell me something.
Yes, and the boxes are coming from my alma mater, even though.
There you go.
Yes, I didn't know it was Bronte Welch back then.
Right,
but,
right.
You know, hey, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I know there was, you know, a campaign battle royal in that area. And as you know, the folks down there, they followed Sam. They followed Sam from Labour to PLP. And that's the reason why Sam did as well as he did in the 2015 elections. And so basically, I guess the PLP trend is, looks like it's continuing in that area. Well, I guess we'll have to wait on the results to see that. But that's, as I said, it was a campaign battle royal in that area. It's always interesting, though, in Boyd's because, I mean, you know, we were one of the communities who for years kept saying that, I mean, you know, for all the support that we give to our politicians who run in that area, I mean, there's really not a lot to show. There's really, really not a lot to show. I mean, you know, we've been battling for years for a playground. And, I mean, you know, it's time that, you know, stuff like that finally come of age because, I mean, you know, so it's interesting, definitely interesting. And I guess we'll await the final results and see where it takes us.
Indeed, you know, we have to just be a bit patient and see what the latest boxes are going to bring. But, you know, I would think at this point that if, well, the government of Timothy has already pretty much sealed election, and if Akila was to bring home the seat here in number 3, I think what we're going to see is a drastic change in representation and development in this community. I would want to bet on that. And I'm pretty much confident that Mrs. Akila Byron will do that work down there in number 3, in the whole of number 3, in fact, because there are many areas in number 3 which need development, many areas. So I am really confident that if she was to win that seat there and be part of a government, that we would see a radical change in terms of development and service to the people in those areas, starting from the village down to that lovely village of Palmetto Point.
Well, at the very least, the way this fight is setting up, the number 3 by a newcomer. Again,
it's remarkable.
A newcomer. That's remarkable performance there. And however this comes out, that would have been a good fight.
The previous panel was discussing the matter of succession planning. And, you know, it's very good to see a young person in the form of Mrs. Akila Byron stepping up to the plate and getting into, you know, elective politics. You know, I don't like to say a woman per se. You know, I see people as being qualified and willing to perform. And, you know, it's very, very good to say this.
All right, let's go. We still have outstanding the rest of constituency number 8. Eugene Hamilton in number 8 is out front at the moment with a lead, and still in Keon. Still have some numbers to come out of Keon. So if that is the case, we are looking to see how he comes out of Keon and Connery Keys and Canada. Then what kind of shape he heads into St. Peter's with, because that is going to be important. Again, well, these places you have to try and hold closely in these areas and go big where you.
I often see that as, you know, coming down the hill from Keon. Once you get on the flat into Monk Hill, St. Peter's, you will have to turn on your afterburners to get over the hump. And yeah, he started off quite well, but you know, getting down on the flat, heading into St. Peter's, you may really have to turn on his afterburners. You know. So
well, I tell you what, the constituency number 8 is remaining true to form. You know, the sun will come up on us before we.
Oh, of course.
We get number 8. I mean, that's. I guess we should now come to expect that number 8 will keep.
Would always be late.
Oh.
But just out of curiosity, though, maybe for our listeners, what is actually left as it relates to boxes or polling divisions? For I guess we can start with number 1. Well, the ones that are outstanding. Well, we have 1, 2, 3,
8
and 8.
1 and 8. Because
what are we waiting on?
Mackie Ronan is gonna help us out with what we have there as outstanding. Number 8 for sure. I mean, has a whole bunch of stuff.
Quite a number of boxes.
That's a big constituency. Right. Number 1.
So that's the Juve constituency.
Oh yeah.
Number 1 has is looking like we have 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. We have a whole bunch of boxes left. 3, D, E, F. 4A, B, C, 5 and 6 are still outstanding in constituency number 1. So quite a lot of votes there still to count for number 1. In number 2, we have, 3C, D. I think we have 2B as well.
2B, yes.
Yeah, which is the Skelec building. One of the boxes from Skelec still out there. We have we have 4B, 5A, 5B, and 6 still outstanding in number 2. Number 3, all we have is
6A, 6B.
6A and 6B, as we just pointed out. That's down in the Boyd's West Farm area. And number 4 is completed, 5 completed, 6 completed, 7 completed, and then 8 is the other big constituency. 9, 10, and 11 is completed. So those are the outstanding stuff before we can get out of here.
Well, Nevis has been settled already.
So we still got a ways to go. As far as counting and counting boxes here, and don't understand why, but
I think I belabored the point about having to wait this long on the boxes. So
yeah, I mean,
all I'm going to say right now is I hope that ZIZ has breakfast for us.
Oh, okay. I think they heard you.
I want bacon and eggs.
I think they heard you.
But Mr. Moderator,
you might have to get lunch too. Where are we going here?
Ooh.
Yes, go ahead.
You know what? I still really stop to consider. You started counting when 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. You started counting votes in these areas. Different teams are counting.
Probably by 8.
And here we are, pretty much down to 4:30, and number 8 is still far.
A lot of times, it's about recount, and recount. See, sometimes people can't accept.
But let me. So if we're having recounts, what's the procedure to stop the recounts if it keeps going on forever?
There's no standard procedure about stopping recounts.
So it's not after three recounts you stop?
No, I don't think there's anything.
So you can go on to.
There's nothing set as a formalized number of recounts. And so somebody take a break. Somebody just take a break, have a little snack, and tell the rest go well. And so it's not a continuous counting.
I know. Yeah, because the recounts can be really pathetic.
So basically, what you're saying is that I can request a recount all night.
I guess if you're dissatisfied with certain aspects.
It's only you're gonna filibuster here, man. It's only
basically. But if I'm losing, and so I don't feel that I like the results, but I can ask for a recount for the rest of the morning.
So the returning officer doesn't have the right to say, hey, listen, I think we've done this enough. we've gone over every single ballot,
Results are the same.
or we've changed here and there, or the results are the same, let's move on.
Yes, I think, but then, as a human being living in society, you might want to work for too many feathers, because you still have to, your returning officer is a highly contested constituency. You still want to get people that feel satisfied that you're doing the good thing for them. They just keep
Yeah, indeed, you have to make every effort. Every effort has to be made that you've been fair.
But
Yes.
there's also
Yeah.
recourse to go to the court.
Well, that's after. You should have that.
That's after a declaration has been made.
Yeah, after the declaration, that's what I'm saying. So at
Yeah,
some
but-
point in time, you have to stop the recount.
But I think, it's an expression or an exercise that, one is trying to be fair and give whichever side,
Yes.
adequate, justice and time. You count over until, but you just can't go on ad infinitum, eh?
Or,
So,
or if that's not the case, then give us the unofficial results.
I don't want to do that.
sometimes the things you got to be very
That's
careful.
what Dominica does, and they get out. They get out of the counting at 11 o'clock at night. Give us the. I mean, once we're telling the people that, hey, listen, the results are unofficial, the supervisor of election will make the declaration. I think folks would understand that. But that's just my idea of saving ZIZ some breakfast money.
Well, it depends on, I guess it depends on where you sit on that, because if you're sitting in a position where you're fighting for that seat, and that's all you have left, just ask for recount. What do? You use it, right? And so we don't really pay much attention to the fact that we keep in monarch here till broad daylight. I mean, that's not what they're thinking about. They're saying, I'm losing here.
I don't even think they're watching television.
In the case of Guyana, they kept them for how long? The elections was on the 2nd of March.
Some weeks and months.
And they still have another couple of days.
They still have more months. So I guess what you're saying is then we should be thankful for just another morning. That's all we have to be. Okay, because Guyana took weeks, right? So months. So I guess
the election was on the 2nd of March.
But are they actually settled, is it?
No, still not settled. But anyway,
The last report I got, they were still far from a conclusion.
this is SKN election 2020 results, and we are still awaiting results from a number of constituencies. Some boxes out there that are going to determine what ends up being the new Team Unity government, the way it's going to set up. We know from where we sit now that Team Unity has been returned.
6 of the 11, so
yeah, we have 6 confirmed or declared, and we only have 11 seats, so you do the math. People, well, the math around here, I think the math around here paid off, right? Because for quite a few weeks, people were saying that 5 is more than 20. so I guess it paid off, right? And now you have 6 is more than 5, and they're still counting. So we have a way of counting. Right?
But, in the interest of transparency and free and fair elections, we have to be patient while they go through those recounting, because, we have to be careful with our elections in St. Kitts and Nevis that, there's a need for improvement. And one incident has happened in the last election could put us back by miles. Yeah, because it was a travesty in terms of what happened last elections here in St. Kitts and Nevis, and to go through something of that nature again, it just wouldn't bode well for us.
Well, since we're on that topic, let me ask the legal mind here. Talk us through how the process works in terms of election petition. Time that you have, and how it's done, and when can you petition, or when you lose the opportunity. Just briefly, how that works.
In terms of the actual time, I don't have that on top of my head. In terms of, there's a short period, I think it's 14 days, to put an election petition together. If you are contesting the election, and there are some rules now put in place by the court as to how to go about the procedure for it, which are some new rules. For a long time, there were no rules, election procedure rules, but there are now some rules and some guidelines as to how to go about it. But it's something you have to be doing in a short space of time. So whatever grievance you may have, whatever thing you may have, you put that together to the court in a few number of days.
So in that period, in the period, whether it's 14, 21, whatever, in that period, can the supervisor, my question then is, you don't get a certification then until after that period has lapsed? Because
no, it's not. It's independent of that. That certification is independent of that. Yeah, the writ is to return to the Governor General, I think within 3 days of the election.
Right.
So that is something independent of your appealing.
So you could be sworn in and all of that while this process is going on.
Yes.
Okay. So and you cannot bring the petition after.
Well,
after that time has.
But if they sworn, you have to bring the petition because it's questioning.
No, I'm saying after the time.
After the time, no.
Right. Okay.
I'm just.
But it's I got you. So it's not dependent on when.
I will speak. Because I think back in 1979, from my recollection, and that's taken us way back, that that Ribeiro was sworn in.
Yeah, he was sworn in.
Yeah.
All right.
But one of the things we have to look forward to from this election, that we've had some CARICOM observers here. I don't think we had a full contingent as in times past. And being independent bodies or an independent body, we would be awaiting to hear what are their comments as to the conduct of these elections. That would be very critical that we get their feedback and their impressions on how the polls were conducted. So you could probably at least make a qualitative comparison, with previous polls.
There's indication that some counting has been accomplished for number 8. I guess we're just waiting for them to come to us. But I'm getting indication that some count has been completed, and we are waiting for it to flow through. It seems as though much of this stuff that we're talking about here, about number 8, and all these open boxes, apparently, based on the indication, most of these are completed.
They're completed.
And maybe with the exception of 1 or 2 that still pending. Maybe they're waiting to put them all together and bring it in all at once and just shut down
the entire process.
I don't know, but I'm getting indication that the count has been going on. Some have actually been completed, but it's just waiting for flow through to the supervisor, and then I guess we will get. I gather that once we come back to number 8, we're going to get a flood of number 8, probably close it out in quick fashion once we actually get to it. It seems like that is what is happening. They're all going to come in at once, and that's as far as number 8. Then don't know what's happening in number 1, and don't know what's happening in number 2. As we said, number 2 has 1, 2, 3, about 7 boxes outstanding. They include the CFBC, 2 boxes there. Also have 2 boxes left at the Wesleyan Holiness Church. On Keon Street, we have 1 coming out to St. Barnabas Anglican Church, and that would complete number 2. We have, for number 1, we have places like Hope Chapel, Police Training Complex, Public Works, some of Kim Collins, all still to come. And those are huge boxes, huge amount of votes that's still out there to come in to be counted. And then that will wrap up the night for us. So the things, the areas that people are really paying attention to tonight. People come into this election night looking for
the hotly contested
those
areas.
boxes, those hotly contested boxes. They seem to want to string you along just because they know you're looking for those hotly contested constituencies. So I don't know.
Well, I guess because there's a hotly contested, they've got to take every time to make sure.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
That every, what do we say, every T's crossed and I dotted.
That is dotted. Okay. Well, from the way I look at it is that way back yesterday, the X's were made. So worrying about I's and T's now, I mean, X's were already made. Just to get them counted. All right. Okay.
So I was about to say for folks who are probably just waking up, because I know some people probably went to sleep because they can't take the, you know, the pressure of listening to us all night and waiting with anxious moments. I'm saying maybe we could just let them know exactly what has transpired by giving their final totals for those seats that we've that's been declared already.
Yeah. Well, that would be if we begin with number 4. Number 4 is the Honorable Lindsey Grant, who was declared. The final numbers there in number 4, which had 3 candidates really, but 933 for Steve Rensford and 1,284 for Lindsey Grant, giving Lindsey Grant, or returning Lindsey Grant as the representative for that area. In number 5, where the Honorable Sean Richards is the candidate, or no, the representative. The numbers there, he was up against Kenny Douglas, 721 for Kenny Douglas, and 1,296 for Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement. And then we have number 6, where the Prime Minister sits.
Six former Prime Minister.
Say again? Number 6, sorry. Oh, yeah, number 6, okay. Number 6, the Denzel Douglas, leader of St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party. 1,553 to Kevin Williams, scoring over 500, 519 I have here. What we got? 476, sorry. 476, so again, for only the second time in our history, somebody has broken the 400 mark. So
400 ceiling.
Yeah. So let's see what happens as he go on. And now to the number 7, where the current Prime Minister sits. That has also been called. He was up against Leon Nathan Nelson. Nelson at 607 to Timothy Harris, 1,870. That's a serious crushing from the Prime Minister there. And then that will take me into Nevis 9, where the Premier of Nevis, Mark Brantley, sits. At the end of that, Mark Brantley, he was running against Kelvin Daly of the NRP, who came in with 1,155 votes to Mark Brantley's 1,689. In Nevis 10, the seats there were contested by Bijan Hanley and Eric Evelyn. Bijan Hanley of the Nevis Reformation Party came in 167 votes to Eric Evelyn's 710, sending Eric Evelyn to the Parliament in St. Kitts. And then in 11, we had Patrice Nisbet up against Alexis Jeffers. Patrice Nisbet of the Nevis Reformation Party coming in with 910 votes to Alexis Jeffers 1,107. Alexis Jeffers finally retires the NRP Patrice Nisbet. So now NRP is in control of the NIA, and they also have all of the, the CCM is now in control of the NIA and have all of the seats on the federal level.
Both arms, actually.
They got the whole farm, right? So we're putting it. So that's how things are set up right now.
But Mr. Moderator, something a bit trivial and interesting there in Nevis. Since Mark has become Premier, he has sort of relinquished the term sheriff. I'm not hearing it so much as in the past, you know.
No, maybe the sheriff will be revived when he walks into Bastia with the 3 seats from Nevis that he promised.
Okay, made us ride into Bastia with 3 seats. Okay.
Well, in a blue suit.
In a blue suit, yeah. Mark is always in the blue. So that is how things sit at this early morning.
But Mr. Moderator,
it's almost 5 o'clock and we are awaiting the rest of the results.
There is something that is of interest to me down there in number 6. And I think our country must have much more serious laws here. If I was in the Olympics or running on the international scene, and I was found to be using performance-enhancing drugs, I'd probably get a 3-year ban before I can compete again. But here's a former Prime Minister with the passport of Dominica, ejected from Parliament a few weeks ago, and can almost immediately contest another election. I think something is drastically wrong with our laws.
I think that goes to where the legal expert was going with the petition part of it, so maybe that's...
But I think that
okay, so...
That is, I mean, the law is how the law is. If you are allowed to do it again, that's what the law is. That's the council law. He didn't offend any election laws. You kind of get him to do something like he was.
No, but I mean, why?
Just in a particular way, but then you move on to something different. So there is no long-term sanction for that.
No, but I think any sort of legislation should have had a ban in the content of what you see in international sports.
That is something you say you want to do for the future.
All right. Well, that's something we can pick up in the future.
No, it has to be addressed because if it comes with anyone else in this country, it's hard to accept that you are ejected from Parliament today, an election a month or so from now, that you're running again. You know what I mean? After breaking what they call a cardinal law, that you should not carry a foreign passport to be a citizen of another country and be in the Parliament. I mean, there's something fundamentally weak in our laws and our policies on that matter.
I think
And it should be corrected.
It's always been saying it's fundamentally weak.
What's that?
It's always said and saying it's fundamentally weak. I mean, it's not. It was. I mean, what they did, there was an infringement, and the court found a particular way, and then they had to make a ruling. But then it's not. It's something. So there were sanctions for that particular infringement, and so the other thing you can do beyond that.
All right, and with that, we will take a break. We're still awaiting more results, but for the moment, we will take a break, get refreshed, and bring you the results as they come in. So we will be back.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay Appear, and it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here.
Standing by and waiting for results. More results to come in from some areas before we end this thing this morning. But right about now, sometime back in couple of years ago, 2017, we had some polling and from Don Anderson. And we're going to go back to that, let you have a listen to that, and then we'll come on the other side of it and we'll discuss that. So let's go to that video.
A prominent and well-respected pollster from Jamaica with more than 40 years' experience in the market research industry, conducted a poll last month among 506 registered voters in all 11 of the constituencies in St. Kitts and Nevis. The findings give insight into the unstoppable popularity of Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris and his Team Unity administration.
From a constituency perspective, Team Unity is well positioned if an election should be called now to be re-elected, having improved their 2015 election constituency count based on the intention to vote measure. Let me break that down a little bit more. Every time one does a poll during the course of a 5-year span from one election to the next, we ask a question towards the end of every question. If an election were to be called now, because you never know, some people might want to call a snap election, some people have done so. So we say, if an election were to be called now, who are you likely to vote for? And generally you find that the further away you are from an election date or constitutionally due election date, the higher the number of people who say I'm not sure or don't know or none of them or whatever. In this particular situation, we found those numbers a little lower than normal, which means that people are energized in the whole election process and political process. So based on that particular question, and the numbers which that particular question generated, it is clear that Team Unity is well positioned if an election should be called now to be re-elected, because they have in fact improved upon their 2015 constituency count. In the context of Caribbean polls, this is good, if not an overly comfortable position, because we're now almost at midterm. In another few months we'll be midterm.
Good morning again. I have 3 additional results to share with you from constituency of St. Christopher 1, polling division 3C at the Kim Collins Stadium, where 393 voters were assigned, those whose surnames began with H to those whose surnames began with O, I'm sorry. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party got 96 votes, 96 votes, and Ian Patches Lyward of the People's Action Movement received 86 votes. There was 1 spoiled ballot and 5 rejected ballots, for a total of 187 votes cast. For polling division 3D, where 381 persons were assigned, whose surnames began with P, to those whose surnames began with Z, Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 94 votes, 9-4. Ian Patches Liburd of the People's Action Movement received 104 votes, 1-0-4. There was one spoilt ballot and there were 8 rejected ballots for a total of 206 votes cast. And in Constituency of St. Christopher 8, Polling Division 3A, Keon Primary School, where 444 persons were assigned, those whose surnames began with A to those whose surnames began with J. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 105 votes, 1-0-5. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 186 votes, 186. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 3 rejected ballots for a total of 294 votes cast. These are the real results we have thus far, and it's back over to Master Control.
Welcome back. As you heard, we just had some results there, and one there out of Keon Primary, 105 for Terence Drew, and 186 for Eugene Hamilton. And that we also had something coming out of number 1, 3C and 3D. 3C, 96 for Jeffrey Hanley, 86 for Ian Patches Liburd, and 3D, 94 for Jeffrey Hanley, and 104 for Ian Patches Liburd. Those are the last results we got, and we'll still continue to wait for the others. We began looking at a video from dealing with some predictions from Don Anderson, which we interrupted for the results, of course. So we're gonna go back to that video. We're gonna take it from the top and let you have a chance to listen to it.
A prominent and well-respected pollster from Jamaica with more than 40 years experience in the market research industry, conducted a poll last month among 506 registered voters in all 11 of the constituencies in St. Kitts and Nevis. The findings give insight into the unstoppable popularity of Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris and his Team Unity administration.
From a constituency perspective, Team Unity is well positioned if an election should be called now to be re-elected, having improved their 2015 election constituency count based on the intention to vote measure. Let me break that down a little bit more. Every time one does a poll during the course of a 5-year span from one election to the next, we ask a question towards the end of every question. If an election were to be called now, because you never know. Some people might want to call a snap election, some people have done so. So we say, if an election were to be called now, who are you likely to vote for? And generally you find that the further away you are from an election date or constitutionally due election date, the higher the number of people who say I'm not sure or don't know or none of them or whatever. In this particular situation, we found those numbers a little lower than normal, which means that people are energized in the whole election process and political process. So, based on that particular question and the numbers which that particular question generated, it is clear that Team Unity is well positioned if an election should be called now to be re-elected, because they have in fact improved upon their 2015 constituency count. In the context of Caribbean polls, this is good, if not an overly comfortable position, because we're now almost at midterm. In another few months we'll be midterm, and to be in a position of comfort, relative comfort, midterm is a little bit different. It's not usual, because in everywhere that we've worked, we're talking about almost right through the Caribbean, midterm governments tend to be lagging behind. In this particular situation, we find Team Unity has actually done a good job in the eyes of the general public to be so positioned that people say they would vote them in for a second term.
What's more, a majority of Kittitians and divisions surveyed in the Don Anderson poll last month expressed strong approval of Prime Minister Harris's job performance.
We asked about the leadership of the Team Unity government, and we asked specifically about how the Prime Minister was managing the whole affairs of the government. And over 60% of the persons that we interviewed felt positive about the leadership or gave him a good passing grade. A significant number, at least a third of all persons interviewed, felt that he was in fact doing a very good job. Overall, therefore, there is some level of satisfaction with the way in which Dr. Timothy Harris is actually leading the government of people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
What are some of the things that they referred to that factored into that very high favorability rating?
Well, I'm not sure they were making a reference to the town hall meetings, but they spoke in terms of communication, which again, you know, any government, any party has to look at communication as a key issue. So they're talking about surely communication, they're talking about his commitment to the people, talking about clearly the fact that he has addressed as a part of the leader of a party the whole question of the VAT issue, which is a people-oriented program. All right, it's recognition that this is something that I have to do because people are basically encountering difficulties, and therefore this is a policy which is targeted towards those persons who are probably most vulnerable in the society. So this is one of the reasons why people talked about him communicating and doing things for the people. So a number of persons that responded to this saw him as a people person, and therefore somebody who is concerned about the welfare of persons in St. Kitts and Nevis. The other thing too that one needs to mention is that what came up repeatedly in the survey was that people felt that he had done a fair amount to enhance the unity of St. Kitts and Nevis. So that's something that's very important to note. Between Dr. Harris and all the other members of the Team Unity, they total over 50%. More than 50% of the persons saw the Team leadership as being the group to lead the country at this time, the federal government at this time. But they also believe that the Team Unity coalition is perceived to be best able at this time to make things better for the people.
Working in the government as a leader has been challenging, yet at the same time rewarding knowing that we are working on behalf of the people and that we have been able to accomplish much in the short of 2 years in government. Our own accomplishments, in my view, compare most favorably with any in the region at a second year in the life of the new government. I was pleased that the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, by a significant majority, indicated to the pollster that they were satisfied with the performance of this government and they were prepared to give us a passing grade and better. Some of the successes which persons provided to the pollster included our tremendous record of relief to the people by the removal of VAT from food, from medicine, from educational supplies, showing that this government is committed to do good for all the people of the country, because everyone has benefited, but those who have benefited most would be the poor, the young, and the vulnerable. And so we are a government of compassion and caring, and we demonstrated that way. Equally, I was impressed to note that our payment of the severance to the former sugar workers was one which many people remember and record their appreciation for. Perhaps I should not have been surprised, because in this second round of paying of the severance, we paid over 2,003 former sugar workers, and by extension their families. You contrast that with what happened in 2005-2006, a mere 968 beneficiaries. So we more than double up the families which would have benefited as a result of our efforts. For us who have worked so hard and dedicated so much time in the interest of the people, it is comforting to know that the people do appreciate. It is a signal that if we continue to focus on what we have been doing, delivering on our manifesto commitments, particularly those that redound to the benefit of the largest majority of people, that we will do well.
Record high jobs data, as well as best ever annual profits and sales reported by many companies throughout St. Kitts and Nevis, indicate that the economy is performing exceptionally well under the Team Unity administration. Don Anderson asked the survey respondents for their view on the economy.
We asked them specifically about the economy, because obviously this is the hub of how people measure progress. So we asked people, tell us about the economy. Is the economy better now, last 2 years, or is it worse? And again, the majority felt the economy had either grown, was better, or was no worse than it was in 2015, before 2015. So again, the conclusion from that set of data is that people are generally of the view that the economy is heading in the right direction.
Furthermore, a majority of Kittitians and Nevisians surveyed in the poll showed a high level of awareness of the Team Unity government's achievements so far, 2 years into its 5-year mandate. The survey respondents also expressed an appreciation of the administration's robust communications efforts. The poll found that Prime Minister Harris's skill at communicating his ideas and getting messages across to the people contributes to his popularity, along with several other factors.
When we ask them open-ended questions, well, in your view, what are some of the things that the Team Unity government has done well, that you are satisfied with? And people talk about clearly the removal of VAT on things like food and medicines and funeral expenses. And people also talk about the repayment to the former sugar workers. So these are two things that stand out amongst a list of about 10 items that people have identified. But these were two that occupy the minds of the majority of the persons that were interviewed. One of the things, of course, they talk about is communication with the people. And this is a cry from constituents all over the Caribbean. People are saying it's important to communicate with them. And that way they believe that they will better understand what the government is doing. And the data does suggest that people are aware that much work has been done. The whole question of communication is now very much on top of the minds of the people. Mm-hmm. And they see this as a good thing. And essentially what they're saying is, don't stop it. Mm-hmm. You really need to be constantly communicating, because this is different. Right. You know, again, in a number of other jurisdictions, we find that governments fail on the basis of their inability to communicate. Mm-hmm. And what they're saying is that this is a good thing, therefore keep it up. Mm-hmm. Keep it up. The principle of communication really very much appreciated by the people. The concept of communication has really resonated very well with the people. So those town hall meetings are good. People are now seeing and hearing more about what is happening. We'd love to see that enhanced.
Another good news was that our message has been reaching the people. And the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, despite the noise in the political marketplace, are seeing the government for what it is. A compassionate, caring government that inherited a difficult situation with the governance agenda, with ensuring that everyone was getting its fair share, and yet we have taken up this awesome and challenging responsibility, and we are producing to the satisfaction of all the people. And I want to thank the people for giving us as a team this opportunity to serve and for service, and to thank them for their confidence and support, and ask them to continue their prayers. For all that we have accomplished, we say, to God give the glory. And there's a lot more work to be done. But I believe my team is up to the task. Team unity clearly is an idea that will never die. It is what the majority of persons before 2015 indicated in the same Anderson poll that they preferred. And 2 years after an election, I feel satisfied that the poll is showing that the majority of people in St. Kitts still have faith, are still positively impacted, are still satisfied with the performance of this government.
All right, welcome back. You were just viewing a set of predictions there from Don Anderson, which was from back in 2017, and they hold true. They hold true tonight, his predictions, as far as team unity is concerned. Another thing to look at when we talk about team unity, it is not one of the toughest type of governments, coalition governments. It's tough when you have two. Here you have three, because you have political parties that generally have different philosophies, and they have different agendas and so on. So you come in into coalition, and there's a lot of juggling to happen, because they don't normally match up in terms of philosophy. And so a lot of times coalitions don't last. They don't go beyond a term. And we see tonight that Team Unity is coming back for a second term, and actually look like they're coming back much stronger with the way things are shaping up. They're coming back with more seats.
But
so
I just speak of different philosophies. In some parts of Europe, you may have a democratic party, a left-wing party, one with a religious slant and that kind of variation. But the thing here in St. Kitts and Nevis is that the parties basically have a tremendous amount in common. I mean, in my opinion, it's still, parties here, in order to win the confidence of the electorate, they pursue what they call a socialist welfare sort of policy. And Team Unity in this past 5 years have been very strong in terms of the socialist and welfare approach. I mean, there comes the matter of, that $500 subvention to poor homes, fixing the roofs of houses, dropping the VAT and those kind of things. They're basically more on the welfare, socialist type of policies. So the three parties, have a tremendous amount in common. Their philosophies are not really so distant and so apart. So I think one of the good things also is that The individuals, you know, I mean, they're human beings, of course, but they have that degree of cooperation to make things rather effective.
Yeah, and also though, beyond the philosophy, you're dealing with three parties, with three different sets of supporters who, in politics, you know, I gotta look after my people and my party, you know, and so you're coming from three different directions. I mean, how do you accomplish that? How do you satisfy your party, faithful for three different parties? It's a lot of juggling there.
It's a lot of juggling, but you see, on the matter of unity of the last remaining two parts of that triad, we had St. Kitts and Nevis and Anguilla. You know, the coming of team unity has brought a lot of respect to divisions, a lot of benefits. I mean, you would have heard Mark Brantley speak so many times about the passport issue, where a national asset has been sold, but hardly any proceeds are going to Nevis. But with team unity, Nevisians are much more satisfied that they get a fairer share of the national cake. And that would go a long way to gel the...
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. We are now going to go to a statement from the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Timothy Harris. He's standing by for a statement from the Prime Minister.
Go ahead.
Out some technical stuff there, but we will stand by. Let's go back to the Prime Minister.
The Team Unity movement has secured enough seats to form a second government of the Yes, sir. Thank tremendously the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for the resounding victory. It appears that the Team Unity movement will have. We have a number of seats that are not yet called, but the projections are that we will return to government with a substantially increase in the number of seats. Our projections are that among the new members, apart from those two, Alexis Jeffers out of Nevis and Eric Evelyn out of Nevis CCM, we will be having new candidates from St. Kitts joining officially as elected representatives. Our prediction is that Ambassador John L. Powell will be returned as the official representative. To announce that we can comfortably and reasonably predict that Senator Akila Byron Nisbet will be the next representative. This, of course, will be history in the making. It will be the first time since adult suffrage that West Barstow would leave the Labour Party. Equally significant, Akila Byron Nisbet will be the first female elected on the West Barstow constituency and join the ranks of only a few women who have made it to Parliament as elected representatives. For me, this is a more signal moment because several years ago, when she was chosen as the Deputy Speaker, it was intended that she would become the favorite person to represent the people of West Barstow. I want to thank those who are with her and with us in the beginning at that particular moment, and to say thank you to all the people of West Barstow who determined that they will give their fullest support to Akila Byron Nisbet as the next representative of the people. They have come to our constituency office to let West Barstow know that Akila, as their next elected representative, not only can deliver, but will deliver. The hard-working team who went with us, doing the house-to-house canvassing, doing all the requirements and preparations for this general elections. I want as party leader to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to mention something which we really do. The strong support Akila has had from her family, and in particular to say that her loving husband, who had served for us as our own party organizer, was able to devote all of his energy with the group from West Barstow. And we say tonight that West Barstow has returned to the PLP fold in a historic way. So thank you. Thank you to Alex for being the good man. I want equally to say to the team from Central Barstow who did the hard work, who gave Jonel this comeback, a hearty thank you to them. But more particularly, again, as with Akila, he had strong family support. But most importantly, I know and we know that the people have voted for Team Unity because they believe that Team Unity will stay together as a united team, because only as a united team can we deliver the stronger and safer future. So thank you to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. To God we give the glory for this tremendous victory, and we shall continue to serve the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and to give to this country that we love our very, very best. Thank you to all. Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis, for an excellent victory. I would want to invite the incoming member for West Barstow, Akila Byron Nisbet, to give her remarks.
Wow, wow, wow. I have to say thank you to the people of West Barstow. As I said, my was and one-on-one, every one of you said, we got this, and you really showed up, and you showed up in numbers to support me. I'm equally appreciative to the people of polling 4 and polling 5, divisions that we've never seen anybody else flip, and we were able to flip those boxes for Team Unity, for Labour Party. And of course, the people from Boys, West Farm, and Metro Boys, you fought it home, and I have to say thank you. I had a hard-working team with me throughout this journey, and I have to say so much thanks to all of them. They stood by me from the beginning, and they stayed with me right down to the end. I think they believed in me more than I even believed in myself, and they knew from the beginning that somehow, somewhere we were going to win this constituency. Yes, and to them, I have to say thank you. And my parents have been by my side from the beginning, and I also want to thank them as well. And I strongly believe that because because of my father's tie in the village, and the way that everybody respects him and looks up to him. That also helped me in pulling through in Trafalgar in particular, and I have to say thank you for that. And then again to my husband and Damien Weeks, I have to say thank you. They managed my campaign in the most spectacular way. All they asked me to do is just show up and be me, and they'll take care of everything else, and that's what they did. And just everybody working in the office, you all don't understand. It was a lot of love and attention that went into this campaign, and we're just so happy and delighted that something that has never been done in West Bastia was able to happen today. And thank you so much to West Bastia. I promise you that I will deliver for you, and I will never stop delivering for West Bastia. West Bastia is dear to me. You've heard me tell the story of how West Bastia shaped me from since I was young, and I must give back to West Bastia, and that is what I'm going to do. And so, West Bastia, I will continue to deliver for you. You can be rest assured that you have a representative who will be looking out for you, the people of West Bastia. So thank you to everyone. Thank you so much. I also would like to thank my opponent, Conmiss Maynard. It was a good run. It was a good fight. And I just want to thank him for the time that he would have been the representative for the past 5 years. And just congratulations to the work that you put in as well. I know your family and everyone is supportive of you as well. And so I just want to say congratulations as well. You may not have won it this time, but congratulations on the last 5 years, and hopefully you'll be willing to do what you can to work with us so that we'll be able to make sure that West Bastia gets the representation that it deserves. Thank you again to everyone.
Thank you very much. I'm talking about persons who have been there. I want to do something which will not give me high marks, but I want to especially thank Vinelma, who is here from West Bastia. That's how dear Vinelma comes. Vinelma is a founding member of the PLP, and she stood with us when we founded the party, and she stood strongly with Aquila, quietly doing the work. I visited 3 boxes, polling stations, and each of them Vinelma was there, keeping guard, giving advice and counsel. So I want to thank her. She's a quiet person, but she's very effective in what she does. And what she does from the bottom of her heart. So she is with us. She's one of the founders, and I'm very happy to have her in West Bastia. Akila will do for you. And now it is my pleasure to turn the mic over to Ambassador John L. Powell. Tremendous good form in this election. Galvanize, energize, mobilize, young, not so young, and old, so that team unity could have another historic victory in Central Bastia. Let's give John L., the Ambassador John L. Powell.
Thank you, first of God, for life, for strength, to be able to do this. Thank you to the good people of Central Bastia for giving me the opportunity to serve you. It's been a long 25 years, but you now have real representation. What starts today? And so we're not going back, we're going forward to a safer, stronger future under the second term of Team Unity. We showed what we could do 5 years ago. You believed in us, you stuck with us, and you brought us back bigger and stronger than ever. And so it's a pleasure to be able to join the team and to serve in a different capacity. Thank you to my fantastic team, family, Central Bastia! This is our time now. I got you back.
We have another of our candidates. Try something else. Try something new. Try something different. I want to especially congratulate Kevin Ninky Williams for presenting himself as the candidate of choice for the people of St. Christopher 6. We all know that St. Christopher 6 is the heartbeat of the Labour Party. And yet it took a courageous young man, willing and capable. He was the last of the team of candidates, to have been presented to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Indeed, he came after we had already dissolved the House. Faint-hearted person would have said, I will not take on that gamble at this time. So I will always owe a debt of gratitude to Kevin Ninky Williams. He came and he shook the foundation of St. Christopher 6, and we know that he has left it and has made it now stronger and safer for team unity. Ninky has given an excellent performance in his first showing, and so I want us to give him a special round of applause. I am confident that the work that we shall do in number 6, in our second term, will make it a fait accompli for Ninky Williams to return to that seat and to bring it safely into the bosom of team unity after such an excellent showing and his first outing. So congratulations, and Captain Williams, I ask you to say a few words to the crowd here.
Yes. Greeting. What a victory. What a victory. Say something. Yes, I want to thank all of you guys who come out and vote for me.
That were what you were listening to and viewing there. And sounds and some words from the Prime Minister congratulating the winners and speaking to the new team unity government that's coming in, and thanking the supporters as well. However, as we do that though, we still have some outstanding results to come in. Prime Minister still has some outstanding candidates out there that have not been declared as yet, as in number 1, number 8, and number
1, 2, and 3.
1, 2, 3,
and finishing 3.
and 8. But he's going on the projections that you guys gave him tonight, so he's going with that. All right, so.
Did he mention anything about number 8?
I don't think I heard him mention that, but that's still out there. So
he was celebrating the actual new candidates,
the new ones,
the new candidate winners in St.
The new kids on the block, yeah.
Yeah.
But it says quite a lot for team unity, having 2 young members in the construct. I mean, here you see the future of team unity.
Yeah. Well, as we stand, or as we sit here this morning, when I looked at that video, I see that the sun is shining bright outside. So it's morning. It is morning out there, and I gather that the streets in many places are filled, especially in places like number 4, number 5.
It's 3, 4, and 5.
Well, yeah.
Consecutively.
Yeah, and you see, that's number 3 we're looking at.
And 9, 10, and 11.
9, 10, and 11. Yeah. That's a sea of blue across the waters there in Nevis, I could imagine. And if things are shaping up the way they look like they're shaping up, you'll see the same thing in Central Bastia as you get out there this morning. I get the impression that people are actually leaving their homes in the rural areas and heading into Bastia as we speak. I can tell you that is happening. And so, because naturally, this is where the party will be. And it will make itself around the rural areas as well sometime later on today. We have a way of just...
the typical party.
Yeah, we have a way of just spontaneously starting to party. So.
Well, Tony, I know you mentioned that the people in the constituencies here are going to be celebrating, but I think our technical staff reported that we had over 50,000 people on the live tonight at some point in time. So people all over the world, Kitishans, divisions all over the world are going to be celebrating as well. I know there were other media houses that were covering the election results tonight.
Right.
I don't think any one of them can boast of the reach of ZIZ tonight. I'm telling you, I'm just a proud, what they call it? Yeah, I'm definitely an alumni, and I see a lot of familiar faces around, so, you know. I was going to wait till the end, but I don't know when the end is going to come, so I'm going to make sure that I get it in right now to congratulate the technical staff here at ZIZ for a job well done. I mean, you know, a production beyond imagination for St. Kitts Nevis and for election night coverage as well. I think you guys did an excellent job.
Yeah.
So I was just going to make sure that I get that in.
Here. Hey, excellent.
Certainly concur with you 100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also, speaking of the diaspora and so on, I also want to thank that one of my unofficial statistician who provided me some data from in the diaspora. My fellow villager, the King Sweeney. Dr. Sweeney, as it is. Yeah, Sir Irvin. You know, he's been in tune, listening, viewing, I guess, and I want to thank him for that as well, and many others in the diaspora who joined us for this important night when we brought you the results of an important election here in St. Kitts. Team Unity, if you're just waking up, Team Unity will be the new administration coming in. They are being returned to power, as we say. And it looks like, we have not completed everything yet, but at this moment it looks like they're going to retain the seat of government in better shape than they went out. They may very well, as it sits, come in with more seats than they did have, which is a good thing. And let's hope that the fact that you have more seats now in Parliament is an opportunity to get a number of things done, especially in respect to constitutional reform and so on, which require 2/3.
Correct.
And so it looks like they will have 2/3 for the next
And there
the
should
next
be
term.
there should be no excuse whatsoever. I mean, this is it's got to be done. It's got to be done, and I think you know, this would augur well for our future. Another feather in the cap.
Yeah.
You know, I think one of the things about the team of the government is that they have taken things to quite an advanced stage, and I think it was only suitable that they were given the chance to continue. You know, some remarkable things would have happened under this team of the government. You know, in the midst of this COVID-19 crisis and in terms of an economic stimulus package, when you've got a government that can go into its coffers and take out $120 million to inject into the economy, you look at St. Lucia, Grenada, and other places, they had to turn to the IMF. As far as Chile, they would have had to turn to the IMF. And for a tiny country of St. Kitts and Nevis, that you can go in your tread bag or your coffers and, you know, take out $120 million to stimulate and keep the economy floating in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. That is a tremendous feat, quite remarkable achievement.
Yep. And while I'm at it, let me also send out some thank yous to our fellow panelists that were here with us throughout the evening while we rotate, get some refreshments and so on. We had Ms. Patrice Harris. We had Azad Gums and Mr. Noah Mills, and we had Monsieur Boussou. And we want to thank them. They're probably resting now.
Or maybe joining the celebration.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they're getting the breakfast that we didn't get. But you know, such is life, right? We are in a position right now. I hope the counting hasn't stopped, right?
You think the celebration has intervened?
I hope the counting
affected the counting.
I hope not. You know, what they say, deja vu all over again.
You know.
No, but I doubt that very much. There are more results to come in, and before we wrap up election 2020.
You know, one of the things that's going to be very important coming out of this election as well, the response of the Labour Party in terms of expressing their satisfaction or dissatisfaction with the conduct of the election. You know, it's going to be very important to hear their take and their response on the whole conduct of the elections, if they're satisfied it was free and fair, or if they've got any concerns or any matters. It's important, you know, that, you know, whichever party loses in St. Kitts and Nevis, that you can be satisfied that you went through a process which was fair, you're not cheated, and you can rekindle, regroup, and come again. You know, it is very important for the democratic process in St. Kitts and Nevis. You know, you can't be having elections where court cases are emerging, a lot of disturbances and grievances. Yeah, so we just have to wait and see if they think, you know, that things were done in the proper way and that they can just rekindle, regroup, and come again.
Okay. Well, I think we have some results coming up now. So as soon as we get the word, I understand that we should be getting some more results shortly. But as soon as they give us the word, we will join for those results. As far as contest or worrying about the last election yesterday, when you win by so much, I mean, it is difficult to listen to somebody contesting that, you know. But the word is that
And I have the final results for constituency of St. Christopher 3, where the candidates were Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party. In polling division 6A at the Bronte Welsh School, where 399 voters were assigned, those whose surnames began with A to those whose surnames began with J. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 91 votes, 9-1. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 195 votes, 195. There were no spoilt ballots and there were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 288 ballots cast. And in the final box, box 6B, also at the Broadwell School, where 403 voters were assigned, those whose surnames started with K to those whose surnames started with Y. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes, that's 121 votes. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 164 votes, 164. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 287 votes cast. Therefore, for constituency of St. Christopher 3, where there were 4,078 voters assigned, Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,253 votes, 1,253. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 1,342 votes, 1,342. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 20 rejected ballots for a total votes cast of 2,615. Therefore, the member elected for the constituency of St. Christopher 3 is Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party. Further results, constituency number 2, box 2B at Skelec. Candidates were Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party and Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement. At that box, Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 ballots, 9-2. Jonelle Powell of People's Action Movement received 115, 115. There were no spoilt, no rejected ballots for a total of 207 votes cast. At 5A, Clarence Fitzroy College, where 286 voters were assigned whose names began with A to those whose last name began with L. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 63 votes, 6-3. Jonelle Powell of the People's Action Movement received 99 votes. There were no spoilt ballots. There were 3 rejected ballots for a total of 165 votes cast. In constituency of St. Christopher 2, polling division 6 at the former CPU building, there were 408 voters assigned. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 118 votes. Jonelle Powell of People's Action Movement received 84 votes. There were no spoilt ballots. There were no rejected ballots for a total of 202 votes cast. In constituency 1, St. Christopher 1, polling division 3F, 372 voters were assigned, those whose last name began with L to those whose last name began with Z. Dr. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes, 8-4. Ian Patches Liebert of PAM received, People's Action Movement received 67 votes. There were no spoiled ballots, but there were 14 rejected ballots for a total of 165 votes cast. And in St. Christopher 8, Polling Division 3B, Keon Primary School, where 384 voters were assigned, those whose last name began with K, to those whose last name began with Z. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 73 votes. Eugene Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 134 votes. There was one spoiled ballot for a total of 207 votes cast. And that has been the report thus far, and back to Master Control.
All right, welcome back. There you had some more results, and in that batch, we finalized constituency number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, constituency number 3 has just flipped for the first time ever. Constituency number 3 no longer in the hands of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. Many of us never thought we would ever see that, but history is made this morning, and I have to repeat it. Constituency number 3, that has always been in the hands of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party, is no longer so. Congratulations to the young Akila Byron Nisbet, who has made that happen, and will forever be remembered for being the person that made that happen. Guys, your thoughts on the flipping of number 3?
Well, here's this. I couldn't do it.
You tried. You made a good run of it.
I tried. Yeah, but, on a serious matter, she has to be given all the congratulations. It's a tremendous feat, a tremendous achievement. It's so remarkable. And, I really believe, I'm confident that down in number 3 on a whole, we got to give them the kind of performance and delivery that for all these years, the good people of number 3 surely and truly deserves.
And I have an interesting comment to make about that, though. So, Akila is from the People's Labour Party, PLP. So, effectively, the constituency is still in Labour's hands.
Well, it's...
See, everybody.
Okay, well...
But apparently, you miss it. It's another brand of labor.
Well, that could very well be one way of looking at it, but what we do know is that it has always been in the hands of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party.
Yeah.
And it is no longer that way.
But on a more serious note, I want to congratulate Akila. I've known her for a long time, worked along with her when she was part of the Haynes Smith Caribbean Talented Team, which I was associated with for many, many years. So congratulations, and we're looking forward to some work in those last two, the area where those last 2 boxes came from.
But something else is coming out before us that we probably are missing. In the history of St. Kitts and Nevis now, it takes one more constituency to flip. We have the last one to flip, Nias.
Yeah.
St. Paul is it might be Herculean task.
I know.
Every other constituency has changed representation based on parties in the history of St. Kitts. Number 6, the only one outstanding so far.
Yeah. So it actually looks like at some point we may end up with number 6 in Parliament all alone. But
and that's going to be very interesting in terms of the leadership of the Labour Party.
But it seems as if that Jeffrey is still battling. So
well, that's true too.
There's a possibility that we'll get another young candidate
coming up, so.
in Parliament as well, which augurs well for the future that we have. You know, and I mean, in this way, I think maybe we should start looking for changes in just the way how we do things when it comes to you know, politics in St. Kitts.
Yeah, that's probably true because, as Nicky would say, try something else.
Yeah, but you know, Clement is quite right. You know, I think the time has come that in a modern St. Kitts and Nevis that we do things in a different way. Sometimes it's sad to see how backward your country can appear at some points. You know, and we need to really, you know, get together, put our efforts together to really improve St. Christopher Nevis. And, you know, it has been said so many times, that and in that process, there has to be sound electoral reform. Because, you know, it's sad to say that, you know, no disrespect to certain of my friends from other Caribbean islands. Jamaica, we probably have an electoral system that's inferior to what is in Jamaica, knowing where they came from, and they had a will to reform their system. So, you know, as much as we would, you know, brag about in St. Kitts and Nevis, if we continue to have such a corrupt and inefficient electoral process, it's going to be, you know, something that would really keep us back from really making the kind of progress. You know, it can't be that we're doing so many things good, but you have this corrupt and improper electoral system. You know, it's like you're so very well dressed, but then your tie doesn't match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, that child is now in our hands to do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, so it's not for somebody else. You can't point at somebody else. No, it's in our hands.
Because I mean, in all honesty, we cannot conduct another elections on these 1989 boundaries. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, we got people who have to score over 2,000 in order to win, and we have candidates who can score less than 1,000. Well, I don't know if I said 200. I meant 2,000. If that's what I said. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that I got it.
And also, you see, with the reform system, you know, we should not be here. We would not be here at this hour of the morning, you know.
Yeah.
You know, with fingerprinting, it's computerized.
And speaking of could not be here, we could not be reaching as many people as we have been reaching here overnight and this morning if it wasn't for the partnership with the cable. So I want to thank them for their partnership with ElectionSKN and this whole production that we have been utilizing here all night into this morning. So thanks to the cable for facilitating that. And as always, they have worked well with ZIZ over the years, and they continue to do that with this important production that is useful to the people of St. Kitts Nevis and throughout the diaspora. So thanks again to the cable.
Well, indeed, the cable has been, tonight, of course, is quite remarkable and has to be commended. But if you look at the cable over the past weeks or months in response to the COVID-19 threat and pandemic, you know, they've offered wide internet in Bastille.
Like free internet or Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi in Bastille.
Yeah.
And they've given quite a number of concessions and, you know, niceties to the general public. So,
corporate citizens, yeah, right.
So when you have good corporate partners and citizens, you know, I must congratulate my dear friend there, Miss Patricia Walters. Yes, I get a bit confused with another Patricia Walters.
Yeah, I know, right?
Who might be listening, you know.
I know.
Yes, indeed, you know, we have to thank her and give her every congratulation.
All right, so that is another seat in the win column for Team Unity. How many we had?
7.
We have named for Team Unity at the moment. 7. 7. Okay. That includes
Dr. Harris.
Dr. Harris.
Premier Brantley. Deputy Prime Minister Sean Richards. Lindsey Grant. Eric Evelyn. Alexis Jeffers. And our Keelan Byron.
Yeah, that's 7. Okay, yeah. 7 named already. 7 have been declared for Team Unity. And we're still waiting on results, so that number could go up, and it looks like it will. We're still trying to finish number 2, the count for number 2, right? And we're still.
How many boxes outstanding?
Number 2 has 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes outstanding as we speak, and number 8, again, still hanging out there with quite a few boxes to reach us. 11, 10, 9 is done. 7 done, 6 done, 5 done, 4 is done, 3 is done. So we have 2, 1, and 8. That's outstanding, right?
Any comments on that?
So we still don't know what holds for those, though there are predictions and projections out there. But if it is that you get another one of those in the win column declared, then Team Unity would have come back into a second term with an improved fortunes. I mean, even as it stands now with the seven wins, just the fact that they're picking up a constituency that has never changed is a big win in itself.
It's very impactful.
Yeah, it's a big win in itself. And as you look at incumbents in like number 4, who is coming back in with a bigger win, again, it says something about Team Unity and what the people, the voters, think about what they got from Team Unity over the last 5 years. So they're winning all the way around, even if you just...
the groundwork has been laid, And I think I said a while ago that, many people may take it as, should I say, trivial, but, when you have to look at the response of the government to this COVID-19 pandemic, that we had 15 confirmed cases, all recovered, all the measures. And in fact, they came for some very severe criticism. When the government was taking efforts to protect our people, some people were still being a bit reluctant to accept it, still being resistant. And, at this stage, we have to thank God that we have not really suffered the devastating effects of the COVID-19 virus. But saying that, of course, we are still not out of the woods. And, it's going to be a period of celebration, yes, but people need to protect themselves and take all those measures because, that game of snake and ladders? When you work hard and you get to 99, then you hit a snake and back down you go. Right? And really in St. Kitts and Nevis, Lord, we can't afford that. It's not to be a game of snake and ladders, not to play Russian roulette and take chances.
I see, speaking of COVID-19 and actions taken, I saw our neighbors, Antigua, welcoming American Airlines back into Antigua. They opened up. What was it, last Thursday? I think.
Yeah, and where's it coming from?
And it's coming out of the hub. It's coming out of the COVID hub.
The epicenter.
Epicenter, So that's some scary stuff.
Well, I know, and they had most of the passengers, as they said, were returning nationals, but there were also 15 visitors on there. So it would be interesting to see what the standards are,
but
as it relates to quarantine and all that good stuff.
Open, if ports are open, it's going to cause quite an interesting phenomenon, because I know there are many conditions and divisions, so if they had a chance to come to St. Kitts for its elections, they'll probably stay here. Because it's rather much safer here than over there in New York and many places.
Yeah, right.
And
yeah. But that's one thing. But we are here for ElectionSKN and covering the results of 2020, and most of the results are in. But there's some lingering ones out there that people want to know about. They're just not any constituency. They are constituencies that people really want to know about.
Yeah, people are excited and are very interested in that.
As opposed to. Anyway, so that's it. All right, as we wait, we will, at this point, go to a break, and hopefully we'll get some more results coming in shortly. It's a good time to get a refresher. It has been a long night, and it looks like we're into a long day. So that's where we are. Let's take a break and we'll continue.
National Bank in recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called PayAppear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called PayAppear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called PayAppear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using PayAppear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skillet, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using PayAppear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skillet, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilec, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our Mo Banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here.
Good day, viewers and listeners. I have the final results of the constituency of St. Christopher 2, which I will give you now. For polling division 3C, where 601 voters were assigned, those whose surnames started with J to those whose surnames started with P. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 154 votes. That's 154. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 194 votes, 194. There were no spoiled ballots. There were 2 rejected ballots for a total of 348 votes cast. For polling division 3D, where 502 voters were assigned, those whose surnames started with Q to those whose surnames started with Z. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 124 votes, 124. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 157, 157, 3 spoiled ballots, 2 rejected ballots, for a total of 283 votes cast. For polling division 4B, where 436 voters were assigned, those whose surnames started with K to those whose surnames started with Y. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes, 110. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 135 votes, 135. There was no spoiled ballot. There was 1 rejected ballot for 246 votes cast. And for polling division 5B, which is the CFBC, where 307 voters were assigned, those whose surnames started with K to those whose surnames started with Y. Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 71 votes, 7-1. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 104 votes, 104. There were no spoiled ballots, 1 rejected ballot for 176 votes cast. Therefore, of the 5,418 voters assigned to Constituency 2, Marcella Liebert of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,422 votes, that's 1,422. John L. Powell of PAM received 1,654 votes, 1,654. There were 3 spoiled ballots and 13 rejected ballots for a total of 3,089 ballots cast. Therefore, the member elected for the constituency of St. Christopher 2 is John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement. Back over to Master Control.
Welcome back, and there you just had some more results from the Supervisor of Elections, and there, with those results, there goes another one down. Another veteran from the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been sent into retirement again this morning. Marcella Liebert has been defeated by John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement. Final tally there, 1,422 to John L. Powell, 1,654. So John L. will now take his place in the upcoming Parliament. And they're falling, Dr. Warner.
Well, it's part of the democratic process, of course, but I have to congratulate Mr. John L. Powell on his significant victory. It was somewhat on the cards since the last elections. You mean a first timer and a veteran, and he was able to narrow that margin down to about 98. It did indicate that on a second occasion, if the work would have been done, you could actually win that seat. But, you know, I'm also looking, number 2 is another constituency where I found you have a sitting candidate and not much been done. And I'm hoping that General Powell can really put his footprint and his efforts into number 2 and improve the lives of people, you know, in that very important constituency.
All right, so there you have it on your screen, 1,422, 1,654 to People's Action Movement, picking up another seat.
And also, you know, Mr. Moderator, if I may say, sorry to interrupt you, it's good to see that the seat has now been returned to the People's Action Movement. It was lost, in inverted commas, to some rather nefarious means. When Dr. Simmons lost in 1995, you look through the records, less than 20 votes were registered up in number 3, and over 357 were registered down in number 2. And you wonder if no babies were being born up in number 3 during that period of time. And, you know, so it is very good that the seat is now back in the hands of the People's Action Movement. And I think it's also a victory for our living national hero in Dr. Kennedy Simmons. And it's so good that General Powell could have brought that seat back in the fold of the People's Action Movement.
Okay, so any comments, Monarch, on that result there?
Well, just congratulations to General Powell for the victory by 232 votes. Quite an impressive win.
Right. So he has been working. He has been working this constituency.
Yeah, lost by 90.
Lost by 98. We actually pulled back 400 and something. Lost by 98. And then come back and win by 200 and something. I mean, so there you have it. Now we down to just 2 constituencies left. That would be constituency number 1 and constituency number 8. And speaking of 8, I believe that makes 8 seats. Right, Macro? I believe that is now 8 for the team Unity. And
8 of 11.
They got 11. 8 of 11. They got their 2/3, right? So
it's so important
and still counting. So we don't know where it's going to end up, but there's still some counting. So,
but you know, it's a kind of majority that you need in terms of making certain amendments to the Constitution.
Yeah.
You know, and so that is very significant.
Yeah. Well, under our system, that's what you call a mandate, right? That's a solid mandate.
Yeah, very profound mandate.
Yeah, it's a solid mandate for any government. So it is what you do with that mandate that will make a difference.
You know, having a mandate in 2015, and you worked hard, you just need to continue the work, and you know you have to deliver to the people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. All right. So as we say, we are awaiting. We have in number 1, we have 2, 4, 5, 6 boxes outstanding there. No declaration for those. And then in number 8, we still have a whole chunk of votes that hasn't reached us as yet. As in 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10, 11 or so.
More boxes
polling divisions or boxes still to come to us. As it stands right now, Eugene Hamilton is in the lead, coming out of Keon. It looks like 476 to 1,031. So you're looking at over 500 lead at the moment. Still have to go into Connery and Keys and then up into St. Peter's, where I suspect the battle will be.
And the swords are going to be really drawn, you know?
Yeah. So we anxiously await those results, and once those results come in, I think, and here we go again, where something about number 8 that brings us into the morning hours. I don't get this.
Remember, I made a comment that the first results came at what, 9:25?
Yeah.
I pointed that out. And now we're here at 20 to 7, you know.
Yeah.
While we wait, though, I know you guys talk about having a 2/3 majority in the parliament. I mean, what are some of the stuff that, I mean, constitutional, stuff that we should?
Well, one of the things that happened recently is if you want to limit the term limits on Prime Minister, is one thing that requires such kind of majority. And if you may want to try to after this number of years of independence, we want to look at things how we live our life. If you think the country needs changing, we have this thing to alter the mechanism, like how Dr. Warner has been saying about making fundamental changes to the society, and so you have the kind of mandate to do those fundamental changes. After proper consultation with the people, so consult with the people will make the kind of changes.
Yeah, of course you have to consult the population, and of course, having the legislative power shouldn't mean that you abuse it.
Yes.
Yeah, and the Constitution as it is today has a number of flaws. Okay, certain things we think could change. It was for the time that it was created.
For that age, of course.
But some of these entrenched things in the Constitution may very well be may serve a purpose. The fact that you need 2/3 may be useful, so that people don't just willy-nilly change things. But some of the things you need 2/3, you need referendum and things like that. So those things are kind of safeguards, so that people just don't willy-nilly change up the Constitution with some serious consequences and so on. So it is not necessarily a bad thing that those kind of requirements are set in there when it comes to changing certain things in the Constitution.
No, certainly they're there, intrinsic checks and balances, so that one doesn't have an abuse of power by the majority. Sometimes one has to be careful that you don't go from, a majority in what they call populism, where, you sort of start looking at the fact that you have the greater proportion of persons and, start ignoring democratic principles. And I think in the past, St. Kitts has been threatened by populism. You always the Labour Party said they have the biggest majority in the country, and they seem to dwell on that. But I think one of the fundamental things people are missing in a democracy, a democracy gives the minority a chance to form a government, all right? But it goes beyond that. Having formed that government, you work hard to get a majority. And that is a very important element in a democracy. It allows for a minority government, yes, but it gives you a good chance that when you get into office, you can perform in a manner to win over the majority of the people. And therefore the people see that essentially you have the good of the country at heart and you're willing to improve the lives of people.
I am, as we speak about majority and so on, I am looking at the numbers here in terms of, so far, in terms of voter turnout. And it looks like, as you started out saying earlier on last evening, we're gonna drop down into the 50% somewhere in that area from usually being a higher 70s, low 70s or so. Of course, that's because the list itself, you know, has so many people who can't vote in the election. So it's bearing out that.
Well, of course, without the influx of voters from overseas, the turnout in this election would be drastically reduced.
I think I saw something somewhere where the AG was pointing out that it was some 9,000 something voters in the last election that she can identify as came from overseas on the voters list, but were not resident in St. Kitts. And that was 9,000 out of the number back then was like 42. I think in 2015 we had about 42.
You know, and there is something.
And 9,000 out of that was overseas.
That we have to stop to consider, you know. You speak of 9,000 voters living overseas. Is that what you're telling me?
That's it. That's what.
That was the estimate.
That's what the estimate.
An estimate, of course. Now, let's bring that down to 50%. 4,500 persons coming in here in this present COVID-19 climate. There has to be a great probability that one of those persons could come here with COVID-19 virus.
Yeah.
Okay, and then when you look at the whole mechanism of spread, they're not going to walk it down here alone. They're going to come on a plane with another 100 and something persons. Within that cabin, you're creating the potential for tremendous spread. So I think it was a wise move to close the borders, not to allow the influx of voters from overseas. It can be done at another time when conditions are much better. You know, I'm one who's never been too much against folks overseas voting in St. Kitts and Nevis. You know, I think they make a significant contribution to the development of St. Kitts and Nevis. But the thing that bothered me is that, you know, if I'm from Challengers and I'm living overseas, I don't go to Sandpoint to vote because I want to make up Sean's numbers. You know, and there's a problem in it, you know. You know, I find out people could be somewhat interesting sometimes, you know. We want to get on the phone and tell the folks to send this for me and send that for me. But then when it comes to voting, we got a reluctance that they should vote in St. Kitts. Okay. But then these people have property here. And, you know, remittances are still a very significant factor in the economy of St. Kitts and Nevis, you know.
What what I'll be looking at as we go through the decisions here and the results as they are, I see Team Unity lining up differently in terms of cabinet positions and so on. They're going to have to be some reshuffling of portfolios.
Yeah, quite naturally, you know.
Probably some new portfolios.
And, I think in some
works on portfolios.
I think in some areas it's going to be important.
You're going to have to shuffle up.
Yeah, you're going to have some shuffling and some important trimming as well, because I've spotted where some ministers, in my opinion, you know, their portfolio is much too large to be efficient. You know, and of course, with new people,
you have 2 new people already coming in.
Quite capable persons.
4.
And then again, you know, quite young individuals. I believe firmly in the policy of putting responsibility in the hands of young people. Okay, and we have young members of parliament are going to be there, and they should be given, you know, while you have the senior guys around, give them serious responsibility, but of course you can guide and coach them along the way.
As it sits right now, and we have Nevis 11, which is coming in now. You have Nevis 10 coming in now. You have St. Christopher 2, St. Christopher 3 coming in now. Those are 4 brand new ministers, you know, that portfolios have to be split up too. So it'll be interesting to watch over the next couple of weeks and see how
if you do some trimming from the existing portfolios we have, you know, make them more compact, you know, this could lead to much more efficiency in the past with the ministers.
And relevancy.
Yeah, good.
Because sometimes you have a constituency that has, you know, a portfolio that has this particular role, and the complementary portfolio goes to somebody else, you know what I mean? And sometimes it's like putting land one place and housing another place.
Yeah, we've seen those strange behavior
So,
in the in recent, history of St. Kitts and Nevis. I mean, where you must look for compatibility when you're establishing a portfolio for a minister. Though, of course, sometimes depending on the situation, you have to have some aspects outside it. But you mentioned lands and agriculture.
Agriculture.
Land, housing, agriculture.
Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty much in common sense, some inseparable.
But
Traditionally found with education and health were always linked. So, but I think having more ministers on your slate, you can divide without overburdening any particular minister.
I was always from the school that maybe I'm the only one, but I always used to say that if you have enough ministers, the prime minister really should not have any ministry.
It's interesting.
That's a thought. That's
You know what I'm saying?
Where it's like he's just the overall supervisor,
Yeah.
and others have the other line ministries just to the others, and he just supervisor.
But
So he takes he's like in a point of oversight.
But he's like the office of prime minister.
He's
It's
prime
officially
minister.
big, eh?
Yeah.
So the office of prime minister will do that, but the functional ministries, he will have other people do those things, and then he just be supervising them. Say,
got a
do
bunch
this,
of
do that, do that, do that.
Yeah, you got a bunch of line managers.
And
It's a model that can be applied. I appreciate that.
But
and it was like in Jamaica with Peter Patterson, just the prime minister, he wasn't doing the line ministries. And some places they don't have the prime minister don't really take the minister of finance either. So
They
that
don't.
kind of things. You have that kind of separation. So
and from way back, prime minister's got the finance.
It has come into this somewhat recent history of politics in St. Kitts because, I can remember prior to independence, there was some separation when Paul Southwell was Minister of Finance and the late Robert Batcher, he took other ministries. Yeah. But the recent trend has been that the Prime Minister holds on to the trend bag.
And usually it's finance and national security.
Finance, national security.
Those things. They like to hold on to those things. But hey, we will see. We will see what happens.
There's one position I never like very much, where the Prime Minister is the Minister of Elections. That
means what?
Elections.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one, I'm not too sure.
You say you should be the referee. You should be a party has to be the referee. You should be a player.
Why do we need a minister of election?
Isn't it the Attorney General, though?
In the past 5 years. But before that, it used to be a prime minister, minister of elections.
But
why is there a minister of elections anyway? Why not the commission?
The Electoral Commission should be able to handle those matters.
Why a minister?
I mean, are you saying, because you say that if you're a participant, how can you be the referee?
Exactly. That's the whole point we're looking at,
Yeah.
So,
all these are things that, I don't know, if they will ever change. Sometimes things just are ingrown, and I don't know. And, people protecting this and protecting that.
Yes, but I think, this is a time for modern St. Kitts and Nevis. Where a number of those primitive habits need to be shelved. We made this sort of advancement that, is consistent with a modern St. Kitts in a new world, in a way.
But where would that come from, though? Would it be from the ministers or the political directorate pushing that, or the people who start to demand these things from them? If I said, as Mark said, we want things down in polling division 6, or we want things in polling division 7, you start demanding from your leaders things you want. Like, people always demand they want a house, right? So, that's especially to be asked all the time, you want your housing, because we've been starved of housing for how long. So if you start demanding those kind of things about how we govern ourselves, our governance, we govern ourselves, and ask for them, and demanding to do these things for us.
Well,
and then they'll start making those kind of changes.
It can be tripartite,
Whatever that means.
The government, the people, and the opposition could play a role in many, many cases.
Well,
but you know, in
ideally-
St. Kitts and Nevis, that's almost a sort of foreign perspective, you know.
Which is really...
But
which is-
we need to get into that. You see, once again you come back to this COVID-19 pandemic we're facing, this would have been an ideal time for government and opposition to come together. Okay? Look, I mean, look at the recent changes at ZIZ where, well, let's say the opposition, Labour Party, having access to the ZIZ media. I mean, that's the kind of thing you welcome. Because in fact, if, let us say, Team Media has 2 hours on ZIZ per week, and the Labour Party has 2 hours, it's equally just make good use of your time. It's not going to hurt anybody. Yeah. So, we need to really advance. You go into other countries, you find the government and the opposition, their national radio, you know, but here in St. Kitts, you know, we have this sort of a, what they call a backward approach. Okay.
Well, all right, so I'm looking at our lineup here as it stands. In 2015, I know we're still waiting for results, but in 2015, the People's Action Movement came into the Team Unity arrangements with 4 seats. And they already have 4 seats coming into 2020.
So,
because they have brought in John
Powell.
John L. Powell now. And so we just have to wait and see the other 2. All right? I mean, there are 2 seats out there, and they're both People's Action Movement seat.
Yes.
Right? So,
kind of much more than wait to see what the results are going to say. You know?
that would give if
Well, you
those
know,
2 seats came in for the People's Action Movement, they would actually give be with 6 seats, sitting with six seats.
It will be rather interesting, you know, because it will be sort of counter to what many people on the ground would have been saying and would have been feeling. Okay, so if that could happen, it would be a tremendous achievement. Okay.
So it means, I mean, some people have said that PAM could never, you know, at this stage could never form a government. But if they could win 6 seats, and that's what you need. But,
yeah, but I think...
Just outside of the unity thing for now, just looking at it.
People say that PAM could never do it, but I've never believed that. Because, you know, if the ground was level and fair, you know, I'm convinced that PAM could win that number of seats. Okay? I mean, if you look at what has happened tonight in number 4, okay? I mean, going from what, 20-something votes to 300 and something, you know, one of the honest reasons is because of the sterilization of the electoral list down there in number 4, okay? And when you look at it, based on what we're seeing numerically, even if the 178 persons were on the list, the figures seem to have come out in the favor of Lindsey Grant.
And I think that whole list sanitization worked across many constituencies. I think it worked in number 3.
It did, because
it worked in number 2 and number 4. So it worked, you know. So.
But you know, this where, you know, we would always go back to speak of having proper electoral reform. You know that at the end of the day, when the election is over, whichever party wins, wins. The one that loses, you take your loss, you know, and you go back to the drawing board. Okay.
But I think in addition to the sterilization of the list as well, and it takes me back to what I said earlier about, I mean, us still running on the 1989 boundaries when, I mean, I don't know if it's geography, or when our population has been, changed so much. I mean, it seems as if every other person that you speak here have an accent from some place, which, was good because they're not going to come here if we weren't doing well.
I think we looked at 3 constituencies, 8, 1, and number 9 over the Nevis, which are over 6,000 voters.
Yes. Number 9 and number 8.
If you look at the average number,
number 1,
for other constituencies,
it's 5, 8, 9, and 10. 10 is very, very small.
Yeah.
But the average number is around 3,000.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 constituencies with over 6,000 persons.
Yeah,
so
that's one the oversize. You have to look at the underside as well.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I mean,
so
we just had the discussion about that.
We're using voters as proxy for inhabitants.
Yes.
Because inhabitants, it's can't just speak about inhabitants. But we're just using voters as a proxy for inhabitants.
Yeah. But that's a discussion that we keep having, and we talk about. Here comes Eric Evelyn, who is going into Parliament with 710 votes. Right, and here comes.
And how much votes do you think NATO?
607.
How much? 607.
Yeah.
So NATO got 600 as a loser.
As a loser, yeah. But both Eric Evelyn and Hamilton say Hamilton has a constituency of 6,009. If Hamilton wins that seat, he goes in on equal footing with Eric Evelyn, representing.
Is a one representing for that number of persons.
All those people. So I say.
So he's dividing him up to those smaller slices.
Less of representation.
Yes, smaller slices of him.
But I know you talk about NATO. Look at Congress, 1,253 votes, and he's on the losing side.
Yeah.
Marcella, 1,422, and she's on the losing side as well. So.
And Evelyn with 710. He goes in. So these are things that we would hope that we take a look at in the next 5 years. Well,
yes, I would think
have to be after the next 2 years, right? In terms of boundaries.
The last report was in 2015.
The last one was 2015.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we're 2 years beyond that.
That's why we have the legal one.
Yeah, and if we're going to do it, we need to get to work. We don't need to repeat the mistakes of the past where, we're waiting to the last minute. We got 15 million court cases at the last minute. People really don't know what they're doing. I think it's unfair to the electorate. I really think that it's unfair to the electorate. So
Monarch, they're very active doing it in the latest moments. Makes it look suspicious.
Yeah, and
honestly,
I agree with you because it becomes a political stunt.
It makes it look suspicious.
If you do the boundary, and you know what your boundaries are, you can campaign towards a particular boundary. You have 3 years to campaign to the boundary, so you could go and know who to talk to, how to get your thing, to persuade people. If you kill it everything, 6 months to go, 3 months to go.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, guys, we're about to hit the 12-hour mark.
So,
that's the next break. I'm leaving.
Yeah, we're going to take a refreshment break. Take a refreshment break
and wait for the final results.
And wait for the results. We are awaiting results for Constituency 1 to be completed and Constituency 8.
Yes.
That's it. That's the final 2 constituencies to be completed. So let's take a break and see what happens in the meantime.
See, I'm afraid,
no results coming to us yet. Okay, all right.
I don't want Constituency to come at 8 o'clock and one come in 1 p.m., you know. Imagine I don't want 8 to come in 8 o'clock and one come in 1 p.m.
I think it is that I think it is that we must go to 10 o'clock. I think that's what it is. You know, you gotta match the last election cycle before you get to results, right? But I don't know. I still it's mind-boggling now as to how we get here, you know, over and over again, such that we end up doing the same thing, and we're not making the adjustment. There has to be a way, after so many election cycles of doing this, there has to be a way that this could be avoided. You know what I'm saying?
No, because I think it's unfair to the people, because there are people out there, number 1 and number 8, that they want to go to celebrate too.
Yeah.
And we're holding up the celebration. They want to go celebrate their winners as well.
Yeah. And it's, hey, and you know, the other thing about a Friday election is that you set it up perfectly.
The weekend to celebrate.
You get the weekend.
Back to Monday.
Right, because normally you do a Monday election and people want the Tuesday as a holiday. But now you do it this way, you don't have to give a holiday. You just say, well, it's weekend anyway. So in a way, it comes out good. So whoever wins don't have to worry about saying it's a holiday.
So the motorcade on Sunday.
Motorcade on Sunday. Well, people here just get up. People just get up and do motorcade. That's true too.
What's that?
We're still in a state of emergency.
We're still in a state of emergency. Curfew is back on
from Sunday, I think.
Sunday night, right?
It was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 3 days relief.
Right. So there's no curfew this evening, but I think curfew is back on tomorrow. It's the day before, the day off, and the day after. So we're back in curfew Sunday. Right? So you're going to have to do whatever you're going to do today, tonight, I guess tomorrow morning. Yeah, so we still have some time. So it's a good time to take the break and be refreshed and see what happens in the next few, whatever. All right, we'll be back.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skillet, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage, or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank. Always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app, and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay Appear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features.
National Bank, always here.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait. National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay a Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage, or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay a Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features.
National Bank, always here.
My name is Ijin Blackfree and I work at the Royal St. Kitts Golf Club and I'm the outside service attendant. And I'm stepping up by providing excellent service to each and every one of our guests that visits here. That way we ensure that they come back to our lovely island because the people is the island. I provide great customer service by greeting everyone with a warm smile. Respect introducing myself and listening keenly to their needs. Remember, tourism is you and tourism is me. Step up and do your part for tourism. And that's how I'm stepping up.
Welcome to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Lizzie Kempson, this one is for you. Welcome to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Karen Alexander, this one is for you.
We are the EBJ Harmonics, and welcome to Timothy Hill. This is the St. Kitts Shoutout. We are spreading St. Kitts love by playing requests and dedications for our beautiful Facebook fans. Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song. Tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video.
Welcome back to St. Kitts Shoutout. We are the EBJ Harmonics. Louise Price, this is your shoutout, and I hope you enjoy.
Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song.
Hey Emma, this edition of Sink It Shoutout is dedicated to you. Here is Ain't Nobody by Shaka Khan. I hope you enjoy.
We are EBJ Harmonics and welcome back to another Sink It Shoutout. Kevin Short, Rachel has requested a special song for you for your Caribbean 50th birthday holiday celebrations. Here is Waiting for Tonight by Jennifer Lopez. We hope you enjoy.
Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song.
We are the EBJ Harmonic Steel Orchestra. Welcome back to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Jackie Frederick, Alicia has dedicated a special song for you. We hope you enjoy.
Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song.
Let's keep our country clean, that's what we need for this tourism. You and me, we are a land to play a part. Won't hurt our soul if you greet tourists with a smile. Make them feel the realest British vibe. Treat them like you would want to be treated. You could say good morning, Iraq, so you do it. Listen to me, please don't try to harass the people them. You can make them feel like this, their second home, yeah. Listen, tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is everybody. Tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is all of us. Tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is everybody. Tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is all of us.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our mobile banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay Appear. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our mobile banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank. Always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay Appear. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features.
National Bank. Always here.
name is Ijin Blackfree, and I work at the Royal St. Kitts Golf Club, and I'm the outside service attendant. And I'm stepping up by providing excellent service to each and every one of our guests that visits here. That way we ensure that they come back to our lovely island, because the people is the island. I provide great customer service by greeting everyone with a warm smile, respect, introducing myself, and listening keenly to their needs. Remember, tourism is you and tourism is me. Step up and do your part for tourism. And that's how I'm stepping up.
Welcome to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Lizzie Kempson, this one is for you. Welcome to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Karen Alexander, this one is for you.
are the EBJ Harmonics, and welcome to Timothy Hill. This is the St. Kitts Shoutout. We are spreading St. Kitts love by playing requests and dedications for our beautiful Facebook fans. Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song. Tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video.
Welcome back to St. Kitts Shoutout. We are the EBJ Harmonics. Louise Price, this is your shoutout, and I hope you enjoy.
Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song.
Hey Emma, this edition of St. Kitts Shoutout is dedicated to you. Here is Ain't Nobody by Shaka Khan. I hope you enjoy.
We are EBJ Harmonics and welcome back to another St. Kitts Shoutout. Kevin Short, Rachel has requested a special song for you for your Caribbean 50th birthday holiday celebrations. Here is Waiting for Tonight by Jennifer Lopez. We hope you enjoy.
Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song.
We are the EBJ Harmonic Steel Orchestra. Welcome back to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Jackie Frederick, Alicia has dedicated a special song for you. We hope you enjoy.
Just tell us what your song is, who it's dedicated to, and why in comments under this video. Then keep your eyes peeled to see if we play your song.
keep our country clean, that's what we need for this tourism. You and me, we are a land to play a part. Won't hurt our soul if you greet tourists with a smile. Make them feel the real skittish and vibe. Treat them like you would want to be treated. You could say good morning, Iraq, so you do it. Listen to me, please don't try to harass the people. You can make them feel like this, their second home, yeah. Listen, tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is everybody. Tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is all of us. Tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is everybody. Tourism is you, tourism is me, tourism is all of us.
National Bank introduces its guide to easy banking. Now, there's no more need to wait in long lines to withdraw cash or pay your bills. Our Mo Banking app has some great features. Transfer funds to another national mobile banking customer using Pay a Pair. Pay your bills at the following merchants: Skilek, Flow, Digicel, The Cable, Water Services, NCI, and more. You can even pay your black card. Now, transferring funds between your personal accounts is so much easier. Everyone has been in a situation where you wonder, where did my money go? You can view the last 90 days transactions and find out. Instead of visiting the bank, send a secure message to pay your loan or mortgage or even query an issue. And finally, set up alerts to receive notifications when funds are credited or debited from your account. Your time is priceless. There's no more need to wait in long lines. Download our Mo Banking app now and sign up today at sknanb.com. National Bank, always here. National Bank has some fantastic news. We recently updated our mobile banking app and it includes a few new features. We have enhanced security to protect your account information. You will receive an email or text with a code to ensure that the person who is accessing the account is the account holder. It's available for all Apple and Android devices. What was known as PayBuddy is now called Pay a Pair. And it gets even better. In addition to using your password, you will be able to access your account with your fingerprint. And finally, there's a cool new feature that allows you, the user, to reset your own password when you forget it. And you know how often that can happen. All these wonderful features will be available starting Monday, June 8th, 2020. Download the new app now at the Google Play Store or Apple Store and get ready to be amazed by our new mobile banking features. National Bank, always here.
name is Ijin Blackfree, and I work at the Royal St. Kitts Golf Club, and I'm the outside service attendant. And I'm stepping up by providing excellent service to each and every one of our guests that visits here. That way we ensure that they come back to our lovely island, because the people is the island. I provide great customer service by greeting everyone with a warm smile. Respect, introducing myself, and listening keenly to their needs. Remember, tourism is you and tourism is me. Step up and do your part for tourism. And that's how I'm stepping up.
Welcome to another edition of St. Kitts Shoutout. Lizzie Kempson, this one is for you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long Friday and an even longer Friday night, and we are now into the hours of Saturday morning. We still have several boxes to count. We have 6 boxes in constituency number 1, 12 boxes in constituency number 8. I will remind you that several constituencies have already been declared. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement has been returned in constituency number 2. Akila Byron Nisbet has been returned in constituency number 3. She is of the People's Labour Party. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement was returned in constituency number 4. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement was returned in constituency 5. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party was returned in constituency 6. Dr. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party was returned in constituency 7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement was returned in constituency 9. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement was returned in constituency 10. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement was returned in constituency 11. As I said before, we are still awaiting the results of constituency 1 and constituency 8. While that count is taking place, we will take a break, and I will be back with an update at 10 o'clock as the counting continues and the results are announced. Meanwhile, I want to thank all of the workers, the staff at the Electoral Office, the registration officers, the Electoral Commission who mentored me, and all the people who held us all up in prayers. I want to thank especially all the churches that came on board so willingly, SKELEC, Public Works Department, the Coast Guard, the Printry, my family for its tolerance, and I want to congratulate all of the winners thus far. And I will be back with you at 10 o'clock with a further update. Stay tuned, and back to Master Control.
Good morning, St. Kitts Nevis. And here you just heard from the Supervisor of Elections. If you are wondering what the situation is, thanks to the Supervisor for that update. This is ZIZ Radio and TV, bringing you live coverage of Decision 2020 or ElectionSKN, coverage of election results for 2020. In light of that report from, or that update from the Supervisor of Elections, we too will break here at ZIZ, and we'll be back to the results or the update from the Supervisor of Elections at 10 o'clock when he is ready to do so. At this time, I would like to thank all of you for tuning in to ZIZ. Stay with ZIZ throughout the day. We will continue to bring you the results until it comes to an end. I would like to thank all of the panelists that we had here during the night and this morning. Thank the technical staff here who has done a fine job. And also want to thank the cable for their partnership with ZIZ for this ElectionSKN production. My name is Tony Nias, and again, we will be back with you, ZIZ, whenever there's an update to the situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis with respect to election and election results 2020. Have a good morning.